Volume 13. Chapter 1201, Reliance. Chapter 1201, Reliance. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. It's really Yun. How terrifying.
The myriad immortal pavilion offered an astronomical reward to capture him, but not a single trace of him was found.
Yet, he returns in disguise?
And not one person here managed to see through his disguise. The myriad immortal pavilion has truly been fooled by him. Also, Yun is able to cure the plague so easily.
Didn't he also treat Dong Xiaowan back then? People began breaking out into a discussion.
At that moment, everyone in Myriad City, be it alchemists, doctors, warriors, the young, the old, juniors, or upper echelons of sex, had immense reverence for Yun. He was simply too terrifying. The strong were always looked up to in the martial world. If Yun had been destroyed by the myriad immortal pavilion, people would only have sighed and commented how the heavens were envious of geniuses.
Some might even engage in schadenfreude.
But now, Yun had turned the tables and dealt with the myriad immortal pavilion.
It was completely different.
His strength, alchemical skills, and spirit made people have no choice but to respect him.
Who is Yun? Skyfire's sacred hands pricked up his brows.
It was his first time in the myriad divine territory, so he did not know of Yun.
At that moment, Six Fingers took a few steps forward and informed him of Yun's identity.
Although this was also his first time in Myriad City, he had noticed the wanted posters plastered across the city's walls. One time, he had inquired out of curiosity.
When he was informed of Yun's identity and circumstances, Skyfire's sacred hands was astounded. What did you say? He has cultivated for less than 7 decades? Skyfire's sacred hands found it unbelievable.
He had cultivated for 3 millennia, but even so, he was already an absolute genius.
He was also considered a member of the younger generation in the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect. As for the red-dressed girl, she was completely dumbfounded. She gazed at Yun's true face. How did he look anything like a middle-aged man? He's about the same age as me? The red-dressed girl found it unacceptable.
If he were an old freak that had lived for many years, it made sense for her to be inferior to him. However, if he was about her age, the blow to her only left her beaten blue and black. As she beheld Yun, the youth that was the focus of attention, she felt that she lacked the courage to look at him straight. She knew that even if the information regarding Yun had been exaggerated, it could not be too far from the truth. It was a fact that he only had a cultivation level at the Tao Palace realm. His ability to match a supremacy was something she had just witnessed with her own eyes, so how could it be an exaggeration?
Well done. Very well done. You are the first person to dare despise my myriad immortal pavilion in such a manner.
Si Shanha's voice resounded through the entire pocket world, causing everyone's ears to hum.
Today, you will definitely die no matter who tries to interfere. Now that we have you here, don't even think of leaving.
Si Shanha's eyes emitted intense killing intent. Instantly, his clothes fluttered without a wind. He resembled a brewing volcano that was about to erupt as tremendous strength seemed ready to lash out at any moment.
Against such a threat, few people could withstand the pressure.
However, Yun stood in place with his hair fluttering from the domineering might, all the while remaining calm.
He even looked extremely arrogant. You just took the words that I wanted to deliver to you. By daring to come here today, I naturally have the necessary reliance.
Yun's voice was not loud, but it similarly resounded through the entire area, entering everyone's ears.
Reliance? You? No matter how much stronger you are, you only have the strength of an early-stage supremacy. Against me, you have no way of resisting. Si Shanha's voice was loud and clear, like the gongs of a war drum.
He waved his arms and a squarish seal appeared above his head. It was Si Shanha's intrinsic enchanted artifact, Shanha Seal.
It was once a nameless ancient treasure that Si Shanha obtained in his youth.
He named it after himself and, with it in hand, Si Shanha's aura rapidly increased, completely repressing Yun. At Si Shanha's realm, as long as he didn't release his aura, there was no way to gauge his cultivation level.
As Yun sensed Si Shanha's aura, he knew that his strength far exceeded Skyfire's sacred hands'.
Although Skyfire's sacred hands was peerless in alchemy, he had only cultivated for 3 millennia, whereas Si Shanha was hundreds of thousands of years old. His cultivation level had long reached the pinnacle of his life. But at that moment, Si Shanha's expression suddenly changed as he looked at City Lord Qin.
Qin Zhengyang, you.
He sensed killing intent from Qin Zhengyang.
So that's the reason. I was wondering why this punk remains fearless. It's because you have schemed with this little bastard to go against me? Qin Zhengyang, you may be Myriad City Lord, but you are nothing in front of me. It was the Myriad Immortal Pavilion and the other factions that gave you the position of City Lord. If you were to publicly attack me, your days as City Lord would be over. Furthermore, you can't kill me. You will only end up dying an ignominious death.
At Si Shanha and Qin Zhengyan's level, it was very difficult to actually kill a comparable opponent. Even if one found themselves vastly outmatched, escape was an option, allowing for them to wait for an opportunity to seek revenge. Therefore, when the typical expert had a contentious relationship with another expert, they would not be willing to lose all decorum, much less speak of a life-and-death battle.
The price would be too heavy. Die an ignominious death? City Lord Qin laughed. The one dying today is you. As he spoke, City Lord Qin took out a black broadsword from his interspatial ring. This two-handed sword was 5 feet long. Its blade was lusterless. Si Shanha narrowed his eyes. He never expected Qin Zhengyang to draw his black-loud broadsword. It meant that he was absolutely serious. Wasn't he afraid that the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would seek revenge?
This thought flashed across Si Shanha's mind when his expression changed. He sensed that the surrounding worldly laws were undergoing a subtle change. A massive array formation enveloped a small area of space, and Si Shanha found himself in the center of the array. As for Qin Zhengyang, he was standing on one corner of the array. The array formation had other corners, and there was a figure at each spot. Including Qin Zhengyang, there were 6 people. Out of these 6 people, only 2 of them, including Qin Zhengyang, had been in the pocket world the whole time. The other 4 had suddenly appeared.
Guoyuan Padian. Perfected Qianhua. Si Shanha looked at a colorful robed elder. He was the patriarch of the Guoyuan family, Guoyuan Padian.
There was a woman carrying a zither. Her hair was tied up high and she wore an ornate headdress.
She was the master of Paradise Chapter's Fairy Yu Qin, Perfected Qianhua.
And standing not far from Perfected Qianhua was a woman in a Taoist robe who held a whisk. This Taoist nun was someone Si Shanha had never seen before.
Master.
Princess White Fox was overjoyed seeing her master arrive, having not seen her in years.
The female Taoist glanced at Princess White Fox and gave her a relieved smile.
She had been touring the world, but received a voice transmission from Qin Zhengyang asking her to come to the Myriad Divine Territory. Her strength was comparable to Qin Zhengyang's. She had hidden among the crowd, avoiding the probes of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's upper echelons. So it was that they had set up a massive trap to kill Si Shanha. However, despite having a powerful lineup, they still needed a good pretext for war.
The Myriad Immortal Pavilion had been in business for years.
It had nurtured many underlings and was a resilient behemoth. Once Si Shanha mustered the other factions as Myriad Immortal Pavilion allies, the advantage Yi Yun and company had in this war would turn into a disadvantage.
However, Qin Zhengyang was acutely aware that these factions were simply fence-sitters. They were not fully loyal to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, but were loyal to benefits. By letting them see that Yi Yun possessed the means to easily treat their juniors, and a limitless potential, he would act as both a massive allure and deterrence. No faction would be willing to go up against a group of experts that included Qin Zhengyang. Furthermore, it included Yi Yun, who was bound to mature in the future. Even the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had suffered at the hands of Yi Yun.
Even the 9 Cauldron alchemical sect had been badly subdued.
Skyfire's sacred hands had even lost his Skyfire.
Against the formidable Yi Yun, as long as these Myriad Immortal Pavilion lackeys considered how much weaker they were compared to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion and the 9 Cauldron alchemical sect, they would know who to choose. Previously, Yi Yun had taken action with the sole goal of shocking and awing the crowd. Now, with Qin Zhengyang and company taking action, he was the determining factor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1202, Reappearance of the God Confining Lock. Chapter 1202, Reappearance of the God Confining Lock. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Well done. Well done. It looks like this has been in the works for a long time. All of you were planning to use today's grand alchemical cum medical meet to end me. Si Shanha was like a trapped beast, his voice sounding maniacal. In the entirety of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, there were only 2 mighty experts. One of them was Si Shanha, and the other was a Grand Elder that was permanently in seclusion. The Grand Elder was nearing the end of his lifespan.
In terms of strength, he had already begun waning. He was not much stronger than Si Shanha, so if Si Shanha was killed, one of the 2 main pillars of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would collapse.
Zhou Shikang. Where are you going?
Si Shanha suddenly bellowed coldly. He could see the Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Shikang, retreating in fear upon seeing the scene.
the Zhou family was considered a loyal lackey of the myriad immortal pavilion. But faced with the present circumstances, he was filled with trepidation. At that moment, Yun said, "Everyone. All of you from Myriad City have had to endure the myriad immortal pavilion acting like an overlord for millions of years. Today, I, Yun, hereby promise to remove your junior's plague so long as you don't meddle in today's battle. I have a grudge with the myriad immortal pavilion, and have come today to seek revenge. I have no desire to control Myriad City. I will not intervene with any future power struggles in Myriad City." The moment Yun said that, the people that had shrunk back were even more unwilling to intervene. Si Shanha could no longer fend for himself, and Yun would become a terrifying enemy in the future. Not to mention, Yun had the ability to cure the plague. Weighing the two sides against one another, it was already obvious what these people would choose. Zhou Shikang glanced at Si Shanha guiltily before suddenly turning to Yun and cupping his hands. He said, "This matter has nothing to do with my Zhou family." Nothing? Humph. Some amount of nothing. The idea to lure Yun out with the soul returning route was suggested by Zhou Baifeng. Si Xiaoyu was huddled on the ground. No one had been paying him any attention. At that moment, he roared and made everyone realize that an unlucky fool like him still existed. Instantly, Zhou Baifeng, who was standing not far behind his patriarch, as well as his distinguished guest, Zhang Ziyuan, had pale faces. Their entire bodies were trembling. The situation unfolding before their very eyes was that of everyone kicking the myriad immortal pavilion while it was down. Many factions had no plans to intervene in the battle, and even actively hoped for the myriad immortal pavilion to collapse. Then, they could carve up the myriad immortal pavilion's territory and each have their share. But under these circumstances, the relatively weaker Zhou family would likely be lumped in with the myriad immortal pavilion if it was caught in the maelstrom. Zhou Shikang's eyes sank. He glanced at Yun, but Yun wore an uncaring expression. He did not say a word. In that moment, Zhou Shikang was filled with mixed feelings. Yun had already said that he was a person that settled his grudges. And Yun's future rising was no longer preventable. It was no longer a challenge for Yun to become a divine lord. It was even very possible for him to go beyond that. The myriad immortal pavilion had already suffered as a result of this person, so what could the Zhou family do? Zhou Shikang steeled his heart and suddenly turned around. He aimed his palms at Zhou Baifeng and Zhang Ziyuan and struck down. Ah! Zhou Baifeng cried out tragically. His abdomen sank in the shape of a palm print as blood spewed from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground and struggled to get up. After a moment, he made a shrill cry, "My Dantian." As for Zhang Ziyuan, he was in a similar situation. His face showed the great pain he was in. As Zhang Ziyuan pressed down on his abdomen, he looked at Yun as though he was watching a demon king. "Young Master Yi, I have named Baifeng and his servant of their cultivations. Is this sufficient to appease your anger?" Zhou Shikang said to Yun as the corners of his mouth trembled. The Zhou family's successor was not Zhou Baifeng, but Zhou Xingyu. He was the number one genius of the Zhou family and the hope of revitalizing it. However, he was already suffering from the plague and bedridden. He was in need of treatment. Furthermore, Zhou Baifeng was also infected with the plague. He was bound to lose his cultivation, anyway. How could Yun save him? Therefore, Zhou Shikang might as well steel his heart and do the inevitable as a clear indication of his stance. In doing so, he could ensure that the Zhou family would remain safe in this treacherous storm, as well as ensure Yun's treatment of the genius juniors of the Zhou family. Zhou Shikang, you are really a coward. Si Shanha spat contemptibly. Then, he looked at Yun and company. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as his aura increased exponentially. Then, let's see if you can kill me today. Si Shanha, you can only fight desperately like a cornered beast. Qin Zhangyang said coldly. At that moment, there was a resonating chanting that rang throughout the pocket world. It sounded sacred. Instantly, Si Shanha's aura and soul seemed to be sealed within Si Shanha's body. The feeling was obvious. Everyone in the pocket world was astonished. What array formation was this? Even Qin Zhangyang and the other five were astonished by the array formation. Although they had tried the array formation in secret, this was the first time they were using it in a real battle. It's really a wonder where Yun obtained the God-confining lock array. Qin Zhangyang sighed inwardly. The God-confining lock array was provided by Yun. It was the thing that made the group confident that they could deal with Si Shanha. The other large factions had array formations, but in terms of strength, they were far from comparable to the God-confining lock. The array formation was extremely ancient, and many large factions did not even know of its origin. In fact, This array had been borrowed by Yi Yun years ago from the Pure Sword Palace. He used it to deal with the black-armored demon god, but later, the Pure Sword Palace sword spirit left the god confining lock in Yi Yun's hands and did not ask for it to be returned. It was unexpected that it could be of use again today. As an array formation that was hidden by Pure Sword Palace owner, the god confining lock's strength was not to be doubted. After all, the Pure Sword Palace owner had a cultivation level above a divine lord's. He had once slashed open a world and damaged a bronze giant in its prime. In the lower realm, Yi Yun's allies were only able to draw forth a tiny portion of its strength. Now, Qin Zhangyang and company were jointly powering the array, making it completely different from the past. "Si Shanha, it is your good fortune to die under this array," said Yi Yun. Si Shanha sensed that the terrifying nomological powers had confined his surroundings. It made his expression change drastically. He was not foolish enough to battle 6 people alone. As long as he tried his best to find a flaw in the array, he still had a trump card that allowed him to escape. When the time came, he would be able to escape at the cost of some cultivation in lifespan. Still, it was much better than dying here. However, the array formation was a lot more terrifying than he imagined. At that moment, between the heavens and earth, shimmering golden chains that looked like they sprouted from the heavens and earth, chained up Si Shanha's 4 limbs. The 6 chains were controlled by City Lord Qin and company. The 6 expert strengths were simultaneously exerted on Si Shanha's body. Ka. The immense energy caused Si Shanha's knees to buckle. He forcefully held up his body, but even his spine produced sounds that depicted how unbearable it was for his bones. "Yi Yun! I want you dead." Si Shanha's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly burst out with all his strength as he slammed the Shanha seal above him at Yi Yun. At the same time, he struck out with his 2 palms and sent overwhelming force at the stage. Yi Yun did not even move. At that moment, the 6 chains tightened simultaneously. They vibrated, causing tumultuous sounds as the chain's luster grew brighter. It formed a gigantic web that held back the Shanha seal. At the same time, City Lord Qin and company attacked. With a rustling sound, perfected Qianhua struck out with her zither, and Princess White Fox's master waved her whisk. Immediately, it was as though millions of stars in the cosmos came surging at Si Shanha with perfected Qianhua's zither tunes. At that moment, Si Shanha's eyes turned turbid. He seemed to fall into a momentary trance. From the start, Qin Zhangyang, or any of the other 5, were on par with Si Shanha. With the array's help, their strength was dominating. Attack! City Lord Qin took a large step forward as he cleaved down with his black cloud broadsword. Across him, Guiyuan Padian and company began attacking. 6 terrifying Yuan Qi beams struck Si Shanha from different directions. The tiny space immediately had a rush of air as a squall stirred. Even the entire pocket world began quaking. It was as though the enchanted artifact that contained the pocket world could crack at any time. Every one of Si Shanha's attacks was held back by the god confining lock. He was unable to move and, after failing to escape the array, he had less than 10% of his strength left. Yi Yun could easily dodge the aftershocks. Si Shanha watched helplessly as Yi Yun stood in front of him, but he lacked the strength to kill him. And his strength was reduced with every wave. Even if tried to burn his blood essence in a desperate attempt, it was already too late. To escape the god-confining lock array, he would have had to do it when it first befell him. Now, it was impossible. Si Shanha's resistance only turned weaker. Hatred, indignation, and anger overwhelmed Si Shanha. He never imagined that an overlord like him, that controlled the fates of countless weaklings, trampling over them as he pleased, would meet his end being besieged by others. And this siege was orchestrated by a junior. Ah! An angry bellow, made up of countless mixed emotions, resounded through the pocket world. At the same time, 6 Yuan Qi beams penetrated Si Shanha's body. With an explosion, light illuminated the world, and Si Shanha, an overlord of Myriad City, turned to ash. It's over. Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Si Shanha was dead, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's strength would decrease drastically. In addition, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's prestige had been dealt a severe blow. There was no way it could withstand the annexation of the combined forces of the Guiyuan family, the Paradise Chapter, and City Lord Qin. There would be numerous factions that would profit from the situation. It was even possible that large numbers of traitors would appear in the Myriad Immortal Pavilion itself. They would take riches away and pledge allegiance to the enemy. Then, the juggernaut would completely collapse. But although Yi Yun had orchestrated the destruction of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, he had only accomplished it by using the conflicts between the major factions in Myriad City. He had borrowed the strength of City Lord Qin and Princess White Fox's master. He himself was no match for Si Shanha. This was not what Yi Yun wanted. He wanted to be in complete control of his own fate. He would kill anyone who threatened him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1203, The Die is Cast. Chapter 1203, The Die is Cast. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Seeing Si Shanha die so easily, the factions that had once been wavering were secretly delighted. They never expected the god-confining lock to be so formidable. Thankfully, they had not stepped forward to help Si Shanha, or they would have shared his fate. With Si Shanha dead, the storm that had been brewing in the myriad divine territory could no longer be prevented. In this storm, new factions would arise and become stronger. There would also be older factions that would weaken or even be destroyed. Mishandling the situation could result in dire consequences. Now, there was no doubt that the Guiyuan family and the Paradise chapter would rise up with unassailable force. City Lord Qin's status would also increase greatly, becoming a force that held great weight in Myriad City. Then, of course, there was Yi Yun. At the Grand Alchemical Medical Meet, he had become immensely influential. No one in the Myriad Divine Territory would dare to provoke Yi Yun. If he desired, he could even become the absolute hegemon of Myriad City in the next few centuries. Despite not being the strongest person, he had instantly become the number one figure in Myriad City. Yi Yun, this is Si Shanha's interspatial ring. Qin Zhengyang waved his hand and obtained Si Shanha's interspatial ring from where he died. It was of extremely high quality. It had remained undamaged despite the potent explosion, showing how incredible it was. As the Pavilion Lord of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, Si Shanha's interspatial ring would obviously contain immense wealth. However, Yi Yun shook his head and said, I do not need the items in the ring. The assault on Si Shanha succeeded thanks to you and the other 5 seniors. All I did was preside over the array, and that did not take much effort. Aside from the Guiyuan family and the Paradise chapter, Princess White Fox's master had deliberately cut short her travels and rushed to Myriad City to aid him, so how could he not show his thanks? Ha ha ha. Young Master Yi, you are too generous. If we decide to split the loot, then I, Guiyuan Padian, will offer my share to young Master Yi. I do not want anything. After obliterating Si Shanha, Guiyuan Padian was in high spirits. From this day forth, his Guiyuan family would be able to take over most of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's massive estate. That was the foundation of a family clan. Although he was tempted by the ring, it was better to use the items in the ring to express his good intentions to Yi Yun. After all, Yi Yun had limitless potential. I do not want my share either. At that moment, Perfected Qianhua spoke out. The Paradise chapter similarly did not mind losing a single ring. In that case, I'll take all the natural treasures and a small number of pills and elixirs from the ring. As for the cultivation manuals, enchanted artifacts, talisman charms, array formations, and myriad runes, I do not want them. Since the Paradise chapter and Guiyuan family were relinquishing their shares, Yi Yun did not stand on ceremony. He was only at the first floor of the Dao Palace realm. In terms of strength, he was naturally invincible against his peers, but compared to the older generation he was still vastly inferior. Young Master Yi, I'm Zhou Shikang and I am humbled before you. Since young Master Yi is interested in refinement herbs, I happen to have some I can offer. I can deliver them to you as early as tomorrow, young Master Yi. I wonder when you might be free to pay a visit to my Zhou family's residence, and in passing, take a look at the useless juniors of my Zhou family. Upon seeing the situation turn increasingly clear, Zhou Shikang immediately spoke up. Although Yi Yun had mentioned that he would treat the juniors of the various large factions for free, it was only a verbal agreement. If a treatment was to happen, shouldn't he prepare some substantial gifts? Yi Yun was now the absolute hottest thing in town. Average factions would not even have a chance of currying favor with him. So, how could he miss this opportunity to shower him with gifts? All right. Yi Yun nodded in agreement. There was no reason to reject the treasures he offered him. They could be used to refine pills. Instantly, various factions began expressing themselves. However, Qin Zhengyang's Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in Yi Yun's ears. Skyfire's sacred hands has left. Yeah. Yi Yun sighed slightly. He had noticed it earlier. Skyfire's sacred hands had left the pocket world with the downtrodden red-dressed girl and the ashen-faced six-fingered youth after Si Shanha's death. Yi Yun did not stop them because he could not stop them. Yi Yun was slightly weaker than Skyfire's sacred hands in terms of strength. There was no way he could retain the trio. And he had no right to ask Qin Zhengyang and company to take action. The assault on Si Shanha happened with the promise of benefits for everyone, so there was no problem in that. However, killing Skyfire Sacred Hands meant openly declaring war with the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect.
Now, Myriad City was about to undergo a major upheaval. No faction would wish to offend the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect.
Nor could they afford to. Yun, I know what you are worried about.
You robbed Skyfire Sacred Hands of his soaring serpent flame, which means your relationship is irreconcilable.
If you can't handle him, I'll help you.
But that can't occur now.
There are too many people watching.
If I were to kill Skyfire Sacred Hands, I wouldn't be able to withstand the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect's assault either. After Skyfire Sacred Hands is a certain distance away and in the wild, I can assassinate him. When that time comes, the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect might not know that it was done by me. Yun was rather grateful when he heard Qin Zhangyang offer his help.
This risk was not something most people would be willing to take. However, Yun shook his head. City Lord Qin, I'm grateful for your kind intentions.
However, if you were to assassinate Skyfire Sacred Hands, even if it were in the wild, it will be very easy for the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect to investigate the matter. After all, I'm unable to match Skyfire Sacred Hands and you have such a close relationship with me.
It will be easy to guess who the assassin is.
Furthermore, the subsequent sacking of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion requires your presence. When he said that, Yun looked into the direction where Skyfire Sacred Hands had headed.
Skyfire Sacred Hands was long gone. In fact, Yun had seen Skyfire Sacred Hands crush a voice transmission charm when they began attacking Si Shanha. It was possibly the hailing of reinforcements or the providing of Yun's details to the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect. If Skyfire Sacred Hands was killed, the blame would be on Yun and he would be pursued by the Nine Cauldron Alchemical sect. And as Skyfire Sacred Hands said, Yun would only be hunted by Skyfire Sacred Hands alone in the beginning.
He was not afraid of him. Furthermore, he was planning on dedicating himself to cultivation, experiencing the longest seclusion he had ever had since he began practicing martial arts. He wanted to experience a leap in strength. Now, with the overturning of the Myriad Divine Territory, and the substantial gifts from the various major factions, Yun would receive large amounts of natural treasures. With the Divine Alchemist's heritage, Yun could use these resources to the greatest extent, allowing his strength to greatly increase.
Young Master Yi, my Guiyuan family and Perfected Qianhua have already sent men to surround the Myriad Immortal Palace. Perfected Qianhua and I will hereby bid you farewell.
We will be heading to Myriad Immortal Palace to preside over the situation. As Guiyuan Padian said this, he cupped his fists and departed with the wind.
Perfected Qianhua and company followed closely behind. After City Lord Qin advised Yun on a few matters, he followed the rest. In fact, the main battleground was the Myriad Immortal Palace. Although victory was at hand, they could not be careless. Yun nodded. He had no interest in participating in the subsequent battles.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1204, Ample Spoils of War. Chapter 1204, Ample Spoils of War. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
With his business at the Grand Alchemical Medical Meet concluded, Yun returned to City Lord Manor.
Over the next few days, City Lord Manor was bustling with visitors. All of you can go home now.
Yun waved his hands at the 10+ young elites in front of him as he spoke nonchalantly.
Over the past few days, Yun had wiped out the plague.
Starting with singular treatments, he eventually began treating 10+ people at a time. Many people were at a loss when they saw how Yun treated the plague as simply as pouring water.
It did not drain his stamina or mental strength at all. He made it look too easy.
Young Master Yi, this is a little something from my mystic Yang manner.
It's just a small token to show my appreciation. Young Master Yi, you must accept it. A green-dressed girl came to Yun and bowed gracefully.
Her slender arms held a wooden box which opened to reveal a silvery white bone.
Upon seeing the item, Yun's brows pricked up slightly. This is the spine of a green water snake?
Yun was well versed in the Divine Alchemist's notes and was very knowledgeable.
He could tell at a glance the origin of the white bone.
As long as he handled it with the Desolate Heaven technique, he could refine supreme-grade relics, green water lazurite, that would fortify his body and regulate his mind. Young Master Yi truly surpasses others in knowledge.
This is the spine of the green water snake.
I'm really impressed that young Master Yi is able to identify it immediately.
Yun shook his head and said, it's nothing impressive.
You used heavy water wood to construct this box, which gave me some clues. The bones of green water snake contain water elemental essence.
Without a box made of heavy water wood, the essence would be lost. Young Master Yi, you are right.
My mystic Yang manor has been keeping this bone for many years and it seems appropriate to give it to young Master Yi. For curing our juniors of the plague, our manor lord specially exhorted me to offer this spine bone to young Master E.
Please accept it. The green-dressed girl's voice was gentle and soft.
Just listening to her voice made one's bones turn soft.
Then, I'll be thanking mystic young manor lord. Yi Yun did not stand on ceremony.
It was only normal for him to receive some benefits from administering his medical treatment. When he received the jade box, he felt his palm itch a little.
He glanced at the green-dressed girl oddly.
She had stretched out her slender fingers and gently grazed his palm. Realizing that Yi Yun had looked at her, she blushed slightly and whispered, "I'm Xian Shuier, a disciple of the mystic young manor. If young Master Yi has the time, he should pay the mystic young manor a visit." Having said that, the green-dressed girl rushed to get up and ran off quickly.
She left Yi Yun in a daze. This girl was truly too bold.
At that moment, a charming laughter was heard. Young Master Yi sure has luck with romance.
Even Xian Shuier is flinging herself into your arms.
Yi Yun turned to look when he heard the voice. He saw Princess White Fox and Fairy Yuqin walking over. For the past few days, perfected Qianhua had left Fairy Yuqin in City Lord Manor. She had become familiar with Yi Yun, so it was actually her that made the teasing comment.
What does that mean? Fairy, are you familiar with Xian Shuier? No, I just know of her. Young Master Yi, didn't you save Dong Xiaowan in the past? There was a ranking of the top women in Myriad City, and Dong Xiaowan was ranked 19th?
As for the Xian Shuier, her background is far better than Dong Xiaowan's, so her ranking is rather high.
I think it was 4th or 5th. That's quite impressive.
And besides her, there are many of my friends who wish for me to introduce them to you.
As Fairy Yuqin spoke, a faint smile suffused from her portrait-like beauty. Now, Yi Yun was enjoying great prestige in Myriad City.
He was a top expert that could exceed a divine lord in the future, and had superb alchemical skills that destined him to be an alchemical sage.
Any of these qualities would make large factions drool with envy. If they could manage to be related to Yi Yun in any way, they would benefit forever.
Of course, to women, Yi Yun was the perfect man.
Many were even willing to be his concubine. Yi Yun, this is something Uncle Qin wants me to hand over to you.
In order to prevent Fairy Yuqin from teasing Yi Yun any further, Princess White Fox handed a jade box to Yi Yun.
This was obtained from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's treasury. Over the past few days, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had been obliterated. Rats flee a sinking ship, so many Myriad Immortal Pavilion disciples had pledged allegiance to other sects or splintered off into smaller factions. Qin Zhangyang and company had obtained innumerable amounts of riches from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's treasury. Yi Yun was not interested in the riches, cultivation manuals, or enchanted artifacts. Naturally, they were split among the other factions. As for the top-grade natural treasures, especially treasures that could enhance one's cultivation level, Qin Zhangyang would deliver them to Yi Yun. Although these treasures were great, Qin Zhangyang had already reached the acme of his cultivation. It was unlikely he could raise it higher, so leaving the treasures to Yi Yun ensured that they were put to good use. City Lord Qin really is generous. This is already the 20th box or so. And everyone he delivers is especially precious. Yi Yun estimated that Qin Zhangyang had delivered the majority of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's top-grade natural treasures to him. Although these things were only an extremely tiny portion of the immense wealth the Myriad Immortal Pavilion possessed, they were very important to Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not stand on ceremony and took the jade box. He knew that while besieging the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, City Lord Qin had kept a lot of cultivation manuals, enchanted treasures and a portion of the pills for himself. Many of them were useless to City Lord Qin but were used as rewards for juniors. City Lord Qin was probably intending to build up a faction of his own. Before this, Myriad City's City Lord was not supposed to have his own faction. But now, with City Lord Qin's high prestige and Yi Yun's formless support, no one would stop him from establishing his own faction. Yi Yun was very willing to see this happen. Young Master Yi, with the sacking of Myriad Immortal Pavilion, the Guiyuan family and the Paradise chapter have become the new powerhouses. Now, the businesses in the Central District have been carved out anew. My master had deliberately kept the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic and intends to gift it to you, as one of your estates. Heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic? Yi Yun faltered for a moment. His first thought was to reject it, since he would eventually leave the Myriad Divine territory. Even if it was a store in prime real estate, he wouldn't get much use out of it. But on second thought, Yi Yun changed his mind. He said, "Then, thank you, Fairy Yuqin. I'll accept the store." As he spoke, he extended his hand and a tiny pagoda appeared spinning out of thin air. It was none other than the God Advent Tower. "Ruer, Xiaowan, come on out."
As he spoke, Ruor and Dong Xiaowan were transported out of the God Advent Tower. Yi Yun had already obtained all the materials needed to refine the hollow soul pills, and so no longer needed Ruor and Dong Xiaowan to take care of Ling Xier. However, he wanted to leave the two girls a respectable home. Ruor, Xiaowan, I have a store which I want you two to help me take care of. In the future, if I ever come back to Myriad City, I'll be sure to visit. Owning a piece of land in Myriad City was quite nice. Besides, the revenue it received would be immense. Store? Ruor and Dong Xiaowan were still unaware of what had happened in Myriad City. They were at a loss, for they were still under the impression that Yi Yun was being hunted by the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Young master, this place is. Dong Xiaowan was astounded when she saw Fairy Yuqin and Princess White Fox. Could this be Myriad City? Follow me. As Yi Yun spoke, he led Dong Xiaowan and Ruor out of City Lord Manor. When the two women saw that they were coming out of City Lord Manor without any disguises, they were somewhat dumbfounded. Had the Myriad Immortal Pavilion rescinded its pursuit of Yi Yun? However, as they walked, they saw that many of the pedestrians on the streets recognized Yi Yun. Not only did they not tip off the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, they were even extremely polite to him. This left Dong Xiaowan and Ruor flabbergasted. What had happened in the span of a few months? Up ahead is the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. Fairy Yuqin said with a smile. They were already in the busiest district of Myriad City. The magnificent heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic towered in the middle of Myriad City. However, its plaque had been removed, and replacing it was Yi Yun's Yun Xian Loft. Upon seeing the words Yun Xian Loft hanging high above, Yi Yun felt a mix of emotions. Back when Ling Xier's soul suddenly weakened, he was in dire need of a soul-restoring relic. He had borrowed 800,000 myriad runes to buy the medicine from heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic, yet he had been schemed against by Huyen Song and Zhuqiu Haoyu. As things were made difficult for him, Yi Yun had no choice but to leave. He only managed to save Ling Xier by expending half of a soul returning route. And now, Yi Yun was back here, as the new owner of the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. The way things changed in the world really left one sighing. Fairy Yuqin clearly knew of Yi Yun's experience at the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. She said softly, Young Master Yi, as a member of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion, Zhuqiu Bo has been disposed of. As for heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic, Huyen Song was in cahoots with the Myriad Immortal Pavilion from the start. Now, with the Myriad Immortal Pavilion destroyed, he has long surrendered. However, due to his grudge with you, my master was worried about him. She made him sign a slave contract and, as long as you refine the master contract, Huyen Song will be loyal to Young Master Yi for a tenure of 100,000 years. He will be at Young Master Yi's disposal, and can serve the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic, serve Yun Xian Loft. After finished her explanation, Fairy Yuqin shouted, Huyen Song, come out. The moment her voice faded, a reverential-looking Huyen Song rushed out. He gave Yi Yun a bow and said, Young Master Yi, greetings from this old slave, Huyen Song. Typical warriors would rather die than sign a slave contract, however, Huyen Song was no typical warrior. He was a person that preferred life to dishonor. All he cared about was riches. It was better to be alive than dead. At least he could still be an alchemist at Yun Xian Loft. The contract was 100,000 years, and Huyen Song had quite a bit of lifespan left in him. After the 100,000 years, he could regain his freedom. 100,000 years sure is long. Yi Yun secretly clicked his tongue. To a warrior that had cultivated for less than 100 years, 100,000 years was exceedingly long. However, to many old freaks, a punishment of 100,000 years wasn't considered long. It was truly quite pressing on that old man. Yi Yun took the master contract from Fairy Yuqin and casually passed it to Ruor. He said, Ruor, refine the master contract. From today, you and Xiaowan will help run Yun Xian Loft. I'll come back from time to time to take a look. What? Dong Xiaowan and Ruor widened their eyes. They were already stunned from seeing Huyen Song run over to bow at Yi Yun while calling himself old slave. Now, with them knowing that Yi Yun had handed them a store to run, the #1 store in Myriad City, with one of the grand alchemists as a slave to Ruor, it truly shattered their worldview. Young master, what's the meaning of this? That's right. How can we do a good job with you leaving such a big store to us? The two girls were in somewhat of a panic. However, Yi Yun did not mind. He said, just try it out. If there are any difficulties, you can seek City Lord Qin's help. As for what happened over the past few days, Myriad Immortal Pavilion has already been obliterated. Now, there has been a power reshuffle in Myriad City. This store was actually claimed by the Guiyuan family and the Paradise chapter, but they have left it to me. Yi Yun casually informed them of the recent happenings, leaving Ruer and Dong Xiaowan somewhat in a daze. They were not dumb, so they knew the cost of the store. For him to receive it meant that he had played an important role in destroying the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. If not, he would not have been given such remunerations. It was completely unbelievable. Myriad Immortal Pavilion, the hegemon of the Myriad Divine Territory, was a massive behemoth to the two girls. A few months back, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had offered great rewards for the pursuit of Yi Yun, but now, it had been destroyed. Young Master Yi truly has great foresight to leave such a store to sisters Xiaowan and Ruer. Sisters, you sure are lucky. If you encounter any problems while running the store, it's not just City Lord Qin, but my Paradise chapter would be willing to help as well, Fairy Yuqin said sincerely. She knew that many charming women in Myriad City wanted to acquaint themselves with Yi Yun, and many of them were more excellent than Dong Xiaowan and Ruer, yet they did not get such a chance. The two girls were truly lucky. Although they were only helping Yi Yun run Yun Xin Loft, with most of the profits going to Yi Yun, they were still helming a high position. And with Yi Yun backing them, their statuses in Myriad City would only rise. They would become members of the upper echelons of Myriad City and could truly be depicted as sparrows turning into phoenixes. Ruer and Dong Xiaowan knew that Yi Yun's ultimate goal was not in the Myriad Divine Territory. With all said and done, Ruer began refining Hu Yansan's master contract. Upon seeing this scene, Hu Yansan's face looked like a bruised eggplant. He was fine being Yi Yun's slave. After all, Yi Yun could break through to become a divine lord in the future or become an alchemical sage. It wouldn't be as shameful in that case, however, Yi Yun didn't even want him. He casually left him to a maidservant beside him. Upon thinking how he had to be a slave to a young lass for the next 100,000 years, it was obvious how depressed Hu Yansong felt. In the next 2 weeks, order in Myriad Divine Territory was re-established. Yun Xin Loft was opened again and Yi Yun had casually refined a few cauldrons of pills. On the opening day, the crowd nearly busted down the doors. Ignoring the fact that these were the quality pills refined by Yi Yun, people would fall over each other to buy even the ordinary pills. There was no reason other than because it was Yi Yun's brand. Ruer and Dong Xiaowan busied themselves with the business. Simultaneously, Yi Yun was bidding farewell to City Lord Qin and Princess White Fox. He did not plan on leaving the Myriad Divine Territory just yet, but he was planning on entering a long, seclusive retreat. During this seclusion, he planned on refining the hollow soul pills to save Ling Xier. Once Ling Xier was awoken, the heretical god Fire Seed would have a spirit. It would greatly enhance Yi Yun's combat strength and alchemical skills. Now, he was in dire need for growth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1205, Hollow Soul Pill completed. Chapter 1205, Hollow Soul Pill completed. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The Myriad Divine Territory spanned a vast area of land. A long mountain range stretched along the northern regions of the Myriad Divine Territory, and these mountain ranges were covered with primordial forests and had no traces of human activity. In this mountainous valley, there was an amber-like lake. The water was still, allowing one to peer all the way to its bottom. It perfectly reflected the bright moon hanging in the night sky, exuding an extraordinary beauty. This shall be it. Yi Yun looked at the surrounding landscape that was a model of a treasured land. Most importantly, it was quiet and undisturbed. With a flick of his hand, the 1,000 snow-flying sabers flew out like snowflakes as they formed a hurricane saber array that tore straight through the mountains and drilled deep down. Yi Yun followed the 1,000 snow-flying sabers and quickly came to a spot 100 meters underground. Here, he used his pure yang flames to open up a vast cave for himself. Rooms were separated: a cultivation chamber, a herb garden, a bedroom, an alchemical lab, etc. Following that, Yi Yun sealed the entrance and set up a concealment array. From afar, the entrance had vanished and even the valley could not be seen. There was only a lake with clear water. There was nothing that seemed amiss. As a finishing touch, Yi Yun distorted the space underground. He separated the cavern into an independent pocket world. High in the sky hung a pure yang sun, and he began planting random flowers and grass. He used his spiritual energy to cause them to instantly sprout, and soon, the underground pocket world was illuminated with the sun shining gaily. Nature was everywhere in the air and it seemed like an otherworldly paradise. Yi Yun looked at his cavernous abode with satisfaction. Without knowing it, he was now capable of opening up a pocket world of his own. There was a time when such a feat seemed impossible to Yi Yun. The cultivation chamber, bedroom and alchemical lab did not need any further description, but the herb garden was a special place. Yi Yun had dozens of precious herbs in his possession. They had been accumulated by the myriad immortal pavilion over millions of years, so much so that the old freaks of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect would turn envious at the mere sight of these treasures. And among the dozens of herbs, the most precious ones were inside the 2 jade boxes in Yun's hands. Yun first set up an array formation around the herb garden before opening a box. Phew! A white beam shot out, and a tiny white deer that was about a foot tall jumped out of the jade box and burrowed deep into the ground before vanishing. This was a white jade deer monarch ginseng, a supreme grade herb. Furthermore, this herb had taken form and possessed intelligence. It made it more precious than any other precious item. In the Divine Alchemist's notes, it was written that one could use white jade deer monarch ginseng to refine 9 colored pills that were used to aid a supremacy in breaking through. Although Yun was only at the Dao Palace realm, his foundations were robust and he had the azure wood divine tree in him, so he could definitely use such pills to cultivate. Although the white jade deer monarch ginseng had vanished, the space they were in had been sealed shut by Yun's array. He did not need to fret about it, for it had no means of escape. The second jade box opened up to another world. In it was an aquatic realm. Like the deer, a spiritual aqua had taken form. Using such spiritual aqua for refinement was naturally excellent, but Yun had no intentions of doing so. He planned on using the spiritual aqua to nourish the herb garden and even the entire cavernous abode. It would allow his seclusion to have adequate amounts of spiritual energy so that the herbs could grow luxuriantly. Yun completed furnishing his herbal garden in half a day's time. Following that, he meditated in his alchemical lab for 3 days and 3 nights. After he felt that he recovered to peak condition, Yun took out the soul returning root he had. All the supplementary herbs were prepared. With that, Yun conjured the divine alchemy cauldron. Although it had lost its core array, it was not of great importance. With Yun's present strength and the numerous supreme grade herbs he had, refining the hollow soul pills would be a sure thing. Yun took a deep breath as he looked solemnly at the herbs. He lit up the divine alchemy cauldron using the heretical godfire seed with one hand and threw a supplementary herb in. In the past, using the purple crystal, Yun could extract the medicinal essence in minutes. He had even thrown numerous herbs into a cauldron once, extracting them all together. However, Yun was especially meticulous this time. Not only did he extract each herb one at a time, he even took 30 minutes to extract every herb, ensuring that he could flawlessly extract the medicinal essence from them, without a shred of waste. After 4 hours of this, Yun finally began refining the main herb, the soul returning root. The soul returning root that the myriad immortal pavilion had found was of better quality, but the remaining half of Yun's soul returning root did not go to waste. Both of the soul returning roots were placed into the divine alchemy cauldron and refined together. This time, Yun spent 2 hours refining the soul returning root. Bit by bit, he painstakingly extracted each strand of essence like he was undergoing a complex surgery. As he maintained the heretical godfire seed, Yun found his mental energies taxed. However, he was long prepared for this moment. He consumed a soul-restoring relic that he had prepared ahead of time. The spiritual aqua that had taken form had also been moved into the alchemical lab, providing him with the purest spiritual energies. Finally, when all the medicinal essence was done extracting, Yun did not rush to the completion seals. Instead, he spent an entire day carefully baking the herbal liquid using the heretical godfire seed, cleansing it of all impurities. The liquid that was about the size of a fist shrunk, becoming crystalline and resplendent, with an emerald green luster. At this point, even if Yun ended the refinement process, just the herbal liquid would be a supreme grade liquid that could be used for restoring the soul. But Yun pressed on, and began forming his seals. Every seal was done conscientiously and meticulously. The hollow soul pills needed 108 seals. With the purple crystal's absolute control over energy, each seal was done perfectly. Finally, pill completion. At this moment, Yun had already consumed his second soul restoring relic. He planned to complete it in one go. Be it the opportunity or the heating required, he had to grasp it perfectly. Pang! The lid of the divine alchemy cauldron flew open as a green beam shot out. Yun grabbed at it as he held hot pills in his hands. When he spread out his palm, he saw a total of 9 hollow soul pills. Every hollow soul pill had beautiful pill engravings that were formed naturally from the worldly laws. The maximum number of hollow soul pills that could be refined in one cauldron was 9. Not a single pill was missing and each of them was perfect. It could be said that this was the most successful cauldron of pills that Yun had ever refined. Upon seeing this scene, Yun was delighted. He breathed out and wiped away the dense beads of sweat that had formed across his forehead. Finally, all his efforts had not been in vain. The supreme grade herbs that were aged and in high demand, together with the heretical godfire seed, soul restoring relics, and the spiritual aqua that had taken form had facilitated such an outcome.
hollow soul pills were extremely precious. They were, to date, the most precious pills Yi Yun had ever refined. With these 9 hollow soul pills in hand, he could finally treat Ling Xier. The remaining hollow soul pills were also very useful to Yi Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1206, Ling Xier Awakens. Chapter 1206, Ling Xier Awakens. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In the tiny underground world, there was a cozily decorated bedroom. The floor was covered with flowers that gathered around a soft bed. On that bed lay Ling Xier. Her tiny face was pale and her incorporeal body appeared weak. She had been in slumber for a very long time. Despite having consumed half the soul returning root, and had it nourishing her, her incorporeal body remained weak. It was as though just a tiny disturbance could scatter her into nothingness. The way she looked only left one feeling sympathetic for her. Yi Yun came to her side but did not take action. The heretical god fire seed in his body gradually spread out, turning into wisps of azure smoke before lingering about Ling Xier. After the long period of preparations, it was finally time to awaken Ling Xier. The heretical god fire seed lingered in the form of azure smoke and seemed to be awaiting her awakening. The wisps of smoke gently caressed Ling Xier as though they were trying to awaken her. Yi Yun opened a jade bottle, and immediately a medicinal aroma emanated the bedroom. Yi Yun poured out one of hollow soul pills and gently opened Ling Xier's mouth, letting the pill roll in. Ling Xier had an incorporeal body, so ordinary pills were ineffective on her. However, the moment the hollow soul pill entered her body, it immediately transformed into countless light dots that dispersed throughout her body, nourishing her ethereal form. Soon, Ling Xier's body suffused a thin halo. Her body turned somewhat translucent because of the halo, as though she were an ice sculpture. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yun did not hesitate further. He took out another hollow soul pill and fed it to Ling Xier. After the second pill, the halo surrounding Ling Xier's body turned richer. Her pale face finally took on a reddish glow after so long. With that, Yi Yun extended his hand and a small water blob flew out from the spiritual aqua. He placed the third hollow soul pill into Ling Xier's mouth and downed it with a mouthful of spiritual aqua. At this moment, Yi Yun felt that the soul force in Ling Xier's body was constantly surging forth like water from a spring. This amount of soul force was not much different from when Yi Yun first met Ling Xier. Yi Yun was delighted as he immediately fed her the fourth hollow soul pill. Not only could hollow soul pills awaken Ling Xier, they were also soul medicine that could invigorate her. They were very beneficial to Ling Xier's body, so Yi Yun was not stingy in using them. With that, in the hazy white light, Ling Xier's body slowly floated up. Following that, she gradually opened up her eyes, as though she was coming to after a long dream. She had finally awoken. She looked at Yi Yun, her eyes showing a look of loss. Looking around her, she found a pleasant scene. It stood in stark contrast to the fiery lands she remembered from before she lost consciousness. This is... Ling Xier was taken aback. She sensed her surroundings and found that the worldly array that once trapped her no longer existed. All the scorching heat, lava, and red molten liquid had vanished. This was an independent world that seemed to be a welcoming spring. It was cozy and beautiful. The enemies that had tortured her were no longer around. Beside her, there was only a smiling Yi Yun. Xier, you have finally awoken. Yi Yun sighed. His years of hard work were not in vain. Wasn't I already? Ling Xier remembered what had happened before she lost consciousness. She knew that she was like a candle in the wind and, in that state, it was only natural that her soul would weaken till she slowly died. However, she could sense the surging soul force running through her body. It was stronger than when she was in the sun burial sand sea. Brother Yi, did you save me? Ling Xier blinked and looked at him. She noticed the remaining hollow soul pills in Yi Yun's hand. A simple glance was enough for her to tell that these miraculous pills contained soul force. Yes, and from now on, you will not be trapped by that massive array. I have someone I intend to search for and, at the same time, I want to become stronger. Xier, you can accompany me if you are willing. Yi Yun held Ling Xier's hands. Although she had lived for such a long period of time, she did not seem like she could grow. She still looked like a prepubescent young girl. Her hand was much smaller than Yi Yun's, but after having consumed a few hollow soul pills her body was more corporeal. Her hands even had a hint of warmth. Although the heretical god fire seed had fused with Yi Yun, he did not want to force Ling Xier to follow him because of that. He would absolutely not stop her if she wanted to leave. Ling Xier had fallen into the prolonged slumber because she was trying to save him. Yes. Ling Xier nodded heavily and could not help but pounce into Yi Yun's embrace.
She hugged him and suddenly felt a sense of unprecedented safety. She had been on the verge of death, but now she was revived. Furthermore, she had finally departed the hellish sun-burial sand sea, abandoning the everlasting loneliness. It made Ling Xier feel like she was in a dream. She could finally see what the outside world was like. While Yi Yun began his seclusion, other events transpired a million miles away, on the original grounds of the Jadewave sect. Ever since the Jadewave sect moved, this place had become desolate. Especially, the world stone mine of the Jadewave sect, it had been sealed and destroyed. It looked no different from a ruin. However, there were many things that could not be sealed. At that moment, deep underground, in the cold ancient ruin, a figure appeared. It had appeared suddenly, and did not seem like it was part of the existing world. The figure was a red-haired man in black clothes. He looked extremely young. He studied the primordial ruin and the densely arranged tombs, finding thousands of holes. The tombs looked like they had been plowed. All the coffins were open and empty. What exactly happened? The red-haired man's voice resounded in the ruin independently. I sensed something happening to the demonic servants, but by the time I got here I was already too late. The red-haired man stretched his hand out as a cold and horrifying aura emanated out immediately, covering the entire region.
However, no matter how far his aura emanated, the red-haired man did not sense an inkling of the demonic servants' auras.
It was not yet time for these demonic servants to awaken, and even if some of them had awoken prematurely, they would be in the minority. It was impossible for them all to awaken so suddenly. To think that in this world, there is someone who can detect traces of the demonic servants and do such a thing. No matter who it is, this person has to die or plans will be ruined. Even if a typical warrior were to chance upon this ruin, there was no way they could discover the demonic servants. The cemetery had been sealed by a massive array, and besides, the demonic servants were hard to discover.
It looks like the plan has to be pushed forward.
The red-haired man muttered to himself and took a step forward.
Beneath his feet, strange distortions happen around space.
In one step, he had crossed vast distances, and soon, he left the primordial ruin.
And this whole scene was not witnessed by anyone. The original lands of the Jadewave sect remained silent and dead. It was as though it was a desolate land that no being had ever stepped into before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1207, Quasi-Sage Level. Chapter 1207, Quasi-Sage Level. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Time passed in an unfathomable fashion.
In the underground world where Yi Yun entered seclusion, the days and nights could be determined from the pure yang sun in the sky, but there was only one season. Thanks to the rich yuan qi, the vegetation here was evergreen. It was truly a paradise. Ling Xier felt that she could live happily for the rest of time in this pocket world, especially when she looked at the idyllic scenery and thought of how Yi Yun was with her.
The only imperfection was that she almost never saw Yi Yun take a break. Day after day, Yi Yun was constantly busy. For example, one time he had entered the alchemical lab and stayed in there for 2 years with the door closed. Ever since Ling Xier woke up, the heretical godfire seed experienced a qualitative change. It allowed Yi Yun to have even greater control over it.
Back when Yi Yun first obtained the heretical godfire seed, he could only control one whisk when refining pills. Later on, thanks to the precious herb that Dong Xiaoqing had brought him, Yi Yun had refined and consumed mental nourishing pills. With him gaining more skill in controlling the flame, he was able to barely control 2 wisps of the heretical godfire seed at once. And now, after Ling Xier woke up, the heretical godfire seed began possessing his spirit.
In addition, Ling Xier had immense trust and reliance on Yi Yun.
This was reflected in the heretical godfire seed, as the flame became completely intrinsic to Yi Yun. Now when Yi Yun used the heretical godfire seed, he felt as though he had possessed it for tens of millions of years. He could control 10 wisps of the flame while refining a pill without breaking a sweat. This made Yi Yun's alchemical skills and desolate heaven technique increase rapidly. Therefore, over the 2 years of seclusion, Yi Yun began attempting to refine the sage-level pills that were recorded in the Divine Alchemist's notes. Due to the great variety of pills and relics, in addition to the discovery of new pill formulas, there was no grading among lower-quality pills. However, for truly top-grade pills, there were unspoken grades. People who could refine sage-level pills and relics were considered alchemist sages. The reason for Skyfire Sacred Hands' pride was that the 9 Cauldron alchemical sect had previously produced 2 alchemist sages. It was one of them that had managed to obtain the extreme Frost Ice Flame Mother Flame. These 2 alchemist sages determined the legacy of the 9 Cauldron alchemical sect. Their work had also facilitated the exuberance of the 9 Cauldron alchemical sect. And now, with Yun obtaining large quantities of treasured herbs from the destruction of the myriad immortal pavilion, he had dozens of materials, all of them extremely precious. With these materials, the enhanced heretical godfire seed, and the purple crystal's help, Yun finally met the minimum requirement needed to attempt refining sage-level pills.
Unfortunately, he was still somewhat lacking.
All he could refine were quasi-sage-level pills. This difference of a single word left Yun extremely displeased. Despite having control over all sorts of favorable conditions, he could not overcome that tiny obstruction. In fact, even in the Candle Cauldron Divine territory, which was well known for its alchemy, quasi-sage alchemists were already extremely honorable. They were at the level of sect masters or grand elders of a major sect. Even Skyfire Sacred Hands himself was still far from a quasi-sage.
Phew! Inside the alchemical lab, Yun exhaled.
He felt the pinch when he looked at the destroyed dregs in the cauldron. Although he had tried his best to avoid using the most valuable herbs for refinement, he still found it a pity when some valuable supplementary herbs were destroyed.
Some of the supplementary herbs would make supremacies turn red with envy.
Only a person as wealthy as Yun could use herbs of that grade as fodder for an experiment.
This can't carry on. If I attempt anymore, I'll be wasting too many herbs. My cultivation has been delayed and I'm still too young. I lack the preparation, so it's just too difficult to become an alchemical sage immediately. With this thought in mind, he glanced at the floating divine alchemy cauldron. Suddenly, he had a thought. The divine alchemy cauldron was a supreme-grade cauldron. To a very large extent, it determined the success rate of pill refinement. Unfortunately, the divine alchemy cauldron was incomplete. Its quality had dropped drastically because of its missing core array.
If I can fix the divine alchemy cauldron, then perhaps I'll be able to refine sage-level pills. With this thought in mind, Yun felt somewhat tempted.
Everything would be completely different once he became an alchemist sage.
He could attempt to refine Celestial Yuan pills, True Dragon relics, Great Unity Luck pills, and other sage-level pills. Then, the day of him becoming a supremacy would not be far off. When that time came, powers like the myriad immortal pavilion would be nothing to him. There would be no need for him to borrow the strength of City Lord Qin and company.
He alone could easily obliterate any foe. Unfortunately, the divine alchemy cauldron's quality was too high.
In order to mend it, he needed a refinement master and an ancient mystic array.
This was easier said than done.
Another year passed, and the day arrived when Yun finally came out of seclusion. Ling Sierra missed him terribly after not seeing him for so long.
Brother E, why did you enter seclusion for so long? What did you do? Ling Sierra was somewhat clingy to Yun.
She had already run over to him and warmly held his arms. Yun smiled as he ruffled Ling Sierra's tiny head. He did not say anything, but instead took out a number of bottles. All the top treasured herbs that were swept away from the myriad immortal pavilion had now been transformed into pills by Yun. Among them were nearly 100 pills at the quasi-sage grade. As for pills that were slightly lower in grade, there were more than 1,000 of them. Although Yun still lacked the ability to refine sage-grade pills, it did not stop him from using them. Without saving anything, he refined all of them. Although it was a little wasteful of the medicinal essence, it was still an acceptable trade-off. After all, treasured herbs were meant to be used. If he ran out in the future, he could always search for them again.
However, if his time and potential were wasted, they could never be gotten back.
Now, Yun was trying to increase his strength at all costs.
So many pills? Ling Sierra said in astonishment. Yes.
Unfortunately, my alchemical skills are lacking.
I wasn't able to refine the best, but I can make do with these. If other sects heard Yun's nonchalant reply, they would probably cry.
Such a batch of pills was worth more than the combined pill rooms of several large factions. Even if they had the same treasured herbs as Yun, they would still need to plead with other refinement sects to refine the herbs for them. Even then, if they managed to hire someone to do so, the result would be at Skyfire Sacred Hands' level.
The quality of the refined pills would be far inferior to Yun's.
Yun chose about a dozen soul-nurturing pills from his stash, including the remaining hollow soul pills, and handed them to Ling Sierra.
Sierra, it's time you began cultivating. Cultivating?
Ling Sierra was a little lost when she heard that term. Ever since she came into being, over her hundreds of millions of years of existence, she had never cultivated.
Yes. The more you cultivate, the stronger your soul will be.
Your incorporeal body will also become harder to damage. Furthermore, the spirituality of your true form, the heretical god fire seed, will also become stronger. It will be easier for me to control it, allowing me to attempt even higher grade pills. Ling Sierra was taken aback momentarily when she heard Yun's words.
My cultivation will help, Brother E?
Yes. Sierra, after you woke up, my ability to control the heretical god fire seed had increased several fold.
Alright, I'll cultivate then.
Ling Sierra nodded heavily. Her raven black eyes seemed to sparkle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1208, 10,000 Fey Divine Canon. Chapter 1208, 10,000 Fey Divine Canon. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
After Ling Sierra began her cultivation, Ian entered another cultivation chamber. The cultivation chamber was Spartan. There was only a stone bed situated in the middle of a patch of spirit grass. Ian sat on the stone bed and spent a few days attuning himself, before finally coming out from the state of refining pills. When his mind was completely calm, and it felt as though he was the only person left in the world, Ian stretched his hand out and wiped across his interspatial ring, taking out a shiny piece of paper.
It was the remnant page of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon.
This was given to him by his master, Felicitas Rain Lord, before they separated. Felicitas Rain Lord had once said that trying to learn the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon would be more harmful than beneficial if one lacked the strength.
Now Iyun was at the first floor Dao Palace realm, and was capable of escaping unscathed from supremacies.
He had the Azurewood Divine Tree and heretical Godfire seed inside him, so he could now safely attempt it. The stronger the cultivation technique, the faster it would be to cultivate.
It would become immensely powerful after mastering it. The same attack would have a completely different effect if it was powered by a different cultivation technique.
The 10,000 Fey Divine Canon was a supreme-grade cultivation technique of the 12 Empyrean heavens.
Countless people would go mad to grasp even a single remnant page of it. A bloody storm would be the only result. Ian placed the remnant page in his palm and gently moved it up.
Immediately, the remnant page flew up and floated in midair. Following that, it emitted a dazzling golden light, bathing the tiny cultivation chamber with the golden light. At the same time, formulations began surging into Ian's mind. The remnant page of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon is most suitable for the Fey, but I have a heaven-devouring WYRM bloodline. In addition, I have the three-legged golden crow and 9 neonate as my totems.
I can cultivate this cultivation technique. Ian closed his eyes before suddenly opening them again.
In his eyes, there was a resplendent starry sky, but it also seemed like a sun was rising. Large amounts of yuan chi surged towards Ian.
Slowly, golden runes began to appear on Ian's body. On careful inspection, these golden runes were nomological lines.
The laws swirled around Ian and appeared on his skin, as though they were fusing into his flesh and blood.
Countless golden runes gradually filled the entire cultivation chamber.
As they circled Ian in a profound manner, they emitted terrifying nomological fluctuations. And in the middle of all these laws, Ian sat on the stone bed with his top completely destroyed.
Throughout his body, on his warm as jade skin, there were nomological lines everywhere.
They seemed to be another layer of golden skin that was extremely glaring.
Nomological runes flashed across Ian's eyes in an indescribable manner.
While Ian was enveloped by the fascinating nomological runes, time flowed away like rapids. Unknowingly, the golden crow and the 9 neonate totems appeared.
Even the Azurewood Divine Tree's phantom image appeared behind Ian's body.
The golden crow and 9 neonates circled the Azurewood Divine Tree in flight as they cried out with voices that could reach the highest heavens.
The phantom image of the Tang Valley with Fusang emerged behind the Azurewood Divine Tree as well.
A brand new world seemed to appear behind Ian, and he was the absolute hegemon of all order in this world. He held the natural laws in his hands. In his cultivation that had no inkling of time, Ian seemed to enter a mystical space. He had never experienced such phenomena when cultivating any other cultivation technique.
The nomological runes imprinted themselves into his skin, flesh, and blood.
All of these were clearly reflected in Ian's perception.
It felt more astonishing than being reborn into a new body. Ian immersed himself in cultivation, completely forgetting the external world.
The underground world was extremely safe. Ling Sierra was also cultivating, so there was nothing that needed his attention.
Myriad City.
After the tumultuous changes of a few years back, Myriad City had changed completely. The only thing that didn't change was that it remained the central trading area of the Myriad Divine Territory.
It was still flourishing immensely. Warriors constantly streamed in from the various areas of the Myriad Divine Territory or even other divine territories. The moment they came out of the teleportation arrays, they would eagerly enter Myriad City.
I heard of a Yun Xin loft in Myriad City that is extremely famous for the pills it sells. I'm here this time to buy some medicine.
I'm not here to buy medicine.
I'm only interested in taking a look to broaden my horizons.
I heard that the true owner of Yun Xin Loft is Yi Yun. He was the one who led the destruction of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. I know that too. That young Master Yi is truly a legend. Yi Yun.
Behind this group of people, a man wearing a hood came to a sudden halt when he heard Yi Yun's name. He looked at the distant Myriad City's skyline and his eyes flashed with killing intent.
The hooded man did not enter Myriad City and instead appeared on a mountain not far away.
After ensuring that there was no one around, he removed his hood. If Yi Yun was here, he would have immediately recognized this person to be Skyfire Sacred Hands. Back at the Grand Alchemical Medical Meet, Skyfire Sacred Hands had escaped, but, after returning to his sect, he had been punished for losing the Soaring Serpent Skyfire and the loss of the Extreme Frost Ice Flame Child Flame of another disciple. Even worse, he lost to a junior that had cultivated for less than a century in alchemy. Yi Yun had caused him to suffer immense ridicule. He felt that his confidence had been completely shattered by Yi Yun. With his Skyfire snatched away, his strength and alchemical skills had dropped drastically. As long as Yi Yun still drew breath, he could not eradicate the mental demons that plagued him. Yi Yun himself was only at the Dao Palace realm. Skyfire Sacred Hands had prepared a particular item to deal with Yi Yun. He was confident that even if he unexpectedly failed to kill Yi Yun, he would be able to snatch away Yi Yun's flame. Yi Yun's special flame left him with a sense of yearning. However, when Skyfire Sacred Hands rushed back to Myriad City, Yi Yun had already entered seclusion. He had spent several years searching for him, but failed.
Although Yi Yun's whereabouts were unknown, Skyfire Sacred Hands remained very patient. He believed that he would be able to wait until the day Yi Yun appeared. Yi Yun, you only managed to drive the evil spirits away and cure the plague because of that special flame. When I rob you of your flame, you will have nothing and I will further my journey towards becoming an alchemical sage. Skyfire Sacred Hands muttered to himself with a heavy and sinister expression. The humiliation he had suffered felt like it was about to erupt and explode. He needed to vent it. Yi Yun had become a legendary figure of Myriad City and everyone extolled him. As for him, he had become like a despised tramp. But at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. A very intense sense of hatred. Why don't you tell me in detail? Skyfire Sacred Hands' body stiffened. Who had managed to silently appear behind him without his detection? Skyfire Sacred Hands' figure immediately flew far away before turning around. He realized that there was a red-haired man standing in front of him only a few steps away. The red-haired man looked at him apathetically. I've been watching you for a long while. I have heard the name Yi Yun several times over the past few years. You seem to have a grudge against him? It's best you do not act foolishly. Although I have yet to recover to my peak state, you can still be easily defeated. Who are you? Skyfire Sacred Hands was overwhelmed by alarm. The person spoke strangely and his actions effused oddness.
In front of the red-haired man, Skyfire Sacred Hands felt his soul repressed. The man had followed him for several days without him noticing.
I will not repeat my question again. Tell me about Yi Yun.
The red-haired man spoke again.
Skyfire Sacred Hands had a feeling that if he did not answer him, the red-haired man would immediately attack.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1209, Crisis. Chapter 1209, Crisis. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Against the red-haired man, Skyfire Sacred Hands felt his vibrancy clamming up. There was no room for resistance. He was a proud man, but against the red-haired man he could only succumb. The pressure exuded by this man was just too great. He told the red-haired man everything he knew. Oh? He's able to easily remove the plague with a Dao Palace realm cultivation level? Yes, I was unable to do a thing to the evil spirits. The way he easily removed them is inexplicable. Skyfire Sacred Hands did not dare to even breathe more than was necessary.
The red-haired man stroked his chin and pondered.
How could a Dao Palace realm warrior eliminate the demonic servants without harming the possessed? Yi Yun appeared to have some secrets. What are you hiding from me?
The red-haired man's voice suddenly changed. At the same time, Skyfire Sacred Hands felt all the blood circulating through his body freeze.
He found it difficult to breathe. No, nothing.
Skyfire Sacred Hands said those words with great difficulty, but then he suddenly felt his dantian rapidly freezing. If this continued on, he would be maimed of his cultivation.
It's a flame. He has a type of strange flame. He must have used the flame to burn the evil spirits.
Skyfire Sacred Hands struggled with all his might to say those words. Finally, he was released by the red-haired man.
As he held his neck, Skyfire's sacred hands took in deep gasps. He was nearly crippled of his cultivation just a moment ago. Fire? The red-haired man fell into deep thought. He did not know of any flame that could easily burn the demonic servants without harming the Dantian of the possessed. All of this could be ascertained, but only when Iyun was captured. He glanced at Skyfire's sacred hands and said, "You are of no use to me anymore. I'll give you two choices. Dedicate your life soul to me, or you die." Upon hearing the red-haired man's words, Skyfire's sacred hands' face turned pale. He knew that there was no way he could escape today's calamity. As a genius alchemist of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect, he had his own pride, so how could he easily give up his life soul? Do not think that you will be at a loss by succumbing. In several more years, the 12 Empyrean heavens will cease to exist, and it will instead be ruled by my race. My race's power is not something you can imagine. If I weren't so lacking in manpower, I wouldn't bother to give you a chance. I do not want to continue with this nonsense. I'm giving you 30 seconds to consider. If you succumb, you will obtain greater strength, allowing you to kill your enemy. Otherwise, you will die now. The red-haired man said indifferently, causing the corners of Skyfire's sacred hands' mouth to twitch. The 12 Empyrean heavens would no longer exist? What a joke! He looked up at the red-haired man. Although this man currently had him seized by terror, Skyfire's sacred hands sensed that he was only at the supremacy level. There were still divine lords above him, and even mightier existences beyond that. The person in front of him was definitely not capable of wiping out the 12 Empyrean heavens. From what he gathered from the red-haired man's words, the race he belonged to had even more powerful existences. They had been lurking around somewhere without anyone knowing. Where did they come from? Could it be the sinkhole? For some unknown reason, Skyfire's sacred hands suddenly thought of the evil spirits Iyun destroyed. The sudden appearance of the evil spirits, the ancient ruins, as well as the red-haired man's inquiry about the evil spirits, caused him to make several connections. Those evil spirits were reared by your race? Skyfire's sacred hands suddenly realized the possibility and asked. You are rather smart. Indeed, the demonic servants are members of our race. However, it doesn't matter if they are destroyed. Although I'm somewhat interested in the Iyun you mentioned, I am not worried by him. Our might cannot be obstructed. He is only a special ant to our race. As the red-haired man spoke, he extended his hand. His fingers spewed black gas, as though he was about to suck away Skyfire's sacred hands' soul. Skyfire's sacred hands no longer had a choice. His intuition told him that many of the things the red-haired man said were true. If that was the case, then pledging allegiance to the red-haired man was indeed an opportunity for him to become stronger. Furthermore, with his soaring serpents Skyfire robbed, him suffering a drop in status in the sect, and the mental demons that still plagued him, he had no future as he was now. I succumb. Skyfire's sacred hands said the words heavily. Each word took all his strength. The days and seasons passed by quickly. 20 years had passed since Iyun first began his seclusion. The entrance to Iyun's seclusion cavern had been covered in layers of sand. Vegetation grew on top of it, and, even if the concealment array had been removed, nothing seemed amiss. 20 years was like a snap of a finger to most warriors. However, it was extremely long for Iyun. Before this, Iyun had only been in a one-time seclusion for 18 years in the primordial Empyrean heavens trials. Iyun left the Tian Yuan world in his 30s and spent 20 years with the Luo clan upon arriving in the 12 Empyrean heavens. Later on, he became a disciple of Felicitas Rainlord and spent 4 years manifesting his Tao before heading to the Azurewood Great World, witnessing the battles between the Divine Lord and the Bronze Giant. By the time he came to the Sun Burial Sansi in the Yanggod Empyrean Heaven, Iyun was about 60. After experiencing growth in the Central State Divine Territory and the Myriad Divine Territory, Iyun entered seclusion once again, and his cultivation was nearing 100 years. During the 20 years of seclusion, Iyun expended most of the quasi-sage pills and relics he had. The expenditure rate was terrifying. Even a large sect like the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect would keep quasi-sage level pills as the best pills in their treasury. They would have a scant few sage level pills, and those would be considered a cornerstone item of the sect, guarded by the sect master or grand elders. Under such circumstances, a core disciple of the Nine Cauldron alchemical sect enjoying a few quasi-sage level pills or relics by 100 years would be impressive. However, Iyun had eaten about 80 pills within 20 years. Now, there were large amounts of medicinal essence within Iyun's body that had not been refined. However, he did not mind. He ate another quasi-sage Tao Palace manifestation pill and began refining it. Such a consumption rate would be seen as destroying heaven's treasures to the disciples of other factions. If they obtained a quasi-sage level pill,
they might enter seclusion for a decade or two to absorb it clean, without wasting one bit.
Even if they did want to eat more, they might not even be able to completely digest them. However, Yi Yun had the Azurewood divine tree in him that needed to grow. The speed at which he expended pills was not something other geniuses could compare to. Now, Yi Yun's Azurewood divine tree had grown to more than 200 feet. The Azurewood divine tree had already fused with the 9 treasured Dao Palace, so the two grew together. Every 100 feet the Azurewood divine tree grew, Yi Yun's Dao Palace would increase another floor, which also meant him breaking through a subrealm of the Dao Palace. Now, Yi Yun was already at the 3rd floor Dao Palace and was taking his first steps towards the 4th floor. However, Yi Yun did not know that during his seclusion, the myriad divine territory and even the entire Yang God Empyrean heaven was facing a massive crisis. 3 years ago, City Lord Qin had begun sending out many people to secretly search for Yi Yun. However, no one knew where Yi Yun had secluded himself. The myriad divine territory was huge, so searching for one person was like finding a needle in a haystack. There was no way to even begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1210, Uninvited Guest. Chapter 1210, Uninvited Guest. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Myriad City, Yun Xin Loft. During Yi Yun's 20-plus years of seclusion, Yun Xin Loft gradually grew until it became the biggest medicinal clinic in Myriad City. Most of the growth was obviously thanks to the Paradise chapter, the Guiyuan family, and City Lord Qin's guidance, but it was also partially thanks to Dong Xiaowan's aptitude towards management. Yi Yun had left Yun Xin Loft to the two girls, Nangong Ruer and Dong Xiaowan. Ruer was indifferent to fame or profit and wasn't great at management, but Dong Xiaowan was rather talented in this aspect. Over the years, Yun Xin Loft had even opened up 2 branch stores, one selling weapons and another talisman charms. Without a Yun Xin Loft was naturally lacking in amazing pills and medicine. But in the sale of ordinary pills, they were able to ensure quality for a reasonable price. They also had a very good reputation among customers. This was especially true a number of years ago, when many major factions in Myriad City had jointly organized a treasure appraisal meet in which the Yun Xin Loft dazzled and played a huge role. As a result, the 2 female bosses of Yun Xin Loft, Dong Xiaowan and Ruer, became highly respected. At this moment, on the 2nd floor of Yun Xin Loft, there was a middle-aged man who wore a hat. He was guarding a door. His name was Li Zhong, a 6th-floor Dao Palace realm expert. Although Dao Palace realm experts were numerous in Myriad City, high-floor Dao Palace realm experts were relatively uncommon. After all, upon becoming a supremacy, one could become an elder of a major faction. However, Li Zhong was only head of the guardians in Yun Xin Loft. It was a good job, the pay was good and it gave some status. Li Zhong owed Dong Xiaowan for the position. In his youth, he had been Dong Xiaoqing's personal guard and had watched her grow up. Now, Yun Xin Loft was about to close for the day. The noisy hall on the 1st floor also finally fell silent. Li Zhong was standing guard outside a suite. For a head guardian to guard a door naturally meant that the guest inside was extraordinary. Li Zhong already knew that Paradise Chapter's Fairy Yuqin had come. She was discussing various matters with Dong Xiaowan. There was no need to elaborate on Dong Xiaowan's status in Yun Xin Loft. Everyone treated her with respect. As for Fairy Yuqin, she was designated as the successor of the Paradise Chapter. Now, Fairy Yuqin enjoyed an extremely high status which could only be matched by Fairy Wuxia. Xiaowan, I heard that a plague similar to the one that happened 2 decades ago has broken out in the neighboring North Mystic Divine Territory. Many geniuses are unable to cultivate and many of their lives are at stake. Fairy Yuqin looked like she had many worries on her mind. She was in no mood to drink the excellent 5-colored ice heart tea despite holding a cup of it in her hand. Isn't that news from a year or 2 ago? Why are you mentioning it again now? Dong Xiaowan looked up and asked. It is old news, but recently there is talk that the evil spirits within the possessed geniuses have finally matured. Those geniuses have died and turned into sinister beings. Not only has their strength increased several-fold, they also became cold-blooded and ruthless. They are no different from monsters. Fairy Yuqin's words chilled Dong Xiaowan's heart. The thought of a genius being a vessel for the breeding of an evil spirit before turning into a monster sounded terrifying and sinister. It sent a chill down her back. Will this plague break out again in our myriad divine territory? Dong Xiaowan asked with a frown. The North Mystic Divine Territory was also a large divine territory and had forces no weaker than the myriad divine territory. However, against the strange plague, all the mighty figures of the North Mystic Divine Territory were helpless. I heard that people from the North Mystic Divine Territory have already learned of young Master Yi's capabilities from our side.
they are now in search of him. Furthermore, the City Lord has clearly become more nervous in the recent days.
City Lord Qin has also been secretly searching for young Master Yi but to no avail.
When Fairy Yuqin said that, Dong Xiaowan shook her head gently.
Miss Yuqin, I know your intentions.
I mentioned before that if young master were to pass me even the slightest bit of information, I will inform you immediately.
However, he is in seclusion and it will be a very long one.
He said as much before he left.
When he comes out of seclusion he will easily cure the plague, even if it is spread to us.
Ever since the Grand Alchemical Medical Meet of 2 decades ago, Yi Yun's prestige was rooted deep in the hearts of many, Dong Xiaowan included.
She was absolutely confident when it came to Yi Yun.
However, Fairy Yuqin shook her head when she heard Dong Xiaowan. Her instinct told her that the plague wasn't that simple.
It seemed like a dark cloud was gradually shrouding the entire myriad divine territory.
Let's hope young Master Yi will come out of seclusion as soon as possible and rid us of the plague. Just as Fairy Yuqin was mentioning her wish, she heard an explosive sound.
Following that, there were crunching sounds.
Fairy Yuqin was alarmed as she stood up from her seat, scanning the region outside with her perception. When she sensed it, her expression immediately changed. Outside Yun Xian loft, there was a hooded man floating like a night owl in midair.
Beneath his feet was a shattered plaque.
The Yun Xian loft plaque that had been hanging for 2 decades had been smashed by this hooded figure.
Who is it?
Dong Xiaowan was enraged.
All these years, not one person dared to make trouble in Yun Xian loft.
Yet now, someone had directly destroyed Yun Xian loft's plaque.
Who doesn't want to live any further?
At that moment, the guardian Li Zhong had charged out.
He brought with him a group of Yun Xian loft guardians.
Their jobs were typically rather relaxed and today was the first day they were encountering trouble. However, just as they came into contact with the hovering man, they felt like they had struck an invisible wall of air. Their bodies not only tightened, but they were also rapidly repelled.
Bam! Bam! Bam!
The guardians were thrown back into Yun Xian loft like cannons, crashing through many walls and shelves.
Some even shot through the entirety of Yun Xian loft and came out the other side.
Their bodies were covered in blood.
Uncle Li!
Dong Xiaowan rushed to Li Zhong's side in a few steps. When she extended her hand out to test for Li Zhong's pulse, her expression turned ugly.
That one strike was enough to break nearly all of Li Zhong's bones.
Even his meridians had been mostly maimed. Although Li Zhong still had breath in him, he had suffered injuries that were equivalent to maiming half his cultivation level. In the future, his strength would only drop and would never increase.
Perhaps he might not have a few hundred years to live. Miss, quick leave. Inform City Lord. City Lord Qin.
Li Zhong said those words with great difficulty as blood constantly spewed out of his mouth. He knew that he was nearly crippled, but at that moment his focus was on Dong Xiaowan.
In the Jade Wave sect, Dong Xiaowan was the heir apparent. At this moment, Fairy Yuqin had also appeared beside Dong Xiaowan.
She had immediately sent a voice transmission to the upper echelons of Paradise Chapter. However, she was acutely aware that the black-cloaked man, with his strength, could absolutely cause irreparable damage before the upper echelons of the Paradise Chapter reached them. Fairy Yuqin did not know if she could withstand him.
Where's Yi Yun? Tell me where he is. The hovering figure issued an extremely jarring voice.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1211, The Power of the Evil Spirits. Chapter 1211, The Power of the Evil Spirits. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Faced with the man's interrogation, no one spoke a word. There were many people gathered in the vicinity of Yun Xian loft, watching the sudden turn of events.
Ruer was in the backyard and rushed out when she heard the commotion. However, she was held back by Dong Xiaowan.
Ruer, go back. Don't come out. In terms of strength, Ruer was the weakest. So it's the two of you. I know you. You are Dong Xiaowan, the principal herb. You are in charge of the management of Yi Yun's store. And you must be Fairy Yuqin. You are also involved in the destruction of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion.
The cloaked man's voice was harsh on the ears.
He clearly knew a lot about Yi Yun.
At that moment, Fairy Yuqin's gaze penetrated the shadows of the man's hood and saw half his face.
It was an extremely pale face that suffused blood specks.
The blood looked like it had oozed out beneath the man's skin, giving him a gruesome and horrifying appearance.
Fairy Yuqin's heart tightened. The face looked somewhat familiar. You are Skyfire Sacred Hands.
Although he had changed drastically, the contours of his facial features had not changed much.
He was undoubtedly Skyfire's sacred hands.
Upon hearing Fairy Yochin's words, the man guffawed.
To think someone still remembers me. Ha ha ha. It feels great being remembered. You are right. It's me. The man removed the hood and his pale, blood-speckled face left people tingling.
Was he really Skyfire's sacred hands? There were many people present that had witnessed the grand alchemical cum medical meet 2 decades ago.
Back then, Skyfire's sacred hands looked high-spirited.
Many of the major factions of Myriad City had to treat him with absolute respect. Later on, Skyfire's sacred hands had faced failure in the form of Yun and was robbed of his Skyfire. However, his status remained lofty and unreachable to ordinary people. Who could have imagined that he would have transformed into such a state after 2 decades? You, cultivated in some heretic technique? Or? Fairy Yuchin could tell that not only had his aura and appearance changed after 2 decades, Skyfire's sacred hands' strength had also greatly increased. To increase his strength in such a short period of time to such a state was definitely not something accomplishable through orthodox means. Although Iyun did rob you of your soaring serpent Skyfire, you did not lose everything. To seek revenge on Iyun, you turned yourself into this thing that's neither man nor ghost.
Was it worth it?
Fairy Yuchin questioned him with a forceful tone.
She could even sense a cadaveric aura from within Skyfire's sacred hands' body. Skyfire's sacred hands immediately laughed out loudly. Iyun! What a joke! Is he worth my actions?
The only thing of worth is unlimited power.
I am glad I made this choice years ago.
Now that I have finished my seclusion after nearly 2 decades, my lifespan has been extended by 10 times and my strength has increased exponentially. All of this is beyond what you ants can imagine.
I only want to kill Iyun to rid myself of mental demons. That is all. By the way, the Myriad Divine Territory will be mine. From the moment I came out of seclusion, your destruction was already destined. As Skyfire's sacred hands spoke, he glanced at Yun Xian Loft and a sinister smile suffused his lips. This store is such an eyesore. I'll start by demolishing it. As Skyfire's sacred hands spoke, he swiped his hand, causing Yun Xian Loft to vibrate vigorously. It looked as though it was about to collapse. You! Dong Xiaowan turned anxious.
This was a medicinal clinic that Yun had left her to manage. She had put 20 years of time and effort into making it flourish. It had now become the biggest medicinal clinic of Myriad City. Although Dong Xiaowan did not mention it, deep in her heart, she always remembered what Yun said before leaving. She knew that Yun would return to take a look and yearned for that day to come. She wanted to show him a completely different Yun Xian Loft when he returned. Despite knowing that Yun was not overly concerned with this estate of his, she wanted to do her job well, satisfying him. But now, her 20 years of hard work was about to be destroyed by a casual strike from Skyfire's sacred hands. Boom! Yun Xian Loft began collapsing as large pillars began falling, smashing into the shelves. Pill bottles crashed to the ground, shattering upon impact. Upon seeing this scene, Dong Xiaowan felt her heart bleeding. She knew she could not stop any of this. She looked furiously at Skyfire's sacred hands with a stare that seemed to penetrate him. Lass! I sense immense killing intent from your eyes. Against my strength, you, a mere Dao manifestation warrior, can actually produce killing intent. Good, very good. Skyfire's sacred hands grinned hideously when he said that. Since you are Yun's subordinate and Yun can remove the plague, I'll plant a new demonic servant in your body. Let's see if Yun can remove it or not. As Skyfire's sacred hands spoke, he struck Dong Xiaowan with his palm. The strike seemed to shroud the entire world. Instantly, dark clouds shrouded the sun as demonic aura surged. People could see an evil spirit howling from Skyfire's sacred hands' palm. It looked like a human face that was squirming in pain as though it wanted to devour everything. Boom! 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 When the demonic wind passed through her body, the Yun Xian Loft behind her exploded completely, blasting apart into endless rubble. People that were close to it were injured by the flying shrapnel. They collapsed to the ground amid cries. Dong Xiaowan was in the middle of all of this. She received the full brunt of the howling evil spirit. She stood still, not because she didn't want to dodge but because she knew it was impossible for her to do so. Phew! The evil spirit entered her body as she grunted painfully. Her body retreated rapidly as the color in her face drained. An evil spirit had entered her body before, so she was very familiar with the feeling. However, the evil spirit in her body now was more than 100 times more powerful than before. Evil spirit. You can control the evil spirits. As a disciple of the 9 Cauldron alchemical sect, You are actually willing to degenerate yourself, selling your souls to the evil spirits.
Fairy Yuqin shouted.
She had sensed a familiar aura from Skyfire Sacred Hands' body, and now she realized it was the power of the evil spirits.
Sold my soul to the demonic servants? What a joke! Skyfire Sacred Hands looked at Fairy Yuqin. You are very interesting. In your dantian, it seems like there are remnants of a demonic servant. Why? Was Yi unable to completely remove the demonic servant in your dantian, or did he deliberately leave some of the demonic servant's strength behind, allowing you to raise your strength by refining it? Well done, very well done.
Since you have such spirit to use the demonic servant as a grinding stone for your strength, let me give you a pleasant surprise. As Skyfire Sacred Hands spoke, he struck down at Fairy Yuqin with his palm.
The strike contained the same terrifying demonic powers as before. It sealed the void and, even with Fairy Yuqin's strength, she was unable to dodge it. Fairy Yuqin grunted painfully as she took several steps back. Her brows furrowed as she felt a grinding pain in her dantian that was absolutely unbearable. Skyfire Sacred Hands had implanted an evil spirit in her that was a lot more powerful than the one she previously had. It was completely incomparable to the one from 2 decades ago. Enjoy the feeling of being devoured by the demonic servants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:12, Having No Qualms. Chapter 12:12, Having No Qualms. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
The demonic servants that Skyfire Sacred Hands planted were intrinsic demonic servants he had painstakingly nurtured. Once these demonic servants entered the body, even Fairy Yuqin, who had experience refining the demonic servants, would be unable to withstand it.
They were like sitting ducks. Since Yi Yun is hiding, I'll plant these demonic servants in you. I wonder if he will stand back and watch all of you die.
Just as Skyfire Sacred Hands said that, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed a few mighty powers rushing towards him from 3 directions.
They were the experts of Myriad City. Skyfire Sacred Hands sneered and did not panic.
He stood firm in midair and waited for them to arrive. Within moments, an azure-clothed middle-aged man had appeared in front of Skyfire Sacred Hands like a wisp of azure-colored smoke. Upon seeing this person, Skyfire Sacred Hands suffused a smile.
City Lord Qin, how have you been? Skyfire Sacred Hands had met City Lord Qin 2 decades ago.
Back then, he was naturally greatly lacking when compared to City Lord Qin.
Today, however, he was composed and relaxed.
At his present cultivation level, he could clearly see City Lord Qin's realm. He was, in fact, only considered to be at the quasi-divine lord level.
He was still slightly short of the divine lord level, much less having obtained the divine lord royal seal. Following closely behind City Lord Qin were Paradise Chapter's Perfected Qianhua and the Guiyuan family's Guiyuan Padian.
Perfected Qianhua had been in seclusion, but when she received word that her disciple was in trouble, she stopped her seclusion immediately.
Shi Nur. Perfected Qianhua's face turned as cold as frost when she saw Fairy Yuqin's pale expression. It's you! Skyfire Sacred Hands looked at Perfected Qianhua indifferently. Perfected Qianhua, is it? 20 years ago, you could lord over my life and death, forcing me to flee. 20 years later, here we are, meeting in myriad divine territory again. Release Qiner or you will lead a life worse than death. Ha ha ha. Skyfire Sacred Hands laughed out loud.
His body gradually turned ethereal and became a blurry black shadow. He looked somewhat similar to the demonic servant's true form.
Life worse than death? You can try it. The demonic servants planted in them are intrinsic to me. If I were to die, things won't look good for them. Ha 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 ha. These two are only a warning. Every day that Yi Yun does not appear, more people will be implanted with evil spirits. Eventually, the entirety of Myriad City will cease to exist. Amid jarring laughter, Skyfire Sacred Hands' black figure instantly shot into the sky and disappeared in a blink of an eye. As for Perfected Qianhua, City Lord Qin, and the others, their expressions were frozen in an extremely ugly way. They were alarmed by Skyfire Sacred Hands' appearance. He was able to transform into such a form? This Skyfire Sacred Hands has almost become an evil spirit. He can be anywhere and possesses tremendous speed. Even if we had taken action, it is unlikely we would have been able to retain him. City Lord Qin said with a frown. Now that Skyfire Sacred Hands possessed such power, he had no qualms about doing anything. As for them, they moved too carefully, afraid of causing collateral damage. Skyfire Sacred Hands had come to Myriad City to embark on an arrogant rampage, but all they could do was watch helplessly as he fled. Shi Nur. Perfected Qianhua rushed to Fairy Yuqin's side.
she enveloped her with yuan qi and probed her dantian. The glint in perfected Qianhua's eyes darkened the moment she probed. She revealed a pained expression.
Shiner, don't worry. I will not watch idly as you get devoured by the evil spirit.
Perfected Qianhua infused a bout of yuan qi into Fairy Youqin's body, but it was like a rock sinking to the bottom of an ocean.
Fairy Youqin's expression was pale. She shook her head and said, Skyfire Sacred Hands' return is most likely connected to the plague in North Mystic Divine Territory. I thought that there was someone pulling the strings behind his back. This time, he attacked me and Miss Xiaowan in order to force Yi Yun out. Yi Yun was the only one that could treat the plague the other time.
Fairy Youqin knew that Skyfire Sacred Hands' aim was not only revenge, but also to wipe out the only person that could deal with the evil spirits.
Under such circumstances, how could she implicate Yi Yun for her own sake?
Dong Xiaowan felt the same, but much stronger. She had feelings for Yi Yun and would rather die than put Yi Yun in any danger. Just as Fairy Youqin went to say something, the remaining color drained from her face and her body turned limp. With a stumble, she fainted.
Shiner.
Perfected Qianhua hurriedly caught Fairy Youqin in her arms. At the same time, Dong Xiaowan had collapsed too. She was being held up by Ruer.
This. Perfected Qianhua looked anxious. The possession in the past would not result in unconsciousness so quickly. The evil spirits planted by Skyfire Sacred Hands are too overbearing. Dong Xiaowan won't be able to withstand it. As for the evil spirit in Youqin's body, it's even stronger.
Furthermore, she already had an evil spirit inside her, so the two stimulated each other, making it difficult for her to endure their combined effects.
City Lord Qin said after an immediate probe.
The two women had fainted. Yun Xian Loft was now a ruin and Ruer was carrying Dong Xiaowan, nearly bursting into tears.
What were they to do? Were they going to watch Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Youqin die? Ruer had followed Yi Yun for quite a period of time. She believed that this was absolutely not something Yi Yun would want to see. However, how were they to find Yi Yun?
But at this moment, City Lord Qin's expression changed.
He turned his head abruptly and looked in the direction City Lord Manor.
There were dark clouds above City Lord Manor as though a fiendish god had appeared.
No good. City Lord Qin's expression changed.
Ignoring Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Youqin, he transformed into a beam of light and flew for City Lord Manor.
Perfected Qianhua clenched her teeth and followed closely behind.
The dark clouds were made of dense demonic gases, and were clearly the work of Skyfire Sacred Hands.
He had not left but instead made a feint before appearing at City Lord Manor.
City Lord Manor, which had tight security, appeared uninhabited in front of Skyfire Sacred Hands.
He wantonly laughed in an ear-piercing manner. Father! Father! Save me! A painful cry sounded. Following that was Skyfire Sacred Hands' maniacal voice. Qin Zhengyang, is this your son? This trash that even a demonic servant couldn't be bothered to possess.
Qin Zhengyang rushed there just in time.
From afar, he saw the dense demonic gases transform into a thick and large demonic arm.
It grabbed at a youth who was none other than his youngest son, Qin Wufeng. In the past, Qin Wufeng had gone to Myriad Immortal Palace to gallivant and was tricked into a fighting gamble by Si Yuxing. He bet his arms and nearly had them amputated. If not for Yi Yun's compromise, Qin Wufeng would have been maimed. From that moment onwards, Qin Wufeng was grounded by Qin Zhenyang for a very long time and forced to reflect on his faults.
However, Qin Wufeng remained prodigal.
His cultivation level improved slowly as all he focused on was pleasure in women. Whenever he had the chance, he would secretly visit Heavenly Treasure's Arch.
Ha ha ha, since no demonic servant is willing to possess this piece of trash, I'll cripple him. City Lord Qin, consider it me taking out the trash for you.
As Skyfire Sacred Hands spoke, he struck at Qin Wufeng's dantian. Qin Wufeng cried out in pain as his body plummeted like a kite that had its string cut. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 12-13, Exiting Seclusion. Chapter 12-13, Exiting Seclusion. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Wu Feng. Qin Zhengyang was enraged.
Although his son had not amounted to much, he was still his son in the end. Through his entire martial career, there was one woman he loved deeply. She had been pursued by Qin Zhengyang's enemies, and died because of her association with him. This matter had become an everlasting point of hurt for Qin Zhengyang. The son she left him might have been a good-for-nothing, but Qin Zhengyang still loved him and accommodated him. Back then, Yi Yun had fought Si Yuxing for the sake of this son of his. He was saved then, but now he had been crippled by Skyfire Sacred Hands.
Ha ha ha.
Qin Zhangyang, Lord Demon Spirit has left the Myriad Divine Territory in my charge. From this day forth, I will come visit Myriad City occasionally.
Wait for me.
As Skyfire Sacred Hands spoke, his body shot up into the sky like a blazing arrow.
When he got high into the sky, his body transformed into dozens of shadows before dissipating. In a blink of an eye, he had vanished. What sort of escape art was that? Upon seeing this scene, perfected Xianhua and Goyuan Padian felt helpless. Although they were at first confident in their ability to suppress Skyfire Sacred Hands, what could they do if they couldn't even catch his shadow? At that moment, Qin Zhengyang landed beside Qin Wufeng. As he looked at his son's shattered dantian and blood-covered body, Qin Zhengyang felt terrible. Father! Save me! Qin Wufeng said with great difficulty.
He extended his blood-stained hands as though he was trying to grab onto something. His eyes were filled with hope and indignation.
Qin Zhengyang shook his head. Wufeng's future was certain now. Qin Zhengyang knew his youngest son's character.
If not for Skyfire Sacred Hands, he would have still ended up in this state sooner or later.
In the future, live peacefully as a mortal.
After Qin Zhengyang said that, he shot a pill into Qin Wufeng's mouth. Upon hearing Qin Zhengyang's words, the hope in Qin Wufeng's eyes turned to despair. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and, perhaps being unable to withstand the mental blow, he fainted immediately.
Qin Zhengyang sighed and fell silent. Uncle Qin. Princess White Fox appeared and quietly walked to Qin Zhengyang's side.
During Skyfire Sacred Hands' attack, she was still in seclusion while Qin Wufeng was fooling around with his maids.
He was naturally the first to be attacked. When Princess White Fox came out after hearing noises, it was already too late.
Besides, she would not have been able to save Qin Wufeng either.
Sorry. Princess White Fox said guiltily. It's not your fault. Skyfire Sacred Hands is not someone you can stop at all. If there's anyone to blame, it's me.
If he had a portion of your strength, he might have been able to last a little longer under Skyfire Sacred Hands' attacks, long enough for me to come to his rescue. Qin Zhengyang had rushed to City Lord Manor immediately, but it was still too late.
Uncle Qin, I wonder who this demon spirit that Skyfire Sacred Hands mentioned is. If he is under demon spirit's orders to deal with the Myriad Divine Territory, it appears this disaster is not only limited to the plague. That's right. Perhaps the entire Yang God Empyrean heaven might suffer a calamity.
I had been hoping to find Yun, but now I wish that he would not appear.
Yun is too young and will not be able to withstand such tumultuous waves. Call your master back. I'll need to trouble her again. As Qin Wufeng spoke, he looked into the distance with his brows furrowed.
The power struggle of the Myriad Divine Territory had just been settled, but after a few short years of peace, were they about to enter another bitter struggle?
Cultivation knew no time.
In the small world Yun secluded himself in, there was still bright sunlight and lush vegetation. Yun sat cross-legged on a stone bed in a chamber. Beside him was a pot of spiritual aqua. Over these years, the spiritual aqua had assisted Yun while he made breakthroughs by providing him the heaven-earth yuan qi he needed.
More than half the spiritual aqua had been absorbed by Yun.
What started as an immense spiritual aqua spring had now turned into a tiny stream. At this moment, Yun beckoned with his hand at the spiritual aqua. A few drops of aqua the size of beans floated up. Their essence began to condense and formed a hazy patch, allowing themselves to be swallowed by Yun's open mouth.
When these water droplets entered Yun's meridians, they slowly infused into Yun's dantian and went deep into the azure wood divine tree's root network. These days, Yun would refine a tiny amount of aqua directly on a daily basis. The spiritual aqua had unknowingly been transported to beneath the azure wood divine tree's root network and become the spring that provided for the azure wood divine tree, nourishing its growth. As for Yun's cultivation level, he had just made a breakthrough to the 4th floor Dao Palace realm not long ago. At that moment, Yun suddenly heard Sierra's voice coming from outside the chamber. Brother Yun, can I come in? I sense a group of people approaching.
Oh?
Yun was slightly surprised.
All these years, he had chosen to seclude himself in an uninhabited place. So far, only tiny animals would approach the lake for water. It was truly rare for a group of people to come so deep into the mountains.
Yun opened the door and saw Ling Xier standing by the entrance prettily.
Her face exuded a healthy glow and the lifeblood in her was a lot more vibrant. Her body had condensed into a corporeal form and she seemed to be bursting with energy. If he did not know that Ling Xier had an incorporeal body, he would definitely believe that she was a real young girl made of flesh and blood. Speaking of which, ever since Ling Xier began cultivating, the power of her soul increased by leaps and bounds.
Her cultivation talent was heaven-defying.
Then again, considering that she was an incorporeal body born out of the heretical godfire seed, it wasn't exactly a surprise. As Sierra grew in strength, her body also began to mature. She was an inch taller and she looked about 12 years old instead of 10. She remained pure and adorable, but there were hints of a teenage girl's beauty in her.
Who are they?
They are warriors.
They seem to be in a terrible state. A few of them are injured too.
Now that Ling Xier's strength had greatly increased, she had the capability to tour outside the pocket world spiritually.
Xier had an active nature.
As Yi Yun secluded himself for such a long period of time and she was alone, it was rather boring to spend a decade or so in a chamber.
She did not dare to venture out alone, afraid of exposing Yi Yun.
Thus, she used the method of spiritual traveling to look at the valley's scenery. There, she watched deer drink water or bunnies chew on grass. She wanted to have some fun today but saw a group of people escaping into the woods. They had set up a concealment array and looked like they intended to rest here for a few days.
Hence, she decided to inform Yi Yun. They are injured? Yi Yun pondered for a moment before saying, then, let's go out and take a look. Out? Really?
Ling Xier felt delighted. She had been trapped in the Sun Burial Sand Sea in the past. It was not easy for her to escape the massive array with Yi Yun, but she had been unconscious.
By the time she awoke, she was accompanying Yi Yun in seclusion.
All these years, she had never seen the external world with her own eyes.
Yeah. It's about time I came out of seclusion. It's been long enough.
Yi Yun stretched his body and got off the stone bed. When he cultivated into a trance-like state, time passed without knowing. He himself did not know how many years had passed. In the recent years, Yi Yun sensed that there was a clear decrease in his cultivation speed. He knew that he was beginning to come into contact with a tiny bottleneck.
Warriors could not cultivate purely via seclusion.
They needed to experience the outside world in battle. At times, by sheer luck, an epiphany could occur that was equivalent to a long seclusion.
Yi Yun had received many epiphanies in the past due to the opportunities he encountered.
He lacked the time to digest them all, thus, he had chosen to enter seclusion for a long period of time. He could strengthen his foundations and, now that his goal had been achieved, he could naturally end his seclusion.
Let's go. It's time we leave this place. Yi Yun turned back to glance at the pocket world he left behind. He planned on leaving everything in there.
He took all the important herbs and left the things that were not of much use to him, such as cultivation jade slips, low-grade pills and relics, and weapons he had obtained. In time to come, when his concealment array was drained of its energy, perhaps a young person would come here and find these things.
It would be quite an opportunity for them.
Upon thinking of this, Yi Yun felt somewhat wistful. Once upon a time, he had relied on the light providence shined on him to enter ruins left behind by the ancients and received opportunities. Yet, unknowingly, he had now become a senior that could leave ruins and opportunities to others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1214, Sect Wipeout. Chapter 1214, Sect Wipeout. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In the land where Yi Yun secluded himself, there was an azure blue lake in the middle of an extended mountain range and valley. During windless days, the lake's surface would be calm, without even a single ripple.
At night, the lake would reflect the round moon, exuding great beauty. As it was uninhabited, Ling Xier had taken it upon herself to become the lake's owner.
She named it Mirror Moon Lake.
At that moment, by the bank of Mirror Moon Lake, 4 men and 2 women landed with spectacular speckles of light.
The person leading the group looked like a middle-aged mortal in his 50s.
He was severely lacking in lifeblood and there was a wound on his chest.
It looked like it was a slash wound.
The middle-aged man looked at the surrounding terrain and said, "We have already escaped deep into the mountains, but there are many desolate beasts and fey beasts here.
If we venture deeper into the woods, we might encounter danger.
I'm injured and can hardly repress the poison in my body. I can't go on further as I need to rest here to recuperate.
If we were to continue and enter the woods, I'm afraid we might perish."
As he spoke, the middle-aged man was panting. His face had several purplish patches that were obvious signs of poison. "Senior brother, I'll set up a concealment array here. Let's recuperate here," a woman that looked to be in her 30s said. Among this group of people, 3 men and 2 women looked rather old. There was another young man that looked about 14. He had a round face that was still very childlike.
His raven-black eyes exuded hints of an unyielding will.
When he heard his martial uncle's instructions, the youth began clearing the ground and setting up an area for resting. He was still young and unable to help set up any concealment array. All he could do were some miscellaneous chores.
This lake sure is beautiful. It reminds me of our sex ice lake. The only difference is the scenery.
As she looked at Mirror Moon Lake, a woman that appeared middle-aged sighed wistfully. It snowed perennially at their sex ice lake, but it never froze in any season. In winter, there would be pink winter plums sprouting by the lakeside, making for a picturesque scene. Another woman in her 30s shook her head and said, "Don't be sad. Although our sect no longer exists, we are still alive. When Linger grows up, we can re-establish Ice Lake Island." As she spoke, the woman ruffled the youth's head. She exuded tender, loving care, for they were the only few left from Ice Lake Island. The youth did not say a word. All he did was secretly turn firm and determined. He was in his teens, but he was already carrying a heavy mission on his shoulders. As the two women spoke, they set up the array flags. The concealment array, which was Ice Lake Island's best concealment array, was almost done. With it successfully set up, they would be temporarily safe. The deep mountains were rather cold and desolate, but there was some spiritual energy. They could recuperate for a few days before making a decision on what their future held. The middle-aged man that led them had already consumed some pills and began meditating to treat himself. However, the purplish patches on his face did not rescind. His chest wound also did not seem to recover, and instead flowed more incessantly. One could vaguely make out blackness in his blood.
"Marshal uncle. Are you all right?"
The youth was the first to notice the man's odd state. He panicked, for the middle-aged man was the pillar of support among the six of them. He was the deputy island lord of Ice Lake Island. They were only able to remain alive and come this far because he had fought so desperately.
"Senior brother, didn't you consume the Frost Cocoon Ice Heart pill? Why isn't it able to curb the spread of the poison?"
The woman in her 30s panicked. She believed that things would be fine once the anti-poison pill was eaten. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly struck his chest and spat out a mouthful of black blood. When it landed on the grass, it immediately withered away the green grass, robbing it of its vibrancy. After the middle-aged man forced out the mouthful of poisoned blood, he finally managed to catch his breath.
"I won't be dying so soon," he said while gritting his teeth. An unusual redness flashed across his face.
The poison was indeed domineering, preventing the Frost Cocoon Ice Heart pill from completely expelling it from his body. All the pill could do was repress the poison.
He did not know if he would ever get rid of the poison at its root. If he didn't remove it, he probably would not live more than a few years. The middle-aged man was not afraid of death. He was only afraid that his death would result in Linger losing his guidance and protection, and that he wouldn't have the chance to mature. "Senior brother, nothing untoward should happen to you," said a slightly younger man. His face was filled with worry, but, just as he spoke, a rainbow-colored beam of light shot out from the lake in front of him. The light charged into the sky as immensely rich spiritual energy rushed at them.
"What?"
The group was alarmed. Could the scene that was unfolding before them be the birth of a mysterious treasure? No, it's an array formation. The middle-aged leader was more knowledgeable.
The moment he spoke, immense energy rushed over. The concealment array that was halfway set up was dissipated from the surge. The array flags were launched into the sky. That was one of their sect's core array formations. Yet, it had been dissipated by the remnant energies of the array formation that was already located here. At that moment, the group realized that the lake in front of them had shrunk, revealing trees by the bank.
Didn't this mean that what they had been looking at all this time was an illusion?
The group exchanged looks. Two of the women had even scooped water from the lake out of their love for cleanliness. They had used the water to wash their faces, so how could the cool and refreshing lake water be an illusion?
It's a concealment array formation, but it's extremely esoteric, far superior than our Ice Lake Islands. I wonder if an expert resides here or if we have accidentally intruded onto a ruin. The middle-aged man wore a solemn expression. Either one of the possibilities were extremely dangerous, especially the former. Some reclusive experts had odd personalities.
It was now a question of what would happen. At that moment, they saw the space in front of them distort. A teenager that looked 16 or 17 appeared out of thin air with a young girl that was slightly older than a decade. The young girl had two hair buns and her red face still had a little baby fat. She looked innocent and adorable, like a pixie that resided in the woods. As for the youth, he looked handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. His eyes were deep like the starry sky and appeared unfathomable. His aura was converged, making him resemble a beautiful piece of jade that had been restored to its original simplicity. He made it difficult for others to describe him.
Who were they? The middle-aged man was dumbstruck.
They had deliberately escaped into an uninhabited land but ended up encountering others. Furthermore, they were such peculiar people.
Although they looked young, the middle-aged man was certain that they were definitely no ordinary youths. You mentioned that your sect had been wiped out? At that moment, the youth spoke. He spoke in a slow tone, but it seemed to ring within their hearts. The youth was none other than Yun, who had just come out of seclusion. The middle-aged man faltered for a moment before nodding his head slowly. He was feeling completely flabbergasted. The youth had heard their conversation, but they had not even noticed the duo's existence. Ice Lake Island. I have never heard of this sect. Is your sect from around here? Yes, but we are only a tiny sect. Senior, it is only natural that you have never heard of it. We had escaped here and accidentally disturbed your peaceful cultivation. Please do not blame us for our ignorance. The middle-aged man had already begun speaking politely. He guessed that the youth was probably an old monster that had eaten youth retention pills. He had been secluding himself here, but they had stupidly trespassed. It was truly a tragedy. I see. Yun nodded. His gaze flitted across the middle-aged man's chest wound. Tell me, how was your sect wiped out? If it was only a typical feud between sects that lead to their destruction, Yun would not bother about it. In a warrior's world, sects were wiped out all the time. Not only did small sects experience it, even the myriad immortal pavilion had been wiped out. There was no right and wrong in such matters, only victory and defeat. Yun would not interfere in such matters. However, Yun had sensed a familiar aura from the middle-aged man's wound. The aura left him wary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:15 Myriad Divine Territories Changes. Chapter 12:15 Myriad Divine Territories Changes. Translator, Cetulan. Editor, Cetulan. It's an ancient, evil race. They started by occupying the North Mystic Divine Territory, then they began infiltrating the northern borders of the Myriad Divine Territory. My Ice Lake Island happens to be in the region and was wiped out. Only a few of us managed to escape. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. He suspected that the youth in front of him had been in seclusion for too long, and wasn't informed of recent happenings. Ancient evil race? Yun pricked his brows up. What's that? That's what we call them, but we have no idea what they really are. Rumors say that about 2 decades ago, there was a sect named the Jadewave sect that had dug open an ancient ruin and discovered a type of evil spirit that could possess geniuses, crippling them completely. From that moment forth, things got out of hand. Later on, a godly person known as Yun provided a miraculous cure. He was able to easily dispel the evil spirits, but unfortunately, young Master Yi vanished and the evil spirits spread once again. In the last few years, many of the possessed geniuses were completely replaced by the evil spirits, turning into monsters. We call these monsters the ancient evil race. They have wraith-like auras and are no longer human. The middle-aged man's face turned purple after saying so much in one breath. He was heavily poisoned and unable to cleanse it. Yun was alarmed when he heard that. He had guessed that the demonic servants from Jadewave sect had only just started and that the calamity would eventually happen. After all, for a long period of time, the bronze giants had proliferated the entire 12 Empyrean heavens and had countless servants. They could completely repress the other races. However, the people in front of him were saying that the demonic servants had completed their possessions and completely replaced the geniuses. They had even taken control of the North Mystic Divine Territory. Yun was alarmed. How could that happen so fast? He flicked his finger and a pill shot into the middle-aged man's mouth. Before the middle-aged man could even react, the pill had naturally melted in his mouth and turned into a warm stream that infused into his organs. The middle-aged man faltered slightly and was immediately delighted. He sensed that the poison in his body was being greatly repressed by the pill. As long as he spent a certain amount of time digesting it, there was a chance for him to be rid of the poison. Who was this youth? How could a pill he casually produced be so miraculous? However, now wasn't the moment to digest the pill. The middle-aged man could tell that the youth still had other questions to ask him. What about Myriad City? What happened to it? Yun was most concerned with Myriad City, specifically City Lord Qin, Princess White Fox, Dong Xiaowan, and company. Myriad City? I haven't received any news of Myriad City for half a year. I believe Myriad City is still around since there are so many experts there. However, Myriad City isn't so peaceful that nothing has happened there. A few years ago, a person named Skyfire Sacred Hands, who was apparently a mighty figure of the Candle Cauldron Divine Territory and also an alchemist, submitted to the evil fiends and had become one of the ancient evil race. He seems to hate young Master Yi to the bone. As such, he suddenly appeared in Myriad City and destroyed young Master Yi's Yun Xian loft and planted the evil spirits in a few ladies. Now that I think of it, that lot are likely doomed. What? Yi Yun felt reverberations through his heart when he heard him. Skyfire sacred hands had submitted to the demonic servants. These demonic servants leached onto geniuses and, once they completely possessed the host, their strength would increase exponentially. And with Skyfire sacred hand already at the supremacy level, his strength would be unimaginable after he was possessed by a demonic servant. If Shawan and Roar were attacked by Skyfire sacred hands, could they still survive? How long has it been? Yi Yun asked unsettlingly. The middle-aged man did not react in time. He never expected Yi Yun's reaction to be so intense. Are you asking about the ladies? I think it was 4 years ago. No, they were harmed by Skyfire sacred hands about 5 years ago. The middle-aged man did account, and from the first appearance of an evil spirit after the Jadewave sect dug up the ancient ruin, it has been about 26 or 27 years. 5 years. Yi Yun drew a cold gasp. If evil spirits were planted in them for 5 years, could they now be possessed by the evil spirits? Do you know who were the ones harmed? That. I'm not sure about that either. When he looked at Yi Yun's gaze, the middle-aged man felt a little afraid. Could it be that the youth had relationships with those few ladies? At that moment, a youth beside the middle-aged man said, over the years, dozens of geniuses have been harmed by Skyfire sacred hands, one after another. Senior, if you asking about the ladies involved with young Mastery, I happen to know that it was only Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin. Fairy Wuxia had outstanding strength and her master protecting her, so she is fine. When the youth said that, he looked curiously at Yi Yun. He idolized Yi Yun greatly, and so was well informed on matters regarding Yi Yun, therefore, he had paid attention to these stories. Thinking on how the youth had easily treated his martial uncle and his age, while being worried about those women, he suddenly had a flash of brilliance. He asked, could you be young Master Yi Yun? The youth's sudden question left the disciples of Ice Lake Island dumbstruck. Yi Yun? More than 2 decades ago, Yi Yun's name was everywhere. He was practically a legendary figure and was someone that would definitely become an alchemist sage or divine lord. They had managed to encounter Yi Yun? Yi Yun did not even bother answering. He had an ugly expression. Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin had suffered as a result of him. In doing so, Skyfire Sacred Hands was no doubt trying to lure him out. Especially when he thought of Dong Xiaowan, Yi Yun's heart was filled with murderous intent. It had been 5 years. Even if he rushed back immediately, it might be too late. He threw a pill bottle at the youth and without saying another word, he held Ling Xier's hands and flew into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Yun and Ling Xier had tunneled through the void and immediately vanished. The disciples of Ice Lake Island were stunned. What sort of techniques allowed them to tunnel into the void in mid-flight? As for the Ice Lake Island youth, he was looking at the pill bottle in a daze. He curiously opened the bottle stopper and a fragrant medicinal aroma effused out. These pills. The youth swallowed mouthfuls of saliva. He did not recognize the pills, but just from sensing the spiritual energy from it, he knew its value. Perhaps, even the best cornerstone pills of Ice Lake Island was not even worth 1/10 of these pills. He never expected that a casual answer would provide him such an opportunity. That person was really Yi Yun. Upon realizing this, the youth felt extremely excited. Listen, the news of us meeting young Mastery deep in the forest today is not to be leaked. Skyfire Sacred Hands has been searching for young Mastery in Myriad Divine Territory. The middle-aged man said worriedly. As one of the members of the Myriad Divine Territory, he was naturally worried over its fate. Although Yi Yun was strong, he was unlikely the match of so many evil fiends. He could only hope that Yi Yun would be safe and lead the Myriad Divine Territory out of its peril in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:16, Shawan and Yuqin. Chapter 12:16, Shawan and Yuqin. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Myriad City, Guiyuan family. Ever since the Myriad Immortal Pavilion was destroyed 25 years ago, the Guiyuan family thrived. So the mood at the Guiyan family should have been a joyful one. Unfortunately, over the past few days, the Guiyuan family was being enveloped by a depressive mood. In the Guiyuan family's backyard, there was a room that had black cloth and white lanterns hanging everywhere. In that room was a deeply unconscious youth in a bed. The family patriarch, Guiyuan Padian, looked at the youth with a heavy and silent expression. Elder Mo is still unwilling to do it? Guiyuan Padian asked the woman beside him. The woman's eyes were red, and it was clear that she had been weeping. She shook her head and said,
I have already implored Elder Mo countless times, but he remains unmoved.
He won't even agree to meet with me anymore. Goyuan Padian sighed and said, every time Elder Mo takes action, he needs an ice silkworm heart. I have scoured the cannons, but can't find any records of it.
I have no idea how to obtain it.
Since Elder Mo is unwilling to help, that is Lear's fate. At midnight, if there are no signs of improvement, let's euthanize Lear. Goyuan Padian felt helpless when he said that. Over the past couple of years, many people had been infected by evil spirits. They were killed before they were completely possessed by the evil spirits. Once the evil spirits completed their possession, the vessel that hosted the evil spirit would become a puppet. Instead of a person, they would become a monster that did not recognize anyone. All it could do was kill in its bloodlust. And those that killed these evil spirits would be possessed by new evil spirits, running the risk of becoming a monster. If this continued, Myriad City would be destroyed. Therefore, no matter who it was, as long as it was determined to be irredeemable, others would bear the pain of killing them. Once the person died, the evil spirit would lose its protection, making them easy to vanquish. Over the past few years, Goyuan Padian had already given the order to kill numerous members of the Goyuan family. However, when it came to Goyuan Li, Goyuan Padian could not steel his heart to do so. Goyuan Li was Goyuan Poshan's great-grandson, and also one he doted on greatly. When Goyuan Li was young, Goyuan Padian had personally guided his martial path. Goyuan Padian had a second thought, and said, prepare the carriage. I'll be visiting Elder Mo. Elder Mo was a miraculous figure who had suddenly appeared in the Myriad Divine Territory. Everything about him, such as his sudden appearance to his origins, was mysterious. His cultivation techniques and martial path were completely different from the usual found in the Myriad Divine Territory. 3 years ago, when a Paradise Chapter genius fell seriously ill, Paradise Chapter's chapter master had prepared 2 ancient Fey bones but failed to get Elder Mo to take action. He was barred from entering for a second visit. Goyuan Padian did not hold any hopes of being able to entice Elder Mo into taking action. Furthermore, Elder Mo's cultivation realm was unknown and his whereabouts were uncertain. Goyuan Padian even had a feeling that Elder Mo's strength far exceeded his. With the carriage readied, Goyuan Padian planned on setting off when suddenly, a voice transmission charm flared in front of him. It was a light purple halo that came from City Lord Manor's voice transmission charm. Furthermore, it was one used personally by Qin Zhengyang. Oh? Qin Zhengyang has something urgent to tell me? Goyuan Padian was puzzled, but when he heard the contents of the voice transmission, he felt trepidations through his entire being. Yi Yun. He has come out of seclusion. This. Goyuan Padian was overjoyed. Yi Yun, who had vanished for 25 years, had appeared once again in Myriad City. In the days with Yi Yun nowhere to be seen, Myriad City had suffered greatly. Only then did Goyuan Padian realize how lucky Myriad City was to have encountered Yi Yun more than 20 years ago. Patriarch, the carriage is readied, a steward-looking elder said. Goyuan Padian immediately waved his hand and said, there's no need. Goyuan Padian did not even bother taking the carriage. His body flashed immediately as he charged into the sky. Myriad City banned flying but, in his anxiousness, Goyuan Padian ignored the rule. He flew straight for City Lord Manor. Yi Yun, you are finally back. Upon seeing Yi Yun, Qin Wufeng heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Zhengyang's sons were good for nothings, so other than his youngest son, Qin Wufeng, his sons did not suffer any turmoil. Yet although City Lord Manor was fine, the rest of Myriad City was in chaos. Qin Zhengyang was utterly exhausted from the work that required him over the past few days. City Lord Qin, I want to meet Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin. Are they still alive? The moment Yi Yun saw City Lord Qin, he did not bother with the niceties. He directly asked, but he knew in his heart that the odds were against the 2 women. 5 years was just too long for them. It was impossible for them to have waited it out. You even know about it? Qin Zhengyang was taken aback. From the looks of it, Yi Yun had learned of the situation of Myriad City after coming out of seclusion. You should be the one telling me. Their conditions are rather complicated. Qin Zhengyang led Yi Yun and passed through a corridor in City Lord Manor. In the backyard, there were 2 Dao Palace realm guards manning a large door. There was a strange lock hanging on the door. Yi Yun, there was an elder with the surname of Mo that came to Myriad City a few years ago. Do you know him? Mo? Yi Yun thought about it before shaking his head. I do not know him. Oh? That's odd. Qin Zhengyang looked surprised. I originally thought that Elder Mo was your friend or that he had been sent by you. Why do you say so? Yi Yun was baffled. Qin Zhangyang said, after Elder Mo came to Myriad City, he only did one thing. It had to do with you. Back then, Miss Dong and Fairy Yuqin were almost dead. Then Elder Mo suddenly appeared. Well, see it for yourself. Qin Zhangyang waved his hand at the two guards. Upon receiving the order, they took out a key and inserted it into the lock. With the guards twisting the key, the lock produced a hazy golden light. Runes began flashing out of the void. The runes were ancient and mysterious. Following that, the door opened. A cold gust of wind that struck deep into the bone rushed out. Despite cultivating in both yin and yang, Yi Yun, who was proficient in Purine laws, could not help but quiver when he felt the cold wind. What sort of cold wind was this? It was extremely crisp and extreme yin in nature. It drilled deep into the bone marrow, but it did not make one feel uncomfortable. Even if a mortal were to come here and stand amid the cold wind naked, they would not be frozen, much less a being like Yi Yun. In fact, there was a refreshing feeling for both chi and blood. The idea that frost yin laws could be cultivated to such a stage left Yi Yun alarmed. And after he entered the room, Yi Yun was even more astounded. In the tiny room, there was an isolated, distorted space. Inside were two azure blue blocks of ice. Both blocks of ice were as tall as a human. Two women were sealed inside the ice. They were none other than Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin. Although they were sealed in ice, their complexion was ruddy. Their lifeblood was in abundance and it felt like that they were only sleeping. Across the layer of ice, Yi Yun could clearly sense that they were alive. Furthermore, there were no signs of the soul fire in them weakening at all. This is... Yi Yun was stunned. It's the work of Elder Mo. He fed the two girls ice silkworm heart. Using frost ice laws, he then sealed them into such a state. However, I do not know what ice silkworm heart is. From the moment they were sealed in ice, the evil spirits in the two girls ceased to grow any further. Their lives were temporarily preserved. However, my real question is, why would Elder Mo only do it to the two of them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1217, Elder Mo. Chapter 1217, Elder Mo. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun found City Lord Qin's explanation somewhat puzzling. He was certain he did not know a person called Elder Mo. Forgetting the name, he would have remembered a person with such formidable frost ice laws. Regardless, he was grateful towards Elder Mo. If not for him, Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin would probably be long dead. Yi Yun did not continue thinking over the matter. He would know why this was done when he met Elder Mo. He was more worried about Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin. He could sense that the evil spirits were still within their bodies but were a lot weaker because they had been sealed by the frost ice. At that moment, Qin Zhangyang said, Elder Mo said that the evil spirits within Miss Dong and Fairy Yuqin are much stronger than typical evil spirits. Therefore, he could only temporarily put them in check. Now that you are back, you can use your pure yan flames to melt the frost ice and cure them of their illnesses. I understand. Yi Yun nodded. He touched the frost ice as blue frost beams flashed across the surface of the ice. This ice. Yi Yun's heart stirred. The ice in front of him wasn't easy to melt. Yi Yun could sense that the laws contained within the two blocks of ice were intricate and complex. Blindly using pure yang flames to burn the ice would not only fail to melt them, but might also hurt the two women in the ice. Yi Yun knew that Elder Mo definitely had the means to melt the ice, but since he had already instructed him to melt it with pure yan laws, he was likely leaving everything to him. Could it be a way of testing him? With this thought in mind, Yi Yun sat down solemnly. He silently sensed the laws within and rationalized each bit he encountered before using pure yan laws to neutralize them. This was a tedious process, but by using yin and yang to neutralize it, Yi Yun realized he gained a lot more insight on the frosting Tao that Elder Mo used. The more Yi Yun tackled the problem of melting the ice, the more astonished he became. He began to feel that Elder Mo was deliberately guiding him, allowing him to learn a lot of things from the ice melting process. Although Yi Yun dual cultivated in both yin and yang, his pure yin laws were much weaker than the pure yang laws. Through this short period of practice, Yi Yun gained quite a bit of insight. What sort of person was this Elder Mo? City Lord Qin, is Yi Yun inside? Guiyuan Padian had rushed to City Lord Manor in a painfully anxious manner. However, when he learned that Yi Yun was busy melting the ice, all he could do was continue suffering from anxiety. He was not what one would consider very familiar with Yi Yun. Since he needed a favor from Yi Yun, he naturally had to wait respectfully. Yi Yun was a person who could casually destroy evil spirits.
In the past, Yi-Yun had done it so easily that large numbers of infected geniuses were brought in front of him. With a wave of a hand, he resolved their problems in batches. It caused the gratefulness towards Yi-Yun to appear not as immense. However, ever since Elder Mo came to Myriad City, he tended to be reclusive and seldom left his residence. Pleading for him to take action was an impossible task. Furthermore, he did not thoroughly save the infected. All he did was seal them in ice and let them wait for Yi-Yun to finish the healing process. Since Elder Mo rarely took action, it caused the people who came to implore him to become even more respectful. Compared to Yi-Yun was a lot more approachable. Therefore, Guiyuan Padian constantly reminded himself to absolutely not treat Yi-Yun as a junior. This went on late into the night before Yi-Yun finally cracked the layers of frost ice left behind by Elder Mo. He saw layers of golden runes fly up into the sky from amid the frost ice before dissipating into dots of light and disappearing. At the next moment, the two ice blocks seemed to lose the intermolecular forces binding them and instantly melted. As the cold water flowed across the ground, Yi-Yun waved his hands and beckoned both Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin into his hands. Despite being sealed in ice for nearly 5 years, the two women's vitalities had not decreased at all. Instead, they had been nourished by the frost ice and enjoyed greater vibrancy. However, they remained unconscious. And at that moment, in what seemed like an ordinary thatched cottage outside of Myriad City, an elder walked out. He was dressed in azure-colored clothes. His pupils effused a light purple color as they looked in the direction of Myriad City. A smile spread across his lips. 6 hours to resolve the frost ice laws I left behind. You have really surprised me. The elder muttered to himself as he took a step forward. As his footsteps tapped across the void, he walked towards Myriad City. Although I have melted the frost ice, the frost chi runs deep in Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin's limbs and core. It's still nourishing their bodies. This Elder Mo is truly an impressive figure. Yi-Yun placed Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin flat in front of him. He probed their dantians and noticed that the evil spirits entrenched in them were a lot stronger than the ones before. Despite being weakened by the frost ice laws, they were still energetic. Now that the frost ice had disappeared, they seemed to be gathering strength to make another resurgence. Skyfire Sacred Hands sure is diabolical. If this were 20 years ago, dealing with these evil spirits would be tough, but it's a lot easier now. The Azurewood Divine Tree in Yi-Yun's body had grown to a towering 300-foot tree. The divine tree's veins shot out, and with the room he was in as the core, the surrounding vegetation began growing vibrantly in a beautiful and splendid manner. About 30 seconds later, the evil spirits residing within Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin's bodies were eliminated. They dissipated completely and transformed into energy that was absorbed by the Azurewood Divine Tree. At the instant the evil spirits dissipated, more than 50,000 kilometers away, a man with a face covered in dry and pale skin that was spotted with blood patches grunted as a trickle of black blood oozed out the corner of his mouth. This person was none other than Skyfire Sacred Hands. The two demonic servants he had left behind had been nourished by him using a portion of his blood essence. If the two demonic servants successfully completed the possession, they would become his loyal subordinates which he could easily command. However, if they were eliminated, he would lose that bit of blood essence. This was naturally an unpleasant outcome for Skyfire Sacred Hands. Skyfire Sacred Hands stood up with an ashen expression. After 5 years, his complexion looked even more sickly. This terrible complexion was the result of giving large amounts of his lifeblood to nourish demonic servants that were intrinsic to him. Skyfire Sacred Hands had already nurtured more than 1,000 intrinsic demonic servants. Once these intrinsic demonic servants returned to him, the lifeblood that they had devoured would be fed back into him, greatly increasing his strength. Yi-Yun, it appears that you have come out of seclusion. Then, it's finally time for me to rid myself of this mental demon. After Yi-Yun exterminated the evil spirits, Dong Xiaowan and Fairy Yuqin woke up one after another about 5 minutes later. They were somewhat lost. They had fallen unconscious for 5 years, and were completely unaware of anything that happened during that time. At that moment in City Lord Manor, all the important figures that should be there were there. Guiyuan Padian, perfected Shenhua, Paradise Chapter's chapter master, the Zhou family's patriarch, every important person was gathered. Now, despite not holding any position in Myriad City or having built up any faction, Yi-Yun's status and prestige meant that every word he said carried weight. No one could override him. Young Master Yi, my great-grandson, Guiyuan Li, has been brought here. I wonder if you could. Guiyuan Padian said respectfully. But at that moment, Yi-Yun felt something and turned his head. He looked towards City Lord Manor's door as an azure-clothed elder with light purple pupils slowly walked over. He seemed to walk very slowly, but also seemed to come from another dimension. It made Yi-Yun's heart palpitate. He was now a lot stronger.
He could even vaguely sense the cultivation realms of some mighty figures. He could clearly sense that although the elder's aura was converged, his strength was actually unfathomable.
It gave Yi Yun the feeling that he was even stronger than his master, Felicitous Rain Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 12:18, Settling Scores. Chapter 12:18, Settling Scores. Translator, Setulan. Editor, Setulan. Senior, might I ask who you are?
Yi Yun cupped his fists and asked respectfully.
My surname is Mo, and my first name is Shun.
The elder replied with a smile.
Mo Shun.
Yi Yun naturally did not recall such a name. He said, "Thank you, Senior Mo, for saving my friends.
I wonder if Senior Mo has any directions for me? I would not dare to claim that they are directions. It's just that my master would like to meet you.
I live in a cottage on the southern-facing slope of the heaven-bestowing mountain west of the city.
After you settle things here, you can look for me whenever you have the time. When that time comes, I'll bring you to meet my master.
As for the situation in the myriad divine territory, those are matters for young Master Yi to solve.
I will not interfere." After Elder Mo said that, he turned and left.
Yi Yun drew a cold gasp when he heard that.
Master? Elder Mo was only an old servant? What sort of person could make Elder Mo their servant? What level could they be at?
Behind Yi Yun, many of the upper echelons of the myriad divine territory's major factions exchanged looks. Such a figure had far exceeded their imaginations.
Why does it feel like we are frogs in a well?
Qin Zhangyang laughed wryly as he said in a self-deprecating manner.
He had always known that the 12 Empyrean heavens were not everything in the universe. Far away in the sinkhole, there were even more unfathomable existences. In addition, there were many unknown pocket worlds with mighty figures hiding in them. However, that was only hearsay.
When they truly realized that such figures were paying them attention, and even wanted to meet Yi Yun, they were astounded. Compared to these figures, they were overly puny.
Yi Yun, do you plan on?
Qin Zhangyang asked.
Yi Yun faltered slightly as his perception followed Elder Mo out. Only when Elder Mo exceeded Yi Yun's range did he retract his perception. He said, "Skyfire Sacred Hands, and I need to settle the score. The awakening of the demonic servants is not only limited to the myriad divine territory. What I can do is also extremely limited.
I plan on meeting Elder Mo's master."
Yi Yun was unlike City Lord Qin and company.
The strongest people City Lord Qin had seen were only divine lords with royal seals. But Yi Yun had encountered more than a handful of super experts in the Azure Wood Great World, the Purple Crystal, and the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Furthermore, among these experts, there were great differences. It was apparent that the true experts in this world were numerous and powerful. As Yi Yun reflected on this, he walked straight towards Guiyuan Potion's great-grandson Guiyuan Li.
With a simple wave of his hand, he vanquished the evil spirit within Guiyuan Li's Dantian.
By now, Yi Yun was proficient at doing such things.
Thank you, young Master Yi. Guiyuan Padian looked as Guiyuan Li's Yuan Qi rapidly recovered.
He felt delighted but also somewhat wry. He had suffered because of this matter for a year. He had used all sorts of means and paid an immense price.
However, for Yi Yun, it was nothing worth mentioning. It was as simple as drinking a bowl of water.
Young Master Yi, over the years of your seclusion, I happen to have gathered some herbs. There are a few good strains and they would be wasted in my hands. I wish to hand them over to young Master Yi as I believe they will be put to good use, the Zhou family's patriarch Zhou said in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Yi Yun knew immediately that the juniors of the Zhou family had been infected and that his services were being requested.
Yi Yun did not mind the Zhou family's patriarch.
Even if he was a person that veered with the wind, he had decisively crippled Zhou Bifeng. The way he acted was rather refreshing.
Bring them all here. I will treat them.
As Yi Yun said this, his voice suddenly came to a halt.
He looked up as his gaze penetrated City Lord Manor's walls and went out of Myriad City.
Hundreds of miles away, on a desolate mountain, a black-cloaked man was standing on the mountaintop. His expression was pale and his face was dotted with red patches, but his facial features were still vaguely familiar. This person was none other than Skyfire Sacred Hands. After having not seen him for 25 years, Skyfire Sacred Hands had decayed into such a state. Furthermore, Yi Yun saw that not only was Skyfire Sacred Hands looking even more hideous, his hatred for him was even more intense. Yi Yun felt that Skyfire Sacred Hands had already lost himself to his demons. The change in his cultivation technique and aura made him appear even more sinister. He looked as though he wanted to destroy everything.
This demonic state also magnified Skyfire Sacred Hands' hatred for Yun's acquisition of his Skyfire.
At that moment, Skyfire Sacred Hands slowly lifted his hand.
His fingernails were black and sharp, resembling the claws of wild beasts. The claw was pointed at Yun from a great distance as though it was clenching Yun's throat. Looks like I will not be able to tend to Senior Zhou's juniors at this moment. About that. Patriarch Zhou faltered slightly before sensing something. Skyfire Sacred Hands. Patriarch Zhou immediately looked in Skyfire Sacred Hands' direction.
It looks like he knows of Yun's return.
This demon actually dares to openly appear in Myriad City.
I have long wanted to settle the vendetta of him harming Lear.
Guoyuan Padian was infuriated. If not for Yun's timely return, Guoyuan Li would no doubt have died. Brother Padian, I know you are incensed. However, we have tried this numerous times in the past.
There's no way for us to capture Skyfire Sacred Hands.
He comes and goes like a ghost.
He doesn't stay put for long and is crafty. It's nearly impossible for us to deal with him.
Skyfire Sacred Hands' escaping arts were embedded deep in these people's memories. He could transform into countless evil demons and dissipate.
Even an array formation could not hold him down. At that moment, Yun said, "He is here for me. Since he has informed me of his return, I'll go to him and settle the grudge of the past 20-odd years." Yun was the type who would never spare Skyfire Sacred Hands, unless he had no other choice. As Yun spoke, he was already on the way out of City Lord Manor.
Yun, since Skyfire Sacred Hands is so boldly coming for you, there must be something backing him.
You going to him might be playing right into his hands.
You might end up in his trap. Why don't you wait in City Lord Manor?
With us here, Skyfire Sacred Hands will not be able to do anything to you.
Qin Zhengyang was worried that Yun would suffer.
He naturally knew that Yun's strength must have increased greatly over the years, but Skyfire Sacred Hands was not to be trifled with either. By submitting himself to the demonic way, his cultivation became unorthodox and his strength increased at an astounding rate. Even if Yun was considered a genius, he cultivated in orthodox cultivation techniques.
Orthodox cultivation techniques tended to be slower. Yun said, "City Lord Qin, rest assured. Although I'm leaving the manor, I will not leave the range of your perception.
All of you will be able to sense the battlefield at all times."
In that case, all right. Qin Zhengyang nodded.
With so many of them around, their perception was constantly locked onto Skyfire Sacred Hands.
Should anything go wrong, they could provide assistance in a timely fashion.
The crowd walked out of the city with Yun leading the group. With all the upper echelons of Myriad City in the procession, it naturally attracted the attention of many. People still were unaware of what was happening.
When they came to the city gates, Qin Zhengyang and company stopped.
They left Yun to leap into the air as his figure transformed into a long beam of light, shooting straight at Skyfire Sacred Hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1219, Taking Root. Chapter 1219, Taking Root. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Outside Myriad City were endless green mountains with lush forests. There were refreshing springs and intricate rocks, with countless critters shuttling through the woods. It looked like a thriving ecosystem. However, amid the green mountains, Skyfire Sacred Hands stood atop a desolate mountain that had no signs of life. An azure beam flashed as Yun arrived in front of the mountain. He gradually landed, coming to a stop with the tip of his foot on the mountain peak.
He faced Skyfire Sacred Hands across the void.
Yun, after 20+ years of being a cowardly turtle, you have finally dared to appear.
Skyfire Sacred Hands looked at Yun as his eyes suffused mockery and killing intent. He was forced to abandon his sect over the past 25 years, losing the status he once enjoyed. It was all thanks to Yun.
Yun looked at Skyfire Sacred Hands coldly. He could feel an extremely familiar aura from Skyfire Sacred Hands' body.
Skyfire Sacred Hands was practically half demonic servant.
When I take you down, I'll extract your flame seed and refine it for my use. I will resolve my mental demons and use your blood to forge my new path as a demonic emperor.
Skyfire Sacred Hands yelled as he pounced at Yun. Ever since his downfall, Skyfire Sacred Hands had been brewing with disgruntlement.
He had waited for more than 2 decades for this chance. He would relish the experience of torturing Yun, making him lead an insufferable life so as to ease his own hatred. And if he crippled Yun and handed him over to the Supreme Lord, he would definitely be handsomely rewarded. Given the Supreme Lord's status, he naturally didn't stick around in the puny Myriad Divine territory for 2 decades. He had left Skyfire Sacred Hands in charge of Myriad City. Other than nurturing large numbers of demonic servants in the myriad divine territory, he was given the task of helping the red-haired man search for Yi Yun.
Skyfire's sacred hands abruptly pounced over, moving like a night owl. His black figure swooped down as terrifying power enveloped Yi Yun's surroundings from afar. At that moment, City Lord Qin and company had arrived about 5 kilometers away. They happened to see Skyfire's sacred hands turn into a black cloud that enveloped the entire mountaintop. The sky was dyed black.
As for Skyfire's sacred hands' figure, it had fused with the black clouds. There was no sight of his actual figure. The strange aura left people shuddering from the cold as sharp shrieks seemed to strike straight into their souls. City Lord Qin and company had seen Skyfire's sacred hands turn into a black shadow before, but they never expected his attacks to be so diabolical. Even Skyfire's sacred hands' very figure became darkness, to the point where it could not be seen. As for Yi Yun, he was in the middle of the legion of black clouds. Yi Yun slashed out a sword beam while facing the overwhelming black clouds, cleaving through the endless void.
Boom!
The sword hums were thunderous, like an electric snake had split apart the dark clouds. The blue sky appeared once again as Yi Yun stood hovering in mid-air. The broken sword in his hand resonated in response. The yuan qi he emanated suffused a pale golden color.
It was pure and ancient. Following that, Yi Yun's aura seemed to transform into something faintly discernible.
Despite visibly standing there, it felt as though he was only a shadow. This feeling left City Lord Qin and company astonished. The split black clouds rapidly closed the gap as they formed a gargantuan face within them. Its facial features were that of Skyfire's sacred hands.
Yi Yun, you have indeed grown a lot. Everyone says that you will definitely rise to Divine Lord and above. To kill an absolute genius like you is truly a pleasant feeling. Skyfire's sacred hands guffawed loudly. The black clouds were extraordinary, for they were formed by an amalgamation of demonic auras.
Ignoring the outcome of ordinary warriors being enveloped by the black clouds, simply touching them would drain all of one's lifeblood. However, Yi Yun had been able to cleave them apart. Although his first attack failed, it was only the beginning for Skyfire's sacred hands.
Don't you have the means to counter the demonic servants? Shall I let you know what despair is today?
Skyfire's sacred hands roared loudly, causing the desolate mountain beneath him to quake violently. Following that, shrill demonic sounds were heard.
Demonic servant phantoms charged out of the mountain and straight into the sky.
This scene left everyone astonished.
That's no mountain.
They had thought that the desolate mountain seemed out of place.
It was devoid of life and gave off an unsettling feeling.
It seemed so obviously a trap, but Yi Yun had still gone forward.
Qin Shengyang and company turned anxious.
They had planned on watching the battle by casting their perception outside the city, but they couldn't shake their unease, so they decided to follow.
Now, their suspicions were confirmed.
This mountain had been specifically prepared by Skyfire's sacred hands. He had amassed a large amount of demonic servants within the mountain and nurtured them over the past 20+ years.
Although Yi Yun was powerful, charging straight into his opponent's trap was too risky. He would only suffer. At that moment, Yi Yun saw the demonic servants flying into Skyfire's sacred hands' body like phoenixes flying towards the sun. Skyfire's sacred hands' body was rapidly burgeoning. Let's attack.
Qin Zhengyang originally believed that if he were too close, he would scare Skyfire's sacred hands into retreating.
He was unable to prevent his escape or capture him.
It would have been a waste of effort, but now, seeing Skyfire's sacred hands release thousands of demonic servants, he no longer had the luxury of taking his time to weigh options. They would join forces to collectively scare Skyfire's sacred hands into a retreat.
Ensuring Yi Yun's safety was of utmost priority.
Instantly, Qin Zhengyang, Goyuan Padian, and perfected Shenhua flew towards Skyfire's sacred hands.
They instantly traversed a distance of several miles.
Qin Zhengyang held his broadsword and charged ahead. A black sword beam cleaved apart the lands in an indomitable fashion.
Goyuan Padian followed closely behind.
He produced 2 black fists that would crush Skyfire's sacred hands. But at that moment, they saw that the thousands of demonic servants had gathered together, forming a massive black ball.
Outside the ball, demonic flames were burning fiercely. Such immense power was approaching Yi Yun at an unbelievable speed. Skyfire's sacred hands was long prepared.
He had laid a trap and began with a formidable strike, leaving no opportunities for Yi Yun. He believed that even if this strike failed to kill Yi Yun, he would at least be severely injured. However, at the instant the black energy began converging, Yi Yun forcefully stamped his foot onto the desolate mountain beneath him.
Boom!
With a loud explosion, an azure-wood divine tree phantom blasted out from behind Yi Yun.
The thick roots worked their way through the mountain like large azure-colored pythons.
They bored straight into the soil of the desolate mountain.
Who?
The divine tree's roots tunneled erratically through the mountain, with the main root splitting into thousands of tiny root follicles. The thicker ones were as thick as a person's arm, while the thin ones were thinner than a pinky finger. The roots quickly proliferated the entire desolate mountain. Above the root network, there was a dense mist of billowing azure light. It was the natural phenomenon of condensation when the amount of yuan qi reached a maximum. However, despite the roots appearing propitious, they were extremely terrifying. Wherever they passed, demonic servants would issue shrill screams that added to the rustling sounds of demonic servants dispersing into azure-colored smoke. This scene resembled pouring molten metal onto snowflakes. The snowflakes would rapidly melt, without any hope of resisting. Yi Yun had naturally noticed the trap within the desolate mountain. In that case, he decided to beat Skyfire Sacred Hands at his own game. He made the desolate mountain that was formed by the demonic servants into the soil for his divine tree to take root. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1220, End. Chapter 1220, End. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. What is that? Skyfire Sacred Hands was taken aback. Back when Yi Yun treated the plague, Skyfire Sacred Hands did not even notice the existence of the divine tree. He believed that Yi Yun was able to eliminate the evil spirits through the use of his mysterious fire seed. But now that he was half-demonic servant, Skyfire Sacred Hands could clearly see the towering tree behind Yi Yun. The tree's crown reached straight into the firmaments as though it was a god that stood high and mighty, looking down at him indifferently. An immense sense of repression immediately made Skyfire Sacred Hands, who was in the form of a flaming demonic black ball, stagger. It felt as though he had fallen into a mire. And in front of the tree's crown, Yi Yun stood straight with the broken sword in hand. He looked coldly at Skyfire Sacred Hands. You thought that after becoming stronger, you would be able to harm me by using a trap. However, in the end, all you did was expose your weakness. Yi Yun's voice stabbed into Skyfire Sacred Hands' mind like a sharp needle. The divine tree had taken root in the desolate mountain as numerous demonic servants were constantly being absorbed by the azure wood divine tree amid wails. They transformed into stronger energy for the divine tree. Over the past 25 years, the azurewood divine tree had already grown into a lush and sturdy tree. It was why Yi Yun was so confident. Die! Skyfire Sacred Hands roared. How could he be willing to suffer defeat in such a manner? He had nurtured the demonic servants for more than 2 decades. They should have become part of his strength, making Yi Yun face him in despair, unable to match him in any way. Skyfire Sacred Hands suddenly let out a long howl as, beyond the massive black ball, demonic flames burned fiercely. Then, like a meteor falling from the heavens, a black bolt of lightning streaked across the void, heading straight for Yi Yun. Boom! 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 The ground, mountains, and rivers beneath were afflicted by the black lightning as they began sinking. After this battle, the geological features here would undoubtedly change. The mountains would be flattened and the rivers would dry and change directions. Skyfire Sacred Hands was fighting desperately for his life. He did not hold back at all. Even his intrinsic demon fire was burning. The flames that were burning beyond the black ball now suffused a fiendish redness amid the black. He wanted to burn Yi Yun alive, boiling dry the blood and chi within his body, as well as turn the huge tree phantom behind him to ash. Yi Yun, die! Faced with Skyfire Sacred Hands' attack, Yi Yun's eyes began to reveal killing intent. Kill! The sword strike seemed like a dazzling and resplendent galaxy that crossed over distant space. Wherever the sword beam passed, space would shatter and mend itself. It was as though it created a river filled with black vortices. And that river was gushing towards the flaming demonic black ball. One strike to dictate life and death. After Yi Yun cultivated in the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon, he was able to fuse destruction and creation, as well as time and space, together. The might of his sword became even more devastating and its trajectory was even harder to grasp. Different laws constantly composed themselves as they condensed into different sword beams. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded that caused the distant Myriad City to quake violently. At the moment the flaming demonic black ball clashed with the sword beam, it was as though a black sun had exploded in the sky. In the bustling Myriad City, hundreds of miles away, millions of warriors, alchemists, mortals, and even people in a radius of thousands of miles away saw this scene. They were momentarily stunned. What was happening over there? They saw a mighty flame light up the sky as many warriors sensed the tumultuous yuan qi fluctuations. It was unknown how far away the terrifying aura was, but it still left their bodies feeling like they were being pricked by needles. Inside Myriad City, Fairy Yuqin and Dong Xiaowan had already awoken. As they were still feeling weak, they did not follow City Lord Qin and company out of the city.
In fact, they had just learned of the recent happenings from Princess White Fox, who had rushed over to take care of them. "It was young master that saved me," Dong Xiaowan whispered to herself. "It can only be him," Fairy Yuqin added. No one but Yi Yun had such abilities. Just as she said that, the entire city Lord Manor suddenly quaked. As the rumbling continued incessantly, Fairy Yuqin felt alarmed. They quickly walked out the building and looked up. The sky appeared to be dyed by the black demonic flames. The land was constantly quaking. Boom! A dazzling golden beam tore through the black clouds and instantly cleansed the flaring black flames. The golden light obstreperously emanated an ancient and mysterious aura. "This is..." Fairy Yuqin was somewhat perplexed. "It's Yi Yun." Amid the powerful aura, Princess White Fox, who was closest to Yi Yun relationship-wise, was the first to sense Yi Yun's aura. Yi Yun is battling Skyfire Sacred Hands. From the looks of it, he isn't at a total disadvantage. In fact, he holds the upper hand. Princess White Fox had a mixed expression on her face. She believed that her strength had increased tremendously after being recruited by her master, allowing her to, at the very least, approach Yi Yun. But now, she realized that she could only watch Yi Yun from afar. Skyfire Sacred Hands was originally a supremacy. He later cultivated in demonic methods, becoming even stronger, but Yi Yun was able to resist him. Such cultivation techniques and sword techniques were truly terrifying. At that moment, beneath the desolate mountain, the flaming demonic black ball was cracking under Yi Yun's sword beams. It was reduced to countless black shadows. "Yi Yun!" Amid the black shadows thundered numerous voices that belonged to Skyfire Sacred Hands. He was still planning on gathering together and burning all his demonic flames and blood essence to kill Yi Yun at the cost of his life. Yi Yun exhaled. Although it was taxing on him, he was feeling delighted. When he cleaved apart the flaming demonic black ball with his sword beams, he could feel every insight he gained over the past 25 years of seclusion refining themselves into those sword beams. Skyfire Sacred Hands was a testbed for him. Yi Yun fully understood his own strength. If Skyfire Sacred Hands had cultivated normally to where he was, Yi Yun would not be his match. However, Skyfire Sacred Hands had taken the unorthodox path and bred thousands of demonic servants, all of which were perfectly countered by Yi Yun. "It's time to end it." Yi Yun lifted the sword tip. As the pure yang broken sword trembled gently, the heaven and earth resonated immediately with a dull hum. Golden beams of light surged outwards like a wave, and immediately following that, a sword beam plunged down from a high altitude like a radiant sun. It tore through the layer of clouds, space, and the black shadows that were frenetically trying to gather together. Instantly, countless holes bored through the black shadows as huge rifts opened up in the ground. Everyone, including Guiyuan Padian, City Lord Qin, and people from the distant Myriad City, witnessed this scene of fiery rain. "Ah-ha!" Skyfire Sacred Hands' voice sounded like it escaped from hell. Swish! 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 The tree veins thrust out, dispersing the black figures that were riddled with holes, enveloping and absorbing them. The azure wood divine tree had absorbed large amounts of demonic servants, emanating an even stronger yuan qi fluctuation. All its leaves seemed to shake like they were dancing. "He's dead." Skyfire Sacred Hands was killed just like that. It was truly a clean death. City Lord Qin looked wistfully at Yi Yun. After 25 years of not seeing him, Yi Yun had become a lot stronger. At that moment, he could not help but feel envious of Yi Yun. Such talent insinuated that if Yi Yun were to successfully mature, he would be able to make contact with even higher martial paths, seeking the origins of life and the universe. At that moment, Yi Yun was looking at the black shadows that were being absorbed by the azure wood divine tree. After it absorbed all the demonic servants, it grew taller once again. Its leaves turned lusher as the root network became more developed. However, at that moment, amid the layers of black shadows, an inconspicuous gray dot of light flew out silently. Like a ghost, it flew towards Yi Yun's back. The dot of light concealed all of its aura. Even a divine lord might not be able to detect it. However, Yi Yun possessed the purple crystal. Even after killing Skyfire Sacred Hands, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. He suddenly felt a sense of unease. Without a second thought, he flew forward. But the gray dot of light behind him was too fast. It ignored his protective yuan qi and directly tunneled through it. When the gray dot of light entered his body, Yi Yun suddenly felt an aura of biting coldness and death. It made his heart rapidly palpitate. It was clearly a power that did not belong to Skyfire Sacred Hands. Yi Yun's heart leaped. Could the gray dot of light have been left behind by Skyfire Sacred Hands' master? And did that mean it had been residing inside Skyfire Sacred Hands' body all along? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1221, Seal. Chapter 1221, Seal. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
When the gray dot of light entered Yun's body, the yuan qi within his dantian began to circulate violently. It instinctively tried to purge the gray dot of light, however, it remained like a maggot and rapidly tunneled into Yun's dantian. At that instant, Yun felt a strong sense of danger. And simultaneously, the Azurewood Divine Tree's root network abruptly uprooted itself from the desolate mountain and rapidly swept back towards Yun's body. The Azurewood Divine Tree seed had previously sprouted in Yun's dantian, becoming one with him. When it sensed the danger Yun was facing, the Azurewood Divine Tree automatically returned into Yun's body. In just a split second, the Azurewood Divine Tree's leaves spread throughout Yun's meridians and finally drew inwards to his dantian, wrapping it under thick layers.
Pang! Yun seemed to hear a dull thud from within his body.
As he looked within his dantian, he saw that the leaves had formed a cage, and the gray dot of light was slamming about within. Yun immediately circulated all his yuan qi to surge towards the cage. He constantly fortified it, while at the same time the Azurewood Divine Tree's massive vibrant strength inundated the gray dot of light, trapping it completely. The light it emitted also dimmed slightly. The cadaveric aura finally vanished. What the heck is this thing? Yun sensed that the gray dot of light was only sealed and restrained. It seemed to contain a light heartbeat. Through the Azurewood Divine Tree's leaves, Yun perceived the gray dot of light. From it, he sensed a stranger's aura. The aura was extremely diabolical. Simultaneously, Yun sensed that the gray dot of light contained immense amounts of demonic aura that was of a higher grade than that of the demonic servants. Yun thought about it and came to the conclusion that the demonic aura belonged to Skyfire Sacred Hands' master. By planting the gray dot of light within Yun's body, Skyfire Sacred Hands' master was able to instantly strike and kill him. From the beginning, Skyfire Sacred Hands' master had not trusted him at all. He only saw Skyfire Sacred Hands as a tool. However, the gray dot of light had been completely restrained by the Azurewood Divine Tree. Not a single amount of aura leaked out.
As such, the demonic aura could no longer be tracked as well.
Not only was it unable to threaten his life, it also prevented Skyfire Sacred Hands' master from sensing it. I'll use the Azurewood Divine Tree to seal it before absorbing it clean.
Yun thought to himself. Yun felt unease leaving such a thing in his body even if Skyfire Sacred Hands' master could not find him. He needed to refine and digest it. The demonic aura would provide large amounts of nutrients to the Azurewood Divine Tree once it was absorbed. However, absorbing the demonic aura clean was not an easy task. It would probably take a period of time. Yun, are you alright? City Lord Qin asked after he and company flew over. Yun shook his head. I'm fine. City Lord Qin and company had not seen the gray dot of light. All they saw was Yun suddenly halting. He had a heavy expression and, following that, the surrounding yuan qi was pulled into his body. They were puzzled as to what had happened. Now that they knew Yun was fine, City Lord Qin and company heaved a sigh of relief. They chalked it up to Yun being a little exhausted. After all, it had been a huge battle. Imagining the scene of the battle that had just ended, the warriors, and even the mortals, that witnessed the scene would speak about it, remembering it deep in their hearts. Let's return to Myriad City.
I'll purge the plague for those people, said Yun.
Upon hearing Yun's offer, the Zhou family's patriarch was naturally the happiest. However, City Lord Qin was taken aback.
Why the rush? Yun had just finished a battle and needed rest. There was no need to hurry.
However, Yun gave a faint smile. It's fine. Curing the plague for the others did not enervate him in any way.
On the contrary, it replenished his Azurewood Divine Tree with some energy. Despite having restrained the gray dot of light, Yun knew that he could not stay in Myriad City for long, or trouble would quickly come knocking. Billions of miles away from Myriad Divine Territory, in a silent and desolate desert, a red-haired man sat quietly amid the yellow sand. Strong winds howled, blowing through his red hair as though a red flame was flickering in the sand. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His eyes appeared to be two patches of darkness. They effused an endless chill as though he did not have the emotions that belong to a living being.
Skyfire Sacred Hands is dead.
The red-haired man was somewhat surprised. It wasn't that he particularly cared about Skyfire Sacred Hands' survival. However, the ancient demonic aura he had planted had entered deep into the person that killed Skyfire Sacred Hands. But in the blink of an eye, the demonic aura seemed to be lost in the endless oceans. It vanished without a trace. The red-haired man pricked up his brows and extended his hand, writing down a name on the yellow sand in front of him.
Yun. Wu.
A gust of wind blew. Despite being a name written in sand, it did not get blown away by the wind. It seemed to be engraved in the sand forever.
Interesting.
The red-haired man muttered to himself as the corners of his lips suffused a faint smile.
What secret does this youth have? It looks like I have underestimated him.
The infected geniuses of Myriad City gathered in front of City Lord Manor were filled with anticipation and excitement. And aside from the geniuses, there were warriors that rushed to Myriad City after catching wind of the news. All of Myriad City's streets were empty. Nearly everyone in the city had come out of the stores and houses. They swarmed towards City Lord Manor. The turnout for such a grand occasion was even better than that of the Grand Alchemical cum Medical Meet years ago.
When Yun's figure appeared in front of City Lord Manor's entrance, a cacophonous roar sounded. Young Master Yi! Young Master Yi! These geniuses and warriors gazed excitedly at Yun. All of them exuded looks of immense reverence and admiration.
Yun's present status made it so that no one had even the slightest thought of comparing themselves to him. There was only idolation. Yun looked at these people and raised his hand. The azurewood divine tree phantom appeared behind him as a warm vibrant energy immediately scattered towards the crowd like rain. Sharp screams that came from the soul cried out. Yun could hear them clearly, but ordinary people did not hear them at all. The demonic servants that were hiding within the young geniuses' dansions escaped as they scattered in mid-air, attempting to escape in every direction.
Freeze! Yun was already prepared.
He extended his finger and immediately, the space above the crowd was sealed.
Golden threads formed a spatial cage.
These demonic servants were imprisoned within the space as they were helplessly absorbed by the azurewood divine tree. In an instant, Yun had treated all the infected geniuses.
Young Master Yi, this is a little token to show my respect to you. Patriarch Zhou was delighted.
The few genius of the younger generation of his Zhou family had been saved.
He immediately produced an interspatial ring. He was not the only one.
The factions behind the geniuses that were saved each delivered all sorts of treasures.
Today, the formidable strength that Yun had demonstrated made everyone see Yun's future clearly.
As long as he did not perish, his future was limitless.
They did not have lavish hopes of befriending Yun. Simply being slightly acquainted with him brought immense benefits.
Yun did not reject the gifts of gratitude.
He entrusted City Lord Qin to collect all the gifts and left. He wanted to meet Elder Mo.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1222, Horizon of the Sinkhole. Chapter 1222, Horizon of the Sinkhole. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Outside of Myriad City, on the southern-facing slope of the heaven-bestowing mountain, there was an ordinary straw cottage. It sat behind a herbal field and looked like any ordinary house from a village of mortals. At this moment, an azure-clothed elder was sitting on a bamboo chair in front of the house, leisurely sampling some tea made of coarse leaves. When Yun arrived in front of the straw cottage, he looked at the elder drinking tea. As he watched, he felt that the tea-drinking elder, the herb field, the straw cottage, and the world around it seemed to be an independent world, yet everything came together so naturally. Every single brick and tile seemed to contain laws to form such an atmosphere. People without a discerning eye would have found the place ordinary.
Elder Mo, may I share a cup of your tea? Yun requested with a faint smile. Elder Mo looked up and glanced at him.
His purple pupils seemed to contain limitless power. Of course. Elder Mo extended his hand out, causing the tea to fly out of the kettle and into a coarse porcelain cup, which flew towards Yun.
Yun caught it and downed it with the tip of his head.
After the warm tea flowed down his throat and into his stomach, he felt a comfortable and refreshing feeling emanate through his limbs.
Great tea. Yun marveled carefreely. Yun was well-read thanks to the divine alchemist's notes.
He knew spirit tea was made of herbs, but despite his knowledge he could not discern the source of the tea leaves.
What tea is this? Asked Yun. This is one of the local products from where I'm from. It's called rootless tea, said Elder Mo. Rootless tea? Tea without roots was an interesting concept. When Yun heard Elder Mo mention where he hailed from, he asked, Elder Mo, might I ask who your master is? Why does your master want to meet me?
It is not my place to question my master's intentions.
However, rest assured that my master has no intentions of harming you in any way.
You will be informed as to why my master wants to meet you when the both of you meet.
Elder Mo said with a smile. Yun nodded.
He did not believe that Elder Mo's master had any ulterior motives towards him. If that were the case, Elder Mo's strength was sufficient to just attack him openly. There was no need to go through such great trouble. He was curious. Why would Elder Mo's master be interested in him? If I stay any longer in Myriad City, it will only invite trouble. Elder Mo, I might as well go with you to meet your master, said Yun. Is the trouble you mention referring to the mastermind behind Skyfire's sacred hands? Asked Elder Mo. Yes, Yun replied immediately. Does Elder Mo know who the person is? Yun had already formed a grudge with the mastermind, so he naturally wanted any details on them that he could get. I know a little, but it's best you ask my master, replied Elder Mo. Do you have anyone else you would like to bid farewell to? A few figures appeared in Yun's mind. There are a few. Elder Mo stood up and gently swiped his hand. As though he was swiping across the landscape on a portrait, the straw cottage, herb fields, chair, and the tea vanished, transforming into a forest that merged with the surrounding grass and trees. Let's go. Yun left and returned to Myriad City with Elder Mo. Upon seeing Yun and Elder Mo's figures simultaneously appear over City Lord Manor, City Lord Qin knew that Yun was leaving. Myriad City was, after all, too small. Furthermore, Yun was destined for greater heights. Myriad City could not hold him back. Princess White Fox, Fairy Yuqin, as well as Dong Xiaowan and Ruor were in Myriad City. At that moment, Yun's voice sounded in their heads. I am here to bid all of you farewell. Yun was leaving? The girls rushed over. Dong Xiaowan looked at him in a longing manner. Ruor could not help but tug at Yun's sleeve. Sir! She deeply wished to follow Yun, but she was too weak. She could not help Yun in any way. Dong Xiaowan was the same. She held Ruor's hand and said to Yun softly, Young master, Ruor and I will be here. We will continue tending to Yun Xin Loft. It will forever be waiting for you. Perhaps Yun would never return, but Yun Xin Loft would silently stand in the city forever, handed down in Myriad City just like Yun's legend. Princess White Fox came in front of Yun gingerly. Her long hair blew in the gentle wind as a faint smile seemed to be contained within her star-like eyes. Yun, I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. She had obtained a fortuitous encounter before coming to Myriad City, meeting Yun again. In the future, Yun would head to even more lofty worlds. Princess White Fox made those worlds her goal as well. Although she was not as talented as Yun, she would always pursue him on the martial path. Yun looked into her eyes for a moment. All right. Turning back to take a glance, Yun nodded and said to everyone, I'm leaving. He flew into the sky where Elder Mo was waiting for him. Elder Mo extended his hand and tore through space. Immediately a gigantic spatial rift appeared. Amid the rift were starry cosmos that were constantly in flux and howling storms. It seemed to lead to another world. People with insufficient strength would not be able to step through the spatial rift. Elder Mo took the first step in before Yun followed closely behind. Wah! Space trembled as the rift closed. In a blink of an eye, the blue skies were restored. It was as though Yun's body was never there. He's gone. Fairy Yuqin looked at the sky and as her expression effused melancholy. Yun and she were on completely different levels. After today's separation, perhaps, the gap would only widen. Meanwhile, on the other end of the spatial rift. The moment Yun stepped through the spatial rift, he was embroiled in a spatial storm. A pale golden yuan chi suffused the surface of his body, isolating it from the terrifying powers of the storm. Elder Mo's figure was ahead. He was strolling ahead like he was enjoying a nice breeze. In a blink of an eye, they appeared in an empty cosmic space. Let's continue. It's still very far, said Elder Mo. Elder Mo ripped with his hand, tearing open another spatial rift. After this continued 8 more times, Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. They had arrived in a space with thin mists. They were no longer in space but in a particular world. Even Yun could not stomach the experience of crossing space 8 times. However, when he entered this world, Yun felt mentally refreshed. He relaxed instantly. This is... Yun sensed that it was an independent space. It was a huge pocket world. From the looks of it, this was the world that Elder Mo's master resided in. There was no way to guess how many miles they had traversed to arrive in this world. They had long left the Yang God Emperor in heaven. This is the Mirage Sea Realm, said Elder Mo. Which of the 12 Empyrean heavens are we in? Asked Yun. Elder Mo smiled faintly and looked at the endless clouds in front of him. This is not the 12 Empyrean heavens, but the horizon of the sinkhole. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1223, Portrait. Chapter 1223, Portrait. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. Horizon of the Sinkhole? Yun was taken aback. He knew that the 12 Empyrean heavens were only a portion of the universe.
Yet he was still unsure as to what the horizon of the sinkhole was. In between the sinkhole and the 12 Empyrean heavens, there exists a chaotic region. If people from the 12 Empyrean heavens want to venture into the sinkhole, they must cross through this region of chaos.
Therefore, that region is named the horizon of the sinkhole, explained Elder Mo. So that was the reason. Yun nodded.
The universe was expansive and what he knew was still too limited. There was a sea of clouds wafting in Mirage Sea realm. Across the clouds, there were lush green islands floating above blue and calm oceans. It was like a dream or a mirage.
The Mirage Sea realm lived up to its name.
The ocean here refused sufficient spiritual energy and the vegetation on the island was luxuriant. It was very refreshing to the body and mind.
Cultivating in such a place would certainly speed up the cultivation process. Yun was even more curious about Elder Mo's master.
To possess such a world, the Mirage Sea realm was bigger than any pocket world he had ever seen.
At that moment, figures began flying over from different islands.
These figures emanated powerful Yuan Qi fluctuations.
Yun realized that they were Dao Palace realm warriors when he glanced at them. Elder Mo. Elder Mo, you are back. These people greeted Elder Mo.
They also looked curiously at Yun for he was a fresh face.
I'm bringing him to meet Master, said Elder Mo. Everyone burst into a flurry of discussion as they watched Yun and Elder Mo fly far away. Who is he?
It has been very long since someone new came to our Mirage Sea realm.
He is allowed to meet our Mirage Sea realm's owner? Who is this person?
The warriors present were stunned. Although they lived in Mirage Sea realm, the person that truly taught and managed them was Elder Mo. As for Mirage Sea realm's owner, they were an extremely mysterious figure, someone who they had never met. As Yun followed Elder Mo in flight, he could not help but turn back to take a glance.
Those are citizens who live on the islands.
Many of them were born in the Mirage Sea realm.
They have never gone to the outside world, explained Elder Mo. Yun was astonished. This appeared to be another paradise in the world of warriors. It's here. Elder Mo suddenly flew downwards. Yun looked at the island in front of him and knew that it was where the owner of the Mirage Sea realm resided. The island had a quiet mountain valley, which Elder Mo brought Yun to.
They followed a serene gravel path after landing. The valley was filled with all sorts of spiritual flowers and grass, but, strangely, there was a frost chi that permeated the valley. The frost chi was cold, but it did not deprive one of their vibrancy. It seemed to stem from the same frost chi that had been used to seal Dong Xiaowan in Fairy Yuqin. Inside the valley, there was an elegant bamboo lodge. It had a balcony covered in ice flowers that were crystalline and beautiful. They were like the most intricate pieces of art. At that moment, the door to the bamboo lodge was pushed open. A blue-dressed woman slowly walked out. She was tall and slender. Her skin was so fair that the blood vessels beneath her skin could be seen. Yun was surprised to find that her body did not contain any Yuan Qi fluctuations. She appeared to be immortal. A mortal? Yun was stunned. Before he could react to the girl's identity, Elder Mo, who was beside him, went forward respectfully. He bowed at her and said, "Miss, your servant has brought young Mastery here."
Oh? This was the master that Elder Mo was referring to? Was she also the owner of the Mirage Sea realm?
Yun originally assumed that Elder Mo's master had used her extraordinary strength to establish a mystical world in the horizon of the sinkhole, forming the Mirage Sea realm. And as Mirage Sea realm and Elder Mo's master, she would naturally be extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even stronger than a divine lord. He never expected Elder Mo's master to be immortal.
The blue-dressed girl looked at Yun.
Her eyes were bright and her facial features were intricate like they were carved from beautiful jade. It made the spiritual flowers and crystalline ice around her pale in comparison. Yun had never seen a mortal girl that possessed such bearing and looks. He first suspected that she was hiding her aura, but Yun had the purple crystal in him. It was extremely sensitive to energy, so he was certain that the girl had no means of concealing her aura.
She was of mortal breed through and through.
It was unknown how long the Mirage Sea realm had existed. With Elder Mo's cultivation, it would not be a surprise if it had existed for 1,000,000 years.
A mortal girl that looked about 16 was the owner of the Mirage Sea realm? A mortal lived for less than 100 years. Subtracting the childhood and elderly years, one's youth lasted less than 2 decades.
The prime of one's youth left one sighing. If the perfect girl in front of him was a warrior, her beauty could exist for extended periods of time.
But if she were mortal, her beauty was ephemeral. At that moment, the girl looked up.
Using her aqueous eyes, she looked at Yi Yun.
"Are you young Master Yi?"
"I am." Yi Yun jolted out of his daze and replied.
The girl smiled slightly and said, "My name is Huan Qinshui."
It must have been tough for young Master Yi to come from so far away. After hearing of young Master Yi's deeds, I troubled Elder Mo to invite you here.
Huan Qinshui's smile seemed to make the surroundings immediately lose their existence.
Only her smile and voice remained in the valley. It was memorable, to say the least.
Yi Yun suppressed the questions on his mind and cupped his fists. He asked, "Miss Huan, might I know why you were looking for me?" Huan Qinshui did not directly answer Yi Yun and instead asked him, "Young Master Yi, what do you think of my Mirage Sea realm?" Yi Yun honestly answered, "Excellent."
The place was quiet and harmonious. There was plenty of spiritual energy and the scenery was alluring. It was naturally a very nice place.
"In that case, why don't you stay here first? The island beside mine is empty."
"Young Master Yi, if you do not mind, you can stay there for as long as you like," Huan Qinshui said.
Yi Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I'm honored by Miss Huan's invitation.
However, I cannot be at ease until you tell me why you were looking for me." Although his intuition told him that Huan Qinshui had no ill intent towards him, Yi Yun could not completely trust her. He could not think of a reason why she had invited him there.
Huan Qinshui nodded gently and said, "There are many reasons why I sought you. It's difficult to put them all into words.
I was planning on inviting you to live here and discussing everything with you in detail, slowly. However, since you can't wait, I'll show you something right now." After Huan Qinshui said that, she took off an interspatial ring from her hand.
She handed it to Elder Mo.
Elder Mo gently swiped the interspatial ring in his hand, making a portrait appear. He then returned it to Huan Qinshui.
Just this scene confirmed Yi Yun's guesses. Huan Qinshui was truly a mortal girl.
If not, just the cultivation of a little Yuan Qi would be able to easily open an interspatial ring.
Why would she need Elder Mo's help? Huan Qinshui gradually unfurled the portrait.
It was half the height of a person and in it, a woman was drawn. She was drawn in a way remarkably true to life.
It made one feel that the person in the portrait was alive.
"Young Master Yi, you should know this person, right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1224, Woman in the Portrait. Chapter 1224, Woman in the Portrait. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin.
The woman drawn in the portrait was dressed in a white dress.
She seemed to stand aloof from the world, transcendent, as though she was a fairy from the 9 heavens that landed in the mortal world.
When he first saw the woman, Yi Yun found her somewhat familiar.
However, he was certain he had never seen her before. Who was this woman?
If he had ever seen such a peerless woman, she certainly would have left a lasting impression on him. Yi Yun looked at it carefully for a long time. Although it was a portrait, the woman's bearing and looks far exceeded peerless women like Fairy Yuqin and Princess White Fox. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance streaked across Yi Yun's mind. He recalled the image of a person. Back in the Tian Yuan world, he had once seen Azure Yang Lord's past when he entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Azure Yang Lord had a love of his life named Bai Yuan. Although Yi Yun had only seen dreamy visions of Azure Yang Lord's life, Bai Yuan had left a deep impression on him. On careful comparison, she resembled the woman in the portrait. Yi Yun remembered that, tens of millions of years ago, the Central State Divine Territory had an empire that united the area known as the Great Qian Dynasty. And Azure Yang Lord was a prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. After he inherited the throne, he encountered an extremely beautiful woman, Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan was exceedingly talented. She was extremely clever, but she came from a tiny sect. Even so, she emitted light like the bright moon. She was a rare gem. Her ordinary background gave her an inexplicable charm and affability. It made Azure Yang Lord fall deeply in love with her. Later, the duo held a wedding and was supported by the Great Qian Dynasty. After having heritage and resources to make up for her disadvantages, Bai Yuan's cultivation improved rapidly. Before long, she was almost as strong as Azure Yang Lord. Among their peers, they were invincible. However, they came to suffer certain tribulations. Once, Azure Yang Lord and Bai Yuan headed to the sinkhole on an expedition. They encountered a perilous zone. Amid the distorted space in the sinkhole, Azure Yang Lord was trapped and his outcome unknown. Bai Yuan returned alone and ruled the Great Qian dynasty in his stead, conscientiously and earnestly. She always waited for Azure Yang Lord, believing that he would return. With that, 20 years passed and the outcome Bai Yuan had been wishing for finally happened.
Azure Yang Lord returned.
Not only did he return alive, he returned with his cultivation level increased by leaps and bounds after receiving a huge opportunity in the sinkhole. The Great Qian dynasty rejoiced and the two were given the titles of Sacred Emperor and Sacred Empress.
Azure Yang Lord led an unbridled life.
Bai Yuan was modest and open-minded, a motherly model for the nation. Immediately following that, Azure Yang Lord inherited the position of Great World's Divine Lord. He became a figure that carried weight in the Yang God Empery in heaven. That was the peak of his life. And after the peak was a terrifying nadir.
Not long later, a Fey race expert named Sha Hongxue came to the Central State Divine Territory and issued a challenge. He was an arrogant person with extraordinary strength. However, Azure Yang Lord was extremely confident regarding the battle. The entire Yang God Empery in heaven was stirred as they rushed to the Central State Divine Territory to witness the battle. Before the great battle, Azure Yang Lord made another breakthrough.
He gained insights into the ethereal state and, just as his cultivation level was about to be increased, Bai Yuan appeared like a ghost at his most critical juncture. She stabbed him in the chest. At that moment, Azure Yang Lord could not believe what was happening before his very eyes. He grabbed the ice-cold sword's blade and looked at Bai Yuan. However, on her face, there was nothing but coldness. When the sword was pulled out, it seemed to extract everything in Azure Yang Lord's life. If he were to die, he wanted to know the reason. However, Bai Yuan left without saying a word. At the battle with Sha Hongxue, Azure Yang Lord suffered an abject defeat. Later on, Azure Yang Lord became disillusioned. He lost all meaning in his life. He returned to the sinkhole, the spot where he had been trapped for 2 decades. He wanted to end his life, but instead, he reached the Tian Yuan world. There, he encountered a woman that saved his soul, the ancient Great Empress.
As for the Great Empress mystic realm that Yi Yun would enter, those events happened tens of millions of years later. This was Azure Yang Lord's history.
It had been buried deep in Yi Yun's herd for a long time.
Coincidentally, when Yi Yun was transported to the Yang God Empery in heaven from the Azure Wood Great World, he had arrived in the Central State Divine Territory, where the old Great Qian dynasty once stood.
Furthermore, Yi Yun encountered the descendants of Azure Yang Lord in the Central State Divine Territory, Jian Wufeng. Yi Yun also saw how the Clarity Pool Sword sect became a mere shadow of its glorious past after tens of millions of years.
All of this seemed to be destined by karma. I know her.
Her name is Bai Yuan.
Yi Yun looked at Huan Xinxue. Is Miss Huan related to seniors Bai Yuan and Jian Xingyang?
Huan Xinxue shook her head and said, I do not know Jian Xingyang, but I know of his story. He was a remarkable genius, but he had an unlucky life.
He was quite a pitiful man.
Oh?
Because of Bai Yuan?
Yi Yun was somewhat perplexed.
Why would Huan Xinxue have Bai Yuan's portrait? Furthermore, how did she know that he was related to Azure Yang Lord?
Huan Xinxue rolled up the portrait and said with a sigh, Do you know why Bai Yuan harmed Jian Xingyang?
Yi Yun shook his head.
This was something that left him puzzled as well.
He had seen Azure Yang Lord's complete history.
Before Bai Yuan betrayed him, her relationship with Azure Yang Lord did not appear disingenuous in any way. She had been loyal to him for centuries and had waited patiently for him for 20 years after Azure Yang Lord's disappearance. It was indelible and seemed like a love that could never be changed. Later on, when the both of them were conferred the titles of Sacred Emperor and Sacred Empress, they were at their lives' peaks. Especially with Azure Yang Lord being so young, he had limitless potential.
Breaking through to the realm above Divine Lord was just a matter of time.
They could have soared together and traveled the cosmos.
Under such circumstances, why would she harm her husband?
Hundreds of years of loyalty were defeated by a day of betrayal.
It was inexplicable. Do you know what Bai Yuan took away after harming Jian Xingyang?
Yi Yun recalled for a moment as a chill ran down his back. The item that Bai Yuan took away was a broken sword. To be precise, it was the pure Yang broken sword tip.
Yi Yun drew a deep breath as he realized a possibility.
Standing before him, Huan Xinxue had likely already known that he possessed the other half of the pure Yang broken sword. This was the reason why she had invited him to the Mirage Sea realm.
Yi Yun calmed down and said, It's half a broken sword. Back then, Azure Yang Lord had countless treasures in his interspatial ring.
There were even remnant pages of the Yang God Manual and the 9 Nether Sacred Manual. They were cultivation techniques formed naturally from the nomological great Tao of the 12 Empyrean heavens. Their worth was unimaginable, but Bai Yuan did not take them away. All she took was the half of the broken sword.
That's right. It's half a broken sword. As for the remnant pages of the Yang God Manual and the 9 other sacred manual that you mentioned, Huan Xinxue shook her head when she came to that. They are probably not as valuable as you imagine them to be. They are not cultivation techniques naturally formed by the nomological great Tao of the 12 empyrean heavens. Over the long rivers of time, many truths are buried in the ashes of history, unknown to people, Huan Xinxue said indifferently. Her voice was calm, matching her long breaths. There was something indescribable about it. A mortal girl was discussing a history that spanned billions of years. Even a legend formed at the beginning of the 12 empyrean heavens was spoken of casually and calmly. It left Yi Yun somewhat speechless. Was she really a mortal girl? Yi Yun found it unimaginable. However, he also found Huan Xinxue's claim to be very probable. The Yang God Manual and the 9 other sacred manual remnant pages were not naturally formed from the nomological great Tao of the 12 empyrean heavens. On careful thought, although Yi Yun had never cultivated in the Yang God Manual and the 9 other sacred manual in the past, he had remnant pages of the 10,000 Fei divine canon that were their equal. These pages were given to him by Felicitous Rain Lord before he left the Azurewood Great World. Yi Yun had secluded himself for 25 years and cultivated in the remnant pages of the 10,000 Fei divine canon. If the cultivation technique was said to be ingenious, it was indeed the case. However, if it were to be called a supreme great Tao, there was this nagging feeling that it wasn't that amazing. It was on a completely different level from the 10,000 demon wheel of existence that Yi Yun had cultivated in. Previously, Yi Yun guessed that perhaps the 10,000 Fei divine canon he had was incomplete, resulting in its lacking strength. But upon careful thought, over all these years, there were a total of 12 mystic manuals in the 12 empyrean heavens. They had been obtained by numerous mighty figures, but did none of them ever receive a complete set of the mystic manual? And yet, Yi Yun had never heard of anyone who cultivated the complete mystic manual to become a peerless figure like the pure young sword palace owner. There had been numerous people who had obtained the mystic manual, but they were on the level of Felicitous Rainlord or Elder Mo. If the value of the mystic manuals was inestimable, those remnant pages would have long been snatched away by figures above the divine lord level. The reason why Bai Yuan had abandoned the Yang God Manual and 9 other sacred manual remnant pages was not because she wanted to leave it for Azure Yang Lord, but because she thought nothing of them. Yet, she had taken away the sword tip. Upon realizing this, Yi Yun's expression turned heavy. He realized that the pure Yang broken sword's value was far greater than he imagined. But now, the news of him possessing the pure Yang broken sword had been leaked. The reason for the oversight was that he had underestimated the value of the pure Yang broken sword. Originally, Yi Yun believed that even if it were the pure Yang sword palace owner's weapon, it was still a broken weapon. Furthermore, there was only half of it. Yi Yun had also underestimated Bai Yuan. He thought that she was only a heartless woman from a small sect, filled with ambition and greed. Now, from the looks of it, it was probably not that simple. Since he had been exposed, Yi Yun could only live with fate. He knew Elder Mo's strength. He was far stronger than him. If the girl in front of him had any designs on the pure Yang broken sword, he had no chance of putting up a struggle. He could only hand it to her. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the blue-dressed girl only looked at him. Her bright eyes seemed like spring water. Despite being pure and clean, it appeared unfathomable. Your reaction is a lot calmer than I expected. The girl smiled faintly. Yi Yun shook his head with a wry smile. This mortal girl had seemed to see through him. She knew what he was thinking. Does Miss Huan not have any interest in the broken sword? I wouldn't call it interest. The broken sword is of great importance to me. However, it's completely different from what you are imagining. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1225, Ancient Godly Monarchs. Chapter 1225, Ancient Godly Monarchs. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun was surprised when he heard Huan Xinxue's words. What was different from what he imagined? Could it be that Huan Xinxue actually wasn't interested in the sword? Huan Xinxue could read Yi Yun's apprehensions. She said with a smile, I did not call you here to get anything from you. Instead, it's about the owner of this broken sword. Are you talking about the pure Yang sword palace owner? Huan Xinxue nodded slightly. That's right. Too much time has passed. Of all the people of the present, if we are ignoring the sinkhole, just the 12 empyrean heavens alone, there's probably none who can remember the 8 godly monarchs of ancient times. 8 godly monarchs? Yi Yun held his breath. Huan Xinxue's words left him in awe. He did not know what sort of figures the 8 godly monarchs were. The pure Yang Sword Palace owner you just mentioned is one of the 8 godly monarchs. Back then, all sentient beings fought with the ancestor gods, and the 8 godly monarchs fought until they were bathed in blood. Some died in battle, some were heavily injured, and there were others whose outcomes are unknown. However, that history has been wiped away due to all sorts of reasons. Now, it's unknown to most people. It's very normal for you not to know. Huan Xinxue reflected over the matter. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the endless rivers of time, and saw the stunning ancient war at the source of that river. Yi Yun found it unbelievable that a mortal girl could possess such a gaze. He remained silent for a long while before asking, Miss Huan, you said that the history has been wiped away. Then, how does Bai Yuan know the value of the sword? And why was she willing to harm her lover that she had been together with for centuries? Does she know the history of the 8 godly monarchs? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Huan Xinxue sighed. Her voice sounded somewhat pained and a little wistful. That's right. She obviously knew about it because she is one of the 8 godly monarchs. What? Yi Yun widened his eyes. He never expected Huan Xinxue to give him such an answer. In Azure Yang Lord's memories, Bai Yuan was a genius girl that grew up in a small sect. Now, he was being told that Bai Yuan was a figure equal to the pure Yang Sword Palace owner. How was it possible? Even if Bai Yuan was one of the 8 godly monarchs, she could have just killed Jian Xingyang if she wanted the pure Yang broken sword. There was no need for her to stay by his side for centuries. With the standards of a godly monarch, Jian Xingyang would not matter highly to her even if he was excellent. It was hard to imagine. Huan Xinxue said, I know what you are perplexed about. In fact, Bai Yuan is not the complete body of a godly monarch. She is only one incarnation of a godly monarch. One incarnation? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. I previously mentioned that there were 8 godly monarchs in ancient times. After that massive war, some perished and some were heavily injured. There were others that disappeared. Bai Yuan was one that was heavily injured. As a last resort, she sealed herself in divine blood crystal and slept for 100 million years. Although this amount of time ensured her survival, it also caused her strength to recede. In order to recover to her past state, she used a mystic technique to reincarnate. She split her soul and reincarnated again and again, so as to nurture the strength of her soul and absorb Yuan Qi. All these incarnations would slowly fuse back into her body and her strength would gradually recover. The girl that Jian Xingyang met was one of Bai Yuan's incarnations. She did not have any memories as a godly monarch. She was herself, as plain as paper. She met Jian Xingyang and fell in love with him. She stayed by his side for centuries until one day, when she awakened. She transformed back into the true Bai Yuan, and from that moment forth, the girl of the past was dead. The person that continued living was only a soul belonging to the godly monarch. Therefore, I said that, from the moment Jian Xingyang met that girl, he was destined to lead a life of tragedy. Yi Yun was enlightened by Huan Xinxue's explanation. It was no wonder Bai Yuan's eyes were filled with love when she was by Jian Xingyang's side. Back then, she was truly in love with him. They could have toured the cosmos and been together to the end of days, but their fates were destined. With Jian Xingyang's strength, how could he withstand a godly monarch of primordial times? From this point of view, wasn't the reincarnated Bai Yuan also a tragic figure? Unfortunately, Jian Xingyang did not know why his lover had betrayed him till his death. Even with the ancient great empress rehabilitating him, it was still regret, indignation, and endless hatred that Jian Xingyang brought with him to his death. Yi Yun gently touched his interspatial ring, and following that a faint dark gold beam flashed. The pure Yang broken sword appeared in his hand. The golden beam was only the effect of the pure Yang Yuan Qi in Yi Yun's body. The broken sword itself was simple and dull. It had experienced the ruthless baptism of time and was covered in rust. It was hard to imagine that it was a sword that could stir a godly monarch's heart. If this sword is so formidable, why would it break? Huan Xinxue said, the value of this sword is not in its strength but the secret contained within it. Secret? What is it? Huan Xinxue shook her head. Too many things happened back in the primordial times. Even the most astounding matters have been buried by history. Furthermore, it was already a secret unknown during the primordial era. After hundreds of millions of years, there is no way anyone would know the truth. Miss Huan, even you do not know? Yi Yun was surprised. He previously felt that there was nothing Huan Xinxue did not know. Yi Yun continued, Miss Huan, I believe that whatever secret this sword entails, Bai Yuan will find me regardless, isn't that right? Back when Yi Yun first arrived in the 12 Empyrean heavens, he had hidden all his treasures because he lacked the strength to protect them.
Later on, when he gained strength that exceeded ordinary supremacies, and an extremely high amount of status and prestige, Ian felt that treasures like the pure Yang broken sword in the God Advent Tower did not need to be hidden any longer. Furthermore, no one would recognize the pure Yang broken sword. But from the looks of it, he had made a mistake. Huan Xinxue said with a smile, "You do not need to worry about that. From the last reincarnation of her soul, Bai Yuan has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. She will not be coming out into this world anytime soon. And none of her followers have ever experienced the war of the primordial times. Therefore, you are temporarily safe. However, that might not be the case when she awakens. You brought the pure Yang broken sword from the sealed Tian Yuan world into the 12 Empyrean heavens, so, in time to come, Bai Yuan will find you because the broken sword you have is linked to the part she has. She will find you." Huan Xinshue's words left Yun appalled. He was thankful that Bai Yuan was still in seclusion and that Huan Xinxue had found him first. Yun pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Miss Huan, do you understand Bai Yuan? Is she good or bad?" Yun knew that in the primordial battle, 100 races, including humans, had fought the bronze giants. As one of the 8 godly monarchs who took part in that battle, Bai Yuan must have secured great achievements for the human race. But later, in order to obtain the pure Yang Sword Palace owner's broken sword, she ignored the feelings she had for Jin Xingyang in that life. She stabbed him in the chest, stopping at nothing in a ruthless manner. Huan Xinxue said, "Whether she's good or bad isn't that easily determined. In that world battle of primordial times, who can judge the goodness or badness of both parties? Those 100 races had warred against each other without end. They only united to face a stronger enemy because they had no choice. However, who can truly determine if their hearts were aligned as one when battling the ancestor gods? Even the 8 godly monarchs, who fought alongside each other, were not extremely close. After hundreds of millions of years passed, it became even more complicated and confusing, with no one capable of distinguishing who did what back then. You asked me who was good or bad, that is something I cannot answer because there was never good or bad to begin with. There was only foe and friend." Huan Xinshue's voice was fluttery as she smiled and looked at Yun. She countered with a teasing tone, "Do you think you are good or bad? Good or bad?" If one considered the number of kills, Yun had killed numerous people. He fell silent for a moment and said, "Miss Huan, you are right. My battles are not fought for good but for myself. It is all for my own conscience." Upon saying that, Yun cupped his fists. "Miss Huan, thank you for saving my life. Had you not said what you said, I might have ended up dead without even knowing why. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1226, Sword Bestowing. Chapter 1226, Sword Bestowing. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. It was not an exaggeration to say that Huan Xinshue's reminder was saving his life. Yun knew very well that if Bai Yuan was even willing to harm Jin Xingyang, it was absolutely impossible that she would spare him. "I have 2 other matters on which I would like to consult Miss Huan." Yun came to the Mirage Sea realm with many questions. After going through so much difficulty to meet Huan Xinsxue, he naturally wanted answers for all of them. "Young Master Yi, please ask." Huan Xinsxue said calmly. "I would like to know about the demonic servants that have infiltrated the Yang God Empyrean heaven as evil spirits. What is going on with them? Is some ancient race, such as the sealed bronze giants, controlling all of this?" Yun was already aware of the origins of the demonic servants. They were likely remnant servants of an ancient era. They had battled with the 100 races in the past. However, for the demonic servants to suddenly awaken after such a long slumber, there was definitely an instigator. "Do you think it's the bronze giants?" Huan Xinsxue shook her head. "It's not them. I mentioned that the human race of the time had internal conflicts. They only became stronger because a common enemy appeared and had no choice but to ally. Among humans, there were always a few ambitious ones who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. They wanted more and they lacked the strength to claim it, so they would begin taking an unorthodox path. The demonic servants you mentioned happened to be released by humans." "Oh." Yun's heart palpitated. Although he had already vaguely guessed at something when he heard the first half of Huan Xinshue's answer, he was still astounded when he obtained Huan Xinshue's confirmation. The war during ancient times had made humans suffer great losses. After so much time had passed since the war, history had been sealed under a layer of dust. People had forgotten the pain it brought to the point of awakening the slumbering demonic servants. Were they mad? Is no one stopping them before they can engage in such acts? Does no one consider the consequences? Of course, but the people orchestrating all of this are not people of average pedigree.
They work in the shadows, so how can it be easy to stop them? Furthermore, there are many complicated problems mixed into this larger problem. If we are talking about consequences, the people that released the demonic servants have definitely made more holistic considerations than you have. Do you think that chaos in the world, with human lives plunging into the depths of misery and suffering, is a result of negative karma? Perhaps there are some people in this world that are happy to see such a thing happen. The world has been at peace for too long. After the struggles between major powers settle down, it becomes harder to vie for newer interests. However, if the rules are broken, it's possible to gain even more. Many people look forward to destruction before establishment, and from that gain great benefits. More than 20 years ago, didn't you ally with the Guiyuan family in the Paradise chapter to destroy the Myriad Immortal Pavilion? Huan Xinxue countered with a question, leaving Yi Yun speechless. Indeed, his reasons for destroying the Myriad Immortal Pavilion had nothing to do with removing the ills of society. He had done so for revenge and self-preservation. He had done it to ensure that his body and mind was at ease. The ancient races have been destroyed. Those that open Pandora's box naturally think they can control all the evil spirits. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they fail to control them, the level of the calamity would not exceed that of the 100 race war of ancient times. Chaos in the world leads to the suffering of all life, but it is something some people are willing to see. Heroes are born in difficult times. There were 8 godly monarchs in ancient times, and many other influential figures throughout history. Any one of them were horrifyingly strong, but to attain that kind of cultivation level in this age of peace is exceedingly difficult. Perhaps, some people are waiting to make breakthroughs amid the chaos. Huan Xinxue's words left Yi Yun somewhat at a loss. He originally thought that the revival of the demonic servants meant that ancient races were making a return, yet, he never imagined that humans were the ones that instigated the awakening of the demonic servants. Humans were warlike, to begin with. It was common among humans to fight unceasingly for their interests. Furthermore, there were some perverse people who wanted revenge on the world. Such people were even more dangerous. There was no limit to what they would do. Yi Yun knew that there was evil deeply rooted in human nature. However, he was not a person who would bemoan the state of the universe and mankind, much less the kind who would question life after seeing the ugly nature of humans and eventually decide to destroy the entire world in a crazy fit. He was only Yi Yun, an ordinary person that pursued the martial path, wanting his life to escape the cycle of samsara. His goal was clear. He distinguished clearly between kindness and hatred, and he adhered to his conscience. Regardless of how common grueling battles were in this world, as long as no one provoked him, they had nothing to do with him. Miss Huan, do you know the master behind Skyfire's sacred hands? He has left behind a forbidding mark on me. The mark that Skyfire's sacred hands' master left might have been entrapped by the Azurewood divine tree, but to completely refine it would take time. Young Master Yi, compared to Bai Yuan, that red-haired man is just a trivial figure in the grand scheme of things. If you are to face Bai Yuan, then he will only be a grinding stone for you. By the way, he has 3 other partners. I hope that you can kill each and every one of them within 15 years. 15 years. Yi Yun's eyes flashed. Up to today, he had cultivated nearly 100 years. Anyone else would treat him as a junior, but Huan Xinxue thought so highly of him. During this 15 years, I'll recommend you a place. Cultivate there. As Huan Xinxue spoke, she handed a letter to Yi Yun. This letter describes how you can get there. As for your pure yang broken sword, I suggest you leave it here. Yi Yun did not hesitate and handed over the pure yang broken sword with both hands. Since the 2 parts of the pure yang broken sword were connected, Yi Yun would be carrying a ticking bomb if he kept it. Miss Huan, do you have means to hide the sword's aura, preventing Bai Yuan from finding it? Yi Yun did not suspect that Huan Xinxue was deceiving him. If she wanted the sword, there was no need to go through all the hassle. He was only worried that the sword would end up harming Huan Xinxue. Indeed, I do have my means. This Mirage Sea realm is a place even Bai Yuan will have trouble finding. Huan Xinxue extended her slender arms and took Yi Yun's sword. Following that, she returned to the bamboo lodge and brought out another sword. The sword was about 4 feet long. It had an ice blue scabbard as though it was actually formed from ice. It was crystalline and inordinately beautiful. Although you are leaving behind your pure yang broken sword, you cannot be without a sword. I shall give you this, my companion sword. As Huan Xinxue spoke, she handed the sword to Yi Yun. Yi Yun was taken aback. Huan Xinxue's companion sword? Before he realized the meaning behind Huan Xinxue's words, he saw Elder Mo's expression change. Miss, you are, this. Before he even finished speaking, the ice blue sword was already in his hands. Miss, didn't you previously say that this sword is?
Elder Mo's voice sounded anxious as Yi Yun looked at Elder Mo oddly. His impression of him was a person with an imperturbable mind. He had never seen Elder Mo lose his composure. What was going on with this sword? Elder Mo, there's no need to speak further. Since I'm doing this, I have naturally made my decision. This sword shall be given to young Master Yi. As he looked at the sword in front of him, Yi Yun was momentarily at a loss. He did not know if he should accept it or not. From Elder Mo's reaction, the sword seemed to mean a lot to Huan Xinxue. Did this sword also have some secret? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1227, Mirage Snow. Chapter 1227, Mirage Snow. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Yi Yun did not understand the meaning behind Elder Mo's words. However, seeing as Huan Xinxue was determined to give him the sword, he accepted it. As he slowly took hold of the sword's hilt, he unsheathed it gently. Hum. The sword let out a clear sword hum, inundating him with a suppressive frost chi. Yi Yun unsheathed the sword completely. The sword's blade was like its scabbard, ice blue in color. There were 7 runes engraved on it, each the size of a baby's palm. They were arranged in a row from the sword's tip to its base. Upon seeing these runes, Yi Yun's eyes lit up. He had seen such runes before. Out of the 7 runes, 5 of them were faintly lit. They sparkled with a brilliant luster while the remaining 2 were unlit. Yi Yun sensed immense power from the 5 lit runes. However, the remaining 2 runes appeared like a black hole for Yuan Qi. Not only did they not emit any energy fluctuations, they sucked in any perceptive probes Yi Yun sent into them. No information could be obtained from them at all. Yi Yun looked at the 7 runes for a long time before finally recalling where he had seen them before. He sheathed the sword and said, "Miss Huan, I have some memory of these runes. I once entered a small sect known as the Clarity Pool Sword Sect. They had a cornerstone treasure named the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword. There were 7 runes on its blade as well. It was somewhat resemblant of this sword, however, the level of profoundness was far inferior. Yi Yun had once used the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword. It possessed Ascension spirituality. Those that were not acknowledged by the sword would only feel like they were holding a hard piece of matter. But when held by one that had gained its acknowledgement, it was a peerless divine sword. It could render the skies asunder and be nearly omnipotent. Back when Yi Yun was sparring with the sect, Jian Wufeng had lent the sword to Yi Yun. Back then, he felt that the sword had once suffered heavy damage. But even so, Yi Yun managed to activate the 7 runes on the sword, displaying its formidable power. Yi Yun had used that sword to defeat Jian Bai, the Grand Elder of Clarity Pool Sword Sect, who had repressed his cultivation level. Huan Xinxue seemed unsurprised as she said, "This ancient sword was once a divine weapon of the extreme Tao. In ancient times, refinement masters replicated this sword, so it's likely that the replicas were left behind in the world for others to discover." So that was the case. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect was Azure Yang Lord's descendants, while Azure Yang Lord and Bai Yuan were somewhat related. It was understandable that the Clarity Pool Sword Sect had managed to obtain a replica of that sword by chance. However, it was a replica that had endured long periods of time and damage. Yet, it still possessed such power. That sword was way too astounding. "Miss Huan, this sword is too precious. I cannot accept it." Yi Yun felt that he did not deserve the gift. This was his first time meeting Huan Xinxue, so how could he accept such a gift? Furthermore, Huan Xinxue had no reason to give him such an important gift. At that moment, Elder Mo sighed and said, "Since she has given it to you, just accept it." Yi Yun looked at Elder Mo with an odd glance. Moments ago, it was Elder Mo that had turned anxious, yet, now it was the same Elder Mo who was urging him to accept the sword. What was going on? "Follow me. I'll bring you to your residence so you can rest." As Elder Mo spoke, he did not give any further explanations to Yi Yun. He turned and bade Huan Xinxue farewell and left. As for Huan Xinxue, she smiled faintly at Yi Yun before returning to the Bamboo Lodge. Yi Yun did not find it appropriate to follow Huan Xinxue into the Bamboo Lodge, so his only option was to follow Elder Mo. With the divine weapon in hand, Yi Yun could not help but ask, "What meaning lies behind this sword? Might Elder Mo tell me?" Elder Mo simply kept walking in front of him, and did not turn back or reply. From the side, Yi Yun could see the corners of Elder Mo's eye. It seemed to be effusing sadness. It was as though Huan Xinxue's bestowing of the sword had made Elder Mo recall something. The result was him having such an expression. The duo walked quietly for a long while until Elder Mo brought Yi Yun to stop before an exquisite courtyard. The courtyard was no different from the yard of an ordinary villager's house. From the looks of it, it had an aged wooden door with white walls and red tiles. There was a fenced-off flower garden in front of the door. Beside the garden, a watering jug and an elegant flower hoe were placed neatly. Ian felt that he had not seen such tools, the kind that mortals used, for a very long time. Warriors seldom grew flowers, instead they typically planted herbs. Furthermore, in such plantations, they would use their powers to water the soil. There was no need to use a hoe. This garden was tended to by Miss in the past. "Why don't you stay here?" Elder Mo said lightly. He discovered that Yun was still looking at the sword in his hand. He shook his head and said, "Regarding the sword, Miss instructed me to bring you here to rest after she gave it to you." "It means she isn't willing to explain it to you. Since she doesn't want to talk about it, as her old servant, I naturally can't talk about it." After saying that, Elder Mo turned away, in preparation to leave. However, he could not help but turn his head after taking a few steps. He sighed and said, "Young Master E, Miss is a person with a hard life. That sword in your hand determines her fate. If there comes a day when you manage to unlock the 7 sealed runes on the sword, my wish is that you are able to help her." "Sigh, I'm being overly talkative after all. Young Master E, have a good rest." After Elder Mo said that, he rushed away, leaving Ian somewhat in a daze. Unlock the 7 seals to help Huan Qinshue? The 7 seals must have been referring to the 7 runes on the sword's body. 5 of the 7 runes were already lit. Did it mean that they were already unlocked or had previously been unlocked? Only the last 2 runes were not lit up. Back when Yun wielded the Clarity Pool ancestral sword from the Clarity Pool sword sect, there were 7 runes as well. He gained insight into the heart of the sword, unlocking them all at one go. However, that sword was only a replica. It was a day and night difference from the real deal. Elder Mo wished for him to unlock the 7 seals on the sword. Although he did not know of Huan Qinshue's past or what she had experienced, he believed that the truth would be revealed once he unlocked the 7 seals. Yun had an inexplicable feeling towards Huan Qinshue. If he could help her, he would naturally do his best to help her. As he clenched the sword in his hand, Ian realized that he had not asked the sword's name. Such an ancient divine weapon might have been given more than one name in its long history. However, that was unimportant. Since Huan Qinshue bestowed it upon him and refused to speak further, Ian decided to name the sword himself. "Let's call you Mirage Snow." Ian unsheathed the sword once again as its blade reflected his face. Yun had named the sword for its previous owner, Huan Qinshue. It was crystalline, pure and frosty in nature, as though it were a freshly fallen snowflake. Just like the Shui character from her name. Yun could also sense that eternal time was sealed in the blade in a way that resembled a jade or ice sculpture. This illusory sense of eternity made the blade a sharpened mirage, the Huan. Thus, it was Mirage Snow. At that moment, Elder Mo had returned to Huan Qinshue's bamboo lodge after taking Yun away. He waited quietly for her instruction. "Elder Mo. You ended up mentioning something about the past, didn't you?" An ethereal voice transmitted from inside the bamboo lodge. Elder Mo lowered his head and ashamedly said, "I could not help it. I only mentioned an inkling of it. Miss, I cannot believe that you have given such a sword away. Can that young man really unlock the seals of God? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1228, Essence Soul. Chapter 1228, Essence Soul. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Unlocking the 7 divine seals was easier said than done. Especially the last 2 seals, their difficulties far exceeded Elder Mo's imagination. He did not believe Yun could unlock them. At that moment, the door to the bamboo lodge opened as Huan Qinshue walked out. There was a perplexed look on her beautiful face. "Miss, that is your family clan's ancestral sword. To give it away, it's really family clan." Huan Qinshue shook her head gently and said, "The population of that family clan has been reduced to a bare number by my generation. Let's not even talk about protecting the sword, there are enough problems continuing the bloodline. The Fey God sword has Ascension spirituality to it. In order to unlock it, one needs to first gain its approval. Even geniuses might not accomplish that, much less I, who has a curse on my bloodline. Despite having a divine body, I can't cultivate and so am unable to unlock the sword's seals. If Yun were to unlock the seals, it would be his good fortune too." As Huan Qinshue spoke, Elder Mo frowned slightly. "Miss, if Yun does unlock the divine seals, then the power sealed within the Fey God sword would belong to him.
But you would need the powers of the illumination flames to act as the catalyst for your rebirth. Are you? Elder Mo stopped speaking when he reached that point. The sword that Huan Qinshui gave Yi Yun was named the Fei God Sword. The sword's exterior looked crystal clear and beautiful, but in fact, sealed within the sword was one of the 12 Fei gods, a wisp of extreme yang illumination soul essence. Among the 12 Fei gods, extreme yang illumination, extreme Yi nether glow, Empress Earth Dao Tree, and the rest, extreme yang illumination was ranked first. It was the beginning of the 12 Fei gods, first to be born after chaos transformed into yin and yang. It was also the apex of pure yang, and could be considered as chaos pure yang. This wisp of soul essence was sealed within a frost ice sword. This secret was something very few people outside of Huan Qinshui's family line knew. Using the illumination's flames to be reborn was the only way Huan Qinshui could escape her curse. However, Huan Qinshui had given the sword to Yi Yun. It was the same as handing over the extreme yang illumination soul essence to him. The power belonged to the person who unsealed it. And for one to unlock the divine seal, they needed perceptivity and immense talent to resolve the bloodline curse. Although Huan Qinshui possessed an ancient divine body, she was unable to cultivate due to the bloodline curse. This resulted in a vicious cycle. Now, only Yi Yun could break that vicious cycle. Huan Qinshui sighed and said, Elder Mo, the Fei God Sword has been handed down the family for an unknown period of time. Despite a reincarnation every 10 million years, no one has been able to break the curse. Instead of being content with the status quo, why don't I take a risk? The family clan has always been looking for the fated one, but perhaps the fated one was never meant to come from the family. Huan Qinshui's voice was calm, leaving Elder Mo filled with mixed emotions. He had lived for millions of years and had witnessed Huan Qinshui's growth. He knew very well that by giving him the sword, Huan Qinshui was handing everything to Yi Yun, including the fate of the family clan itself. Miss, why don't you tell young Master Yi all of this? I have this nagging worry that even if he were to refine the extreme yang illumination soul essence, he might not help you. Furthermore, the chance of him even obtaining that power is just too low. Elder Mo felt worried. He now knew that when Huan Qinshui first sent him to find Yi Yun in the myriad divine territory, she had already made up her mind to hand everything over to Yi Yun. What would happen if I did tell him? If he thinks of this as a form of grace, then I'm only adding to his burdens. If he thinks nothing of it, he will only care about the benefits this will bring him and ignore whatever I tell him. However, I believe that my read of his character is right. I'll leave everything to fate. After saying this, Huan Qinshui returned to the bamboo lodge. At that moment, Yi Yun had already settled down in the tiny compound Elder Mo had arranged for him. He naturally wasn't aware of the conversation between Huan Qinshui and Elder Mo. There were a total of 4 rooms in the compound. In the middle of a yard was a stone table, and beside it was a white lunar tree. It was not a rare breed, but one that could be commonly seen in the mortal world. There were all sorts of facilities in the rooms, and it was kept simple, tidy, and elegant. From the layout of the area, it looked like it was a house a girl used to live in. However, overly feminine features such as silk curtains had been removed. Could this be where Huan Qinshui used to live? Yi Yun could not help but have such a thought. The yard was not very far from where Huan Qinshui lived. And the only person who could have stayed there was Huan Qinshui, because the people who lived in Mirage Sea Realm had never been there in all their lives. They had mentioned that they had never once seen the owner of Mirage Sea Realm. Yi Yun did not think on it further. He sat on the bed but did not instantly bother with Mirage Snow. Instead, he took out the envelope Huan Qinshui gave him. When he asked her for any information regarding the mastermind behind Skyfire Sacred Hands, Huan Qinshui had given him this envelope. Inside the envelope was a place Huan Qinshui recommended him for cultivation. The red-haired man had planted a seal within Yi Yun's body. Although it was being contained by the Azurewood Divine Tree, it would be quite difficult to completely refine it away. As such, he would have to face the red-haired man sooner or later. Besides, Yi Yun had a feeling that there would come a day when he might even face Baiyuan. If he found dealing with the red-haired man to be excessively strenuous, how was he to face Baiyuan? Yi Yun opened the envelope, finding a piece of paper and a thin jade slip inside. When he infused his perception into the jade slip, he saw that the jade slip contained a map. It indicated several spatial nodes, as well as detailed information on how to traverse these spatial nodes. As for the piece of paper, it was a letter. On it was text that Yi Yun had never seen before. The font was beautiful and elegant. He figured that it was possibly written by Huan Qinshui. Despite being very well read, Yi Yun had never seen such a language in books. This was clearly not a letter for him. Perhaps he needed to hand it to someone when he reached the cultivation grounds. This was what Yi Yun thought. The jade slip did not elaborate on the cultivation ground.
He would naturally know once he went there.
There were time restrictions on the opening of the spatial nodes. The spatial nodes were closed at the moment, so Yi-Yun put the letter into his interspatial ring and settled down peacefully in the house. He meditated in cultivation every day, taking out mirage snow for cogitation. However, no matter how much he tried, only 5 seals lit up. The remaining 2 were still dim.
Perhaps it needs an impetus.
It cannot be rushed. Yi-Yun gradually calmed his flustered feelings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1229, Sword Discussion. Chapter 1229, Sword Discussion. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Yi-Yun continuously cogitated over the sword or cultivated, but when a bottleneck appeared, it meant that his cultivation would stagnate and no longer advance.
Yi-Yun pushed the door open and stepped outside.
Following that, he admired the flowers and grass. Although they were mortal vegetation that did not exude spiritual energies, they still exuded a simplistic beauty.
Despite being surrounded by spiritual vegetation, these ordinary flowers and grass bloomed without restraint.
They were splendid and colorful. This scene was like Huan Xinshui.
Despite being immortal, she was flawless and perfect. Yi-Yun walked slowly as he felt mixed emotions.
Unknowingly, he walked out of his compound and strolled on the island.
At that moment, Yi-Yun suddenly looked up. He saw Huan Xinshui standing in front of him amid flowers. She was facing the calm blue sea and playing a jade flute. The fine and drawn-out flute tunes were sent towards the sea's surface by the winds. As Yi-Yun observed the back of Huan Xinshui's spotless white clothes, he saw her ink-like hair and sleeves fluttering gently in the wind. Her slender fingers seemed to be dancing over the white jade flute. He stood in his spot and felt that the scenery and music seemed to fuse with what he had been pondering over the past few days. As his heart stirred, Yi-Yun drew his sword and casually engaged in swordplay. His sword beams flashed without any rules or technique. They were just spontaneous sword flashes. However, amid the unrestrained sword beams, Yi-Yun felt contented. Yi-Yun only stopped when the flute tunes vanished. He looked over and saw that Huan Xinshui had turned around and was silently watching him. "I thought you would be in seclusion for a few days.
Since you are out, why don't you assist me in planting some flowers?" asked Huan Xinshui. Only then did Yi-Yun notice that she had flower seeds and a tiny spade by her feet. She had come here to plant flowers. She had only stopped for a rest after becoming a little exhausted, playing the flute in the meantime. Unknowingly, Yi-Yun had been attracted by the flute tunes and brandished his sword in high spirits. In a way, he had disturbed Huan Xinshui.
"After being graced with Miss Huan's melodious tunes, it's only natural I help you," replied Yi-Yun. Just as he walked over, Huan Xinshui handed a hoe to him. "These are ordinary flowers and grass, so there's no need to use your powers. On a similar note, since you have taken up residence, it's not appropriate for me to tend to the gardens in the house where you're staying. Now that you're outside, I'll tend to them today." Upon saying this, Huan Xinshui stopped and had a thought before shaking her head. She said, "It's not likely that I can finish today." "No worries. Miss Huan, just come to the garden tomorrow." It was Huan Xinshui's garden, so how could Yi-Yun forbid her from tending to it? In fact, he should aid her. As she watched Yi-Yun use the hoe proficiently, Huan Xinshui asked curiously, "You know how to do such things?" Yi-Yun nodded. He had done such things back in the Cloud Wilderness. Huan Xinshui attentively listened to Yi-Yun narrate his experiences in the Tian Yuan world's Cloud Wilderness. From time to time, she would nod and a faint smile would appear on her stunning face. "I watched your swordplay just now. Have you attained the heart of the sword?" Huan Xinshui asked this suddenly. Yi-Yun was taken aback. Despite being immortal, Huan Xinshui was able to tell that he had attained the heart of the sword? He said, "About 30 years ago, I happened to attain it during a sparring session with a senior." "I see." Huan Xinshui nodded. "When I was young, there was a senior who recited to me insights on sword Tao. Although I have never cultivated, I do understand some things." Orally recited insights on sword Tao? Yi-Yun was left somewhat in a daze when he heard that. Things like sword Tao could not be orally explained. What use was there in simply talking about it? Ignoring oral recitations, even cultivating might not gain one the necessary insight. And from the looks of it, Huan Xinshui was only a child when she listened to the oral recital of the sword Tao. Yi-Yun felt that he was sufficiently talented. When he began practicing in the way of the sword and saber, he was already in his teens. Back then, he only had a rudimentary understanding. Yi-Yun found it impossible for Huan Xinshui to have many insights, but at that moment, she began reciting them.
From the sword intent that could be attained, to the condensing of one's heart of the sword, to the forging of one's sword soul, Huan Xinxue shared what she understood about them. What she spoke of was not the details regarding the sword, but the realms of the sword. Yi Yun was astonished to realize that Huan Xinxue had an acute instinct for the sword, or even the way of martial arts as a whole. When you were engaging in your swordplay, the sword flashes were very beautiful, but there were a few that I found imperfect. I do not know where the problem lies, but I simply feel that when you produced those strikes, the aura you fused with the heaven and earth seemed to have something disharmonious about it. The instant I noticed that, the beauty was destroyed, Huan Xinxue said while absorbed in thought. Yi Yun felt his heart palpitate when he heard that. As he carefully recalled the process of his swordplay, especially the particular moves that Huan Xinxue mentioned, he turned more alarmed. Indeed, in those strikes, his heart of the sword was unable to perfectly fuse with the laws. If not for Huan Xinxue pointing that out, Yi Yun would not have noticed. He found it unbelievable. A person who did not know any swordplay was able to have such keen intuition into sword Dao. Perhaps it was not limited to sword Dao. For Huan Xinxue to be capable of this, she had to possess an incomparable intuition for the heavenly Dao. She could probably see the disharmony in laws, martial way, and aura in strikes using sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and other weapons. This was akin to someone who did not know how to play the zither or sing but possessed an astute sense for music, who could tell the minute imperfections within a musical piece. Upon realizing this, Yi Yun drew a deep gasp. Huan Xinxue was no ordinary mortal. It was impossible for a mortal to have such an intuitive feel for the heavenly Dao. It was no longer something explainable by talent. It appeared as though she was the manifestation of the heavenly Dao itself. Only that would explain how she could tell with a glance when sword moves did not align with the heavenly Dao. Who was she? Why couldn't she cultivate? If she could cultivate, what sort of realm would she have attained? Miss Huan, you have drawn my attention to those points. Let me try again. If there are any imperfections, can you inform me? Going astray in the martial path wasn't terrifying. What was truly terrifying was not knowing that one had gone astray. Be it a swordsman or bladesman, it was hard for them to find the deficiencies in their own sword or saber techniques. It was analogous to a dancer needing a mirror to correct their dancing posture. Yi Yun happened to lack that mirror. Of course. However, it appears that watering the flowers has to be pushed to tomorrow. Yi Yun said, Miss Huan, I will definitely help you water all the flowers tomorrow. I will ensure that the soil is plowed to be loose, soft, and neat. That would be great. Huan Xinxue smiled, the corners of her lips curving up slightly. Her smile was like a flower blooming in summer. Yi Yun brandished his sword again and again as gorgeous sword beams flashed through the world. Huan Xinxue carefully watched him. She had extremely good memory and eyesight. She could tell Yi Yun in detail which strikes were disharmonious after he finished. Huan Xinxue only told him which strikes were inadequate, and left the task of correcting them to him. She could even find problems in sword moves that Yi Yun originally thought were fine. This gave Yi Yun a pleasant surprise. Although Huan Xinxue was of a mortal body, she was the best teacher. Perhaps countless people, even mighty seniors, would wish to have such a teacher. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1230, Boundless Mountain. Chapter 1230, Boundless Mountain. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Despite the flow of time, everything in Mirage Sea Realm maintained a sense of tranquility. Huan Xinxue enjoyed playing the flute and she had a perfect sense of music. The music she played on the flute was not augmented by any yuan qi, yet it was able to calm a person's mind in an inexplicable manner. And whenever she played, Yi Yun would have the irresistible urge to cultivate his sword Dao amid the music. With Huan Xinxue as his mirror, his sword arts improved rapidly. When he wasn't in cultivation, Huan Xinxue would frequently tend to her flowers. Yi Yun would also help her most of the time. Plowing the land, watering the ground, planting the flower saplings. The duo would enjoy strolls on the cloud-covered Mirage Sea cliff. They would watch the endless and calm sea. Above them were blue skies and white clouds. The scenery left Yi Yun completely calm. Although Huan Xinxue was immortal, she seemed aware of all that had taken place from before to now. She had a mysterious disposition and she was definitely of extraordinary birth. However, Yi Yun would also feel that she was an ordinary, if beautiful, woman when he planted flowers with her. She would let out a light laughter when he said something funny or knit her brows slightly when the flowers she planted withered. Unknowingly, several years passed. On that tiny island in Mirage Sea Realm, Yi Yun spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion. Every day, he would take breaks to have a stroll or have a chat with Huan Xinxue. They would also plant flowers and trees, seemingly leading a life where men tilled the farm and women weaved. The spiritual energy was abundant, allowing Yun's foundations to constantly turn more robust. His cultivation level was also increasing at a stable pace. Now, he was already beginning to aim for the fifth-floor Dao Palace realm. In the 100 years of Yun's growth, he was either embroiled in battles or risking his life in mystic realms. When he wasn't doing those things, he would be secluding himself in chambers, having walls as companions while experiencing long-lasting loneliness. He did not know how long it had been since he could calm his heart down in such a manner, leading a calm and peaceful life. This was something Yun had never experienced in the past. At times, Yun would also leave his residence and observe how the ordinary warriors of the Mirage Sea realm lived. Here, people did not cut at each other's throats and there was a more honest and unsophisticated air. It seemed like a paradise. Yun's mind calmed down greatly in such an environment. In fact, when most warriors were in cultivation, they only spent a tiny portion of their time going out for experiential training, opportunity seeking, and combat. They spent most of their lives leading ordinary days in their sections. Yun lacked such experiences, so now, having savored it in detail, he managed to have a new comprehension of the martial way. With Huan Qinshui pointing out the imperfections in his sword Dao, Yun unknowingly seemed to touch the ethereal sword soul realm. Finally, the day for the spatial nodes to open approached. That meant it was time for Yun to leave. Yun found his trip to the Mirage Sea realm reminiscent of a dream. Huan Qinshui was a woman that would only appear in dreams. She was mysterious and bizarre. When I gave you Mirage Snow, it was no longer in its ancient form. You can rest assured in using it that there's no need to worry that others will recognize it. Besides, even if Mirage Snow was in its original form, the number of people that can recognize it is a bare handful. As for the letter I gave you, find a person known as Old Snake when you reach Boundless Mountain and hand him the letter. During Yun's departure, Huan Qinshui, accompanied by Elder Mo, had come to send him off.
Old Snake? Yun was taken aback. The name was truly somewhat special. Miss Huan, I wonder, where does the map you gave me lead? The final destination is.
Huan Qinshui exhaled lightly before speaking slowly. You would call it the sinkhole, but it's not the deepest depths of the sinkhole.
You will naturally know once you are there. Sinkhole? Yun's brows pricked up.
Although he had his suspicions, Yun still felt jolted when he heard Huan Qinshui actually say it. He was finally exploring this place that he had heard of so many a time.
Yun knew that many of the 12 Empyrean Heavens' experts were in the sinkhole.
And the sinkhole was mysterious and dangerous. There were many chaotic spaces in ancient ruins.
Thank you, Miss Huan.
I have benefited greatly over the past few years.
You have answered many of my questions.
When Yun left that island, he felt a sense of longing. He felt a little reluctant to leave the calm lifestyle he had enjoyed for the past few years.
Elder Mo watched Yun, who was about to embark on his journey.
He had a complicated expression, for he knew that Yun possessed extraordinary talent, but there was always uncertainty in the world.
It was unknown what lay ahead of the youth. Yun bade Huan Qinshui and Elder Mo farewell once again.
Following that, he stepped out of the Mirage Sea realm with determination and, with guidance from the map, he found the first spatial node. He opened it with his spatial dimension laws. A black spatial rift opened and Yun's figure seemed to be devoured by the chaotic void as he vanished instantly.
Yun, Huan Qinshui looked up into the sky and whispered. I hope that everything will go smoothly for you. A sinkhole's original definition is the bottomless nadir of the sea. Legend said that the sinkhole was there even before the 12 Empyrean Heavens formed.
The sinkhole existed before the Empyrean Heavens. In the records of the earliest 12 Empyrean Heavens canons, billions of miles away from the east of the Divine Sea, there lay a ravine named the sinkhole, which was as good as bottomless. Beneath the sinkhole were spiritual lands to which everything converged.
The sinkhole had been determined to be the endless extension of the universe. Perhaps no one knew where the end of the sinkhole lay.
The place Yun was heading to was the boundary of the sinkhole. The region was named the Calm Sea. The Calm Sea was expansive and there was a continent in its middle and countless islands. They lay amid a gray sea. The sea's surface remained a waveless calm, like a still well, no matter what sort of storms inundated it. People marveled at its unmoving calm, and hence gave it its name.
Yun took nearly half a year to go from the Mirage Sea realm to the sinkhole.
During this period, he would traverse countless spatial nodes and experience numerous spatial storms. If he had lacked the necessary strength, it would have been impossible for him to travel through such a vast and chaotic space. According to the map, Yun had already reached the Calm Sea. He was looking for Calm Sea's boundless mountain.
Logically speaking, it was supposed to be in the vicinity. However, Yun failed to find any traces of the mountain. In fact, the map that Huan Qinshui gave him was dated. Yi Yun was unsure if the local name of Boundless Mountain had changed after such a long period of time. He reached South Village, an extremely ordinarily named place. This was engraved on a stone monument that was erected in a slanted manner in front of a desolate village. The stone monument was rather old and had been eroded by the vestiges of time. The words had turned blurry. When Yi Yun landed in this village, he was somewhat astonished. He never expected the sinkhole to have such a rundown place. The village only had a dozen or so mud houses scattered within it. The fields were barren and the malnourished soil did not seem like it could grow anything. At that moment, Yi Yun saw a girl dressed in coarse clothing walking over from the fields. The girl was carrying a basket as though she had returned from plucking some wild fruits. Her black hair cascaded down across her shoulders and lightly patted her hips as she walked. She looked about 17, young and vibrant. She held her leggings up and had nimble and agile footsteps. Momentarily, Yi Yun fell into a daze. The scene before him reminded him of his transmigration almost 100 years ago. Back in the cloud wilderness, he had seen his elder sister, Jiang Xiao, walking just like that in the fields. The girl kept to herself as she walked, as though she did not notice Yi Yun. "Excuse me, Mississippi." Yi Yun suddenly blurted out. "Would you happen to know of a place named Boundless Mountain?" The girl halted and sized Yi Yun up with her clear aqueous eyes. She said crisply, "Are you a foreigner? This poor village is dilapidated, so have you gotten lost?" "I do not know of any Boundless Mountain." The girl's voice was very sweet, like the trickling sounds of spring water in the mountains. "Oh?" Upon hearing this reply, Yi Yun had a strange impression of the girl. His brows moved a little as though he was deep in thought. "Hey, old lad, it's getting dark soon. Why don't you rest your legs in the village? There are more than a few fey beasts lurking around here." Having said that, the girl smiled sweetly and ignored Yi Yun. She walked towards a dilapidated wooden house. Yi Yun did not need to rest his feet, but he was curious about the place, so he followed the girl into the house. Inside the house, there was simple furniture which all looked to be in terrible condition. At that moment, the girl used a coarse porcelain bowl to scoop a bowl of well water from a water vat. She handed it to Yi Yun and said with a smile, "Have some water." The water that had just been drawn from a well seemed to suffuse a cool fragrance. When Yi Yun took the bowl of water, it felt like sandpaper in his hands. He examined the coarse porcelain bowl in a way that made it impossible to guess what his thoughts were. "Miss, it's fine if you do not know about Boundless Mountain. Are there any mountains in the area? Perhaps the mountain I'm looking for has changed its name. How can there be any mountain? Just go out and you will see it's an endless desolate plain with fey beasts scattered everywhere. Even the trees will eat people. Old lad, I urge you to not walk outside without good reason. You might not be able to return if you venture too far out." The girl spoke as she stood up to start a fire in the fireplace. She dexterously added a few slabs of timber. Soon, the flame burned fiercely. The bedroom in the house was filled with a heat that effused mortal vibes. Warriors had strong bodies, so there was naturally no need to use fire to resist the cold. "Well?" Yi Yun nodded. "Miss, what you say makes sense. Then, I'll bid you farewell." Yi Yun stood up as he spoke. He placed the bowl down and turned to leave. The girl glanced at Yi Yun oddly as her porcelain white hand picked up a bamboo basket beside her. "Old lad, why are you in a rush to leave? Aren't you resting your legs here? Although my place is a little run down, it can shelter you from the elements. I have even started a fire. There's no need. You mentioned that there are fey beasts everywhere here. Even the trees eat people. I think it's safer I spend the night elsewhere." "Ha ha ha." The girl suddenly let out a sweet laughter. "You do not seem to be an ordinary old lad. What gave it away?" It was still the same crisp spring-like voice, but the bamboo basket in the girl's hands had transformed into a coiled venomous snake. The snake was twined around the girl's arm, sticking its tongue out at Yi Yun. As for the porcelain bowl beside Yi Yun's hand, it had also transformed. The refreshing well water had turned into poison. There was even a tiny red snake swimming within. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1231, Location of Boundless Mountain. Chapter 1231, Location of Boundless Mountain. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The tiny red snake was about the length of an index finger and as thin as a willow leaf. It raised its tiny head and looked at Yi Yun from the bowl's mouth. Yi Yun's hand silently pressed down on his interspatial ring. From the first moment he saw the girl, he knew that she was absolutely not immortal. How could the energy fluctuations within her deceive Yun's senses? Be it the bamboo basket or the bowl of water she offered, Yun had noticed something amiss with them. He never expected that the seemingly dilapidated village would be home to such a sinister girl. Did you kill the people of this village? I'm not someone with a strong sense of justice that needs to help the weak, as it has nothing to do with me. But since you've provoked me today, I'll seek revenge for the villagers in passing. As Yun spoke, he took out a 4-foot-long sword. This was an ordinary sword he randomly took out from his interspatial ring. Although Yun had obtained Mirage Snow, it was Huan Qinshua's family heirloom. Yun would not use it wantonly against any enemy. Ha ha ha! What an audacious tone, watch me as I eat you. As the girl spoke, 2 pale red crescent blades appeared in her hands out of thin air. From the quality of the blades, they seemed to be formed from the fangs of a particular beast. The moment the 2 blades appeared, the surrounding atmosphere turned scorching. The 2 blades slashed over, targeting Yun's sword. The girl had extraordinary discernment. She could tell at a glance that the sword Yun had taken out was only of an ordinary grade. Against her beast fang blades, the only outcome was for it to be cleaved apart. Ding! A clear sound rang as Yun's sword was nipped by the 2 crescent blades as though a snake had its weak spot clasped. The girl laughed elegantly as she exerted force in a bid to break Yun's sword. But the moment she used her strength, the girl's expression changed. It was as though Yun's sword was a divine weapon that could not be snapped apart. Then, she felt an immense rebounding force, causing her to nearly lose her grip on her crescent blades. At that moment, Yun shook his right hand and, with a sword hum ringing, his sword transformed into a beam of light that came straight at the girl's chest. Ah! The girl was alarmed as she retreated frantically. She barely dodged the strike, but the clothes on her chest had been slashed apart by the sword beam, revealing snow-white skin beneath. The girl turned embarrassed and infuriated as she shouted sharply, "Die!" Pang! With an explosion, the porcelain bowl that was placed on the table exploded suddenly. The tiny red snake in the bowl shot at Yun's glabella like a sharp arrow. And at the same time, the girl's venomous snake that transformed from a bamboo basket followed closely behind, aiming for Yun's throat. The 2 snakes of varying sizes leapt for Yun's vital spots simultaneously. Yun scanned them with a glance and could immediately tell that the 2 snakes were not actually true snakes, but nomological manifestations. Especially the tiny red snake. It attacked with terrifying bloodlust, and when it opened its jaws it was as though blood pools from hell had descended upon the world. Laws of blood? Yun's heart palpitated slightly. He had somewhat underestimated the girl. The laws of blood were originally quite uncommon laws. Their means of killing were strange and tended towards the unorthodox. Very few warriors were aware of them. As for the other snake, it was refined from highly venomous objects. If it were to enter his body, it would tear through his stomach and intestines. One side was blood while the other side was venom. With the 2 strange blades in the girl's hand, anyone from the younger generation would probably succumb to her. Unfortunately, she was facing Yun. Yun put away his sword and stretched out both arms, tapping gently on the 2 snakes. A gray aura blasted out, enveloping the 2 tiny snakes. Destruction Dao Domain. By releasing the Destruction Dao Domain in a tiny region, it had a similar effect as the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. However, it drained very little of Yun's Yuan Qi. Pang! Pang! 2 explosive blasts sounded as the 2 snakes shot right into the gray mist, disintegrating instantly. The girl was dumbfounded when she saw this. That was her ace in the hole. Something she had arduously cultivated in. Yet it was gone, just like that? Before she could even react, Yun had appeared in front of her like a ghost. He clenched his fist and struck suddenly at the girl's abdomen. Ah! The girl grunted in pain as she spewed a mouthful of blood. Her entire body flew, blasting through the rundown house. She did not stop, flying for thousands of feet, crashing through several houses in the process before collapsing heavily in the ridges. The girl spat out fresh blood mixed with mud. She was severely injured and suffered excruciating pain. She had encountered a tough one. Indeed, one would eventually encounter a ghost if one always walked in the night. The girl knew that a wise girl does not fight when the odds are against her. The malignant star was not to be offended, so she was bent on hiding. The girl had engaged in her sinister acts for years and mastered many a great escape skill. Just as she created an avatar as an attempt to slink off, she heard a murderous voice booming in her ear. Don't you think of escaping through the ground? I have already locked onto you with my perception. If you make another move, your head will roll. The girl's body froze as she felt a chill down her back. Instantly, she did not dare to move. He was a true malignant star.
Just as the thought of escaping came to her, she was discovered. There was no means of survival for her. At that moment, Yi-Yun had walked in front of the girl. Clenching her collar, he lifted her directly. The girl was very light and felt like an accessory in Yi-Yun's hand. Yi-Yun naturally did not stand on ceremony by confiscating the two beast fong blades. He sized up the girl. I thought you were a snake, but you are actually human. I never expected you to be this vicious at your age. The corners of Yi-Yun's mouth curved up. He smiled rather nefariously. If anyone were to see this scene, there was no way they would think of Yi-Yun as a good person. They would see him as an evil bully maltreating a village girl. The girl turned aghast when she saw Yi-Yun's sinister smile. She was afraid of what Yi-Yun would do to her as she hurriedly explained, "Young hero, don't be agitated. I only wanted to commit robbery. I do not eat people. Also, this was an abandoned village, to begin with. The people were not killed by me. I'll ask you a few questions. If you can answer them, I might spare you. If you lie, I'll snap your neck off." Yi-Yun naturally did not show any mercy to people that wanted to harm him. The girl's face was pale. She had intended to submit to Yi-Yun and use her advantages as a girl, saying obsequious things such as, "Big brother, spare me." But when she saw Yi-Yun's fierce look, she could not help but strike those thoughts away. "Go ahead and ask," the girl said helplessly. "Do you know of Boundless Mountain?" The girl shook her head like a rattle. "I do not know of Boundless Mountain, but I've heard of Boundless Chapter." "Oh? Boundless Chapter?" Yi-Yun pondered slightly. The map he had was aged, so it wasn't a surprise if the sect established on Boundless Mountain was named Boundless Chapter. Where is this Boundless Chapter? Do you know of a person named Old Snake from Boundless Chapter? Old Snake? The girl blinked her large eyes without exposing her thoughts. Do you have a grudge against him? Probed the girl. Yi-Yun furrowed his brows. No, why? Oh. That's good. The girl seemed to be relieved as she said, I know Old Snake. He was originally Boundless Chapter's sect master. Sect master? Yi-Yun was immediately relieved when he heard that. From the looks of it, he had found the right person. The Boundless Chapter in question was likely Boundless Mountain. Since it was a place introduced by Huan Xinxue, there must have been something special in Boundless Chapter. He just never expected Old Snake to be Boundless Chapter's sect master. However, Yi-Yun was somewhat curious. As the sect master of a powerful sect, why did he take on the name of Old Snake? It did not sound authoritative. Where is Boundless Chapter now? If you tell me the correct location, I'll spare you. Yi-Yun intended to take a trip to Boundless Chapter and hand Huan Xinxue's letter to Old Snake. About that. The girl felt a little embarrassed. Well, I can't answer that one. The territory of Boundless Chapter had been snatched away some years ago, so there's no longer a Boundless Chapter. Yeah. It's already gone. What did you say? Its territory has been snatched away? Yi-Yun widened his eyes and felt a little dumbfounded. That right. As for the disciples of Boundless Chapter, they split the assets and escaped collectively. A number of disciples went to a powerful sect known as the Myriad God Ridge. However, as most Boundless Chapter disciples were poor in talent, the Myriad God Ridge was not interested in them. 99% of those who participated in Myriad God Ridge's entrance test failed. So there was no other way out after disbanding. A very small number of people passed the test, becoming part of the Myriad God Ridge. As for Old Snake, it is unknown what methods he used, but he actually managed to pass the Myriad God Ridge's entrance test. I do not know how he managed to pass it at such an old age. Of course, he naturally couldn't be sect master anymore. He should be in Myriad God Ridge at present. Apparently, he does some miscellaneous chores. Upon hearing the girl's words, Yi-Yun was left stunned. Was Boundless Chapter truly the place Huan Xinxue had recommended? He originally believed that, for it to be recommended by Huan Xinxue, the place was either a reclusive immortal sect or a powerful faction that controlled millions of miles of territory. Yet it was actually in such an abject state? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1232, Snake Girl. Chapter 1232, Snake Girl. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. It was fine if Boundless Mountain and Boundless Chapter only had similar names. Most critically, the name of Old Snake was the same as well. In addition, the map pointed here, so it was quite impossible to chalk it up as a coincidence. Could the person Huan Xinxue wanted him to seek out be that Old Snake?
The sect's territory had been snatched and the disciples disbanded.
The myriad Godrich had annexed Old Snake's sect and Old Snake had even entered it to do miscellaneous chores. That was way too ridiculous.
How about it? I've told you everything I can tell. Speaking of which, what relation do you have to Old Snake?
The girl's eyes moved about nimbly as she probed Yi-Yun with a question while watching his expression as though she was attempting to figure out if Yi-Yun was lying.
A friend of mine told me to find Old Snake, Yi-Yun answered honestly.
He did not have any reason to conceal it. As the girl meticulously ascertained the matter, she believed that Yi-Yun had told the truth.
She finally heaved a sigh of relief. You gave me a fright.
So we are all one big family.
I'm from the Boundless chapter. Speaking of which, I'm Old Snake's final disciple. Ha, we are family. Family.
As she spoke, she smacked Yi-Yun on the shoulder obstreperously. However, when she finished smacking, she noticed that Yi-Yun's expression was unkind. Her smile froze on her face as she awkwardly rubbed her hands together.
About that, can you first let me go? Yi-Yun put the girl down and asked casually, are you really Old Snake's disciple? Yes. Yes. Didn't you notice that I rear snakes?
Upon hearing the girl's reply, Yi-Yun felt like numerous mud-hoofed horses were running through his mind.
That Old Snake also rears snakes? Well, not really.
The girl shrugged. However, the things he used are adorned with snake patterns.
For example, the double-handed sword he uses is engraved with two coiled snakes. All right then.
Yi-Yun sighed helplessly as he sized up the girl. Although she had employed some fascinating techniques, compared to Yi-Yun's impression of a genius from a large clan, she was greatly inferior.
Was Old Snake's final disciple only at this level?
Furthermore, when he first met her, she appeared rather heretic. But after being defeated by him, she lost all her backbone.
She even appeared to be a little simple-minded.
She probably acted fiercer when committing a robbery and returned to her true form when she realized she was not his match.
Why didn't you go to Myriad God Ridge? Is it because you failed to pass the entrance test? Asked Yi-Yun.
The girl stared at him.
How could I not pass that test?
If I were to go to Myriad God Ridge, I'd at least be a core disciple.
I just have no intention of going. I was born here and grew up here. Why would I go to the Myriad God Ridge? So you began robbing people? Yi-Yun scoffed.
The girl's face turned red as she said, I still need cultivation resources, don't I?
I just never knew that you were that powerful. I really overestimated myself.
The girl hurriedly placed Yi-Yun on a pedestal, hoping that he would release her as soon as possible. In that case, bring me to Myriad God Ridge. Although Old Snake sounded like an oddity, Yi-Yun believed in Huan Qinshui.
Since he was someone recommended by Huan Qinshui, he had to meet him no matter what. Ah.
The girl's expression turned bitter. However, being inferior to him, she could only nod.
All right then.
But, Myriad God Ridge is very far. You'll have to fly for half a year.
If you want to get there faster, you need to use a teleportation array. The teleportation fee isn't cheap either.
As the girl spoke, she stuck her tongue out. She had lived for the past few years through robbery.
She was not very wealthy. It's fine. I'll pay it. What's your name? I'm an orphan and without a name. When Master found me, I was amid snakes.
Master said his name was Old Snake and that fate had brought us together.
So he brought me up. You can call me Snake Girl. That's what Master calls me. Snake Girl. Yi-Yun nodded.
He never expected the girl to have such a tragic background.
By the way, do you know of a person named Baiyuan? Baiyuan?
Snake Girl came to a pause.
Are you talking about the white lunar goddess empress of the Seven Desolates? Oh. Goddess Empress?
It appears she's rather famous.
Tell me any stories you know about her. She's far more than famous. Snake Girl looked at Yi-Yun oddly.
Her gaze looked like she had seen a wild man from the mountains.
The Seven Desolates are formed by 7 ancient continents. Each continent has an area that even the calm sea cannot be compared with.
Furthermore, there are all kinds of experts there.
Tens of millions of years ago, there was chaos in the Seven Desolates. In a struggle for the Seven Desolates, 7 powerful sects engaged in a mighty world war. The war continued for 1,000 years intermittently.
Blood flowed like rivers and countless numbers of warriors and mortals died or were injured. Finally, the white lunar goddess Empress appeared and, with her transcendent strength and personal charm, she gathered a bunch of experts and defeated the 7 mighty sects successively.
In the Seven Desolates, she established a divine empire that ruled over all White Lunar Divine Empire. No one expected that outcome. The war between the seven mighty sects ended with a newly risen faction. Having won the Seven Desolates, the White Lunar Divine Empire ruled the Seven Desolates and inspired awe throughout the sinkhole. For tens of millions of years, there were no more revolts. The White Lunar Goddess Empress is too strong and no one can beat her. Compared to the White Lunar Divine Empire, the Myriad God Ridge is very tiny. It can only have a commanding presence here in the calm sea.
Snake Girl felt dispirited when she came to that. She seemed reluctant on leaving her personal fief but also yearned to live a grand and spectacular life like the White Lunar Goddess Empress.
White Lunar Goddess Empress. Seven Desolates Divine Empire.
Ian felt mixed emotions upon hearing all of that. It had been tens of millions of years.
Who would remember the great Qian dynasty of the Central State Divine Territory of yesteryear?
Ignoring the sinkhole, even people from the Central State Divine Territory might not remember that a grand empire that inspired awe everywhere once existed on that piece of land. Furthermore, even at the Great Qian Empire's peak, it paled in comparison to the Seven Desolates' Divine Empire. Years ago, Azure Yang Lord was young and spirited. He had boundless enthusiasm, hoping to establish a foundation that lasted for billions of years with outstanding deeds, but, eventually, Bai Yuan's strike burst his hopes like bubbles. Now, Bai Yuan had established her own White Lunar Divine Empire, writing a glorious history.
As for the Azure Yang Lord of yesteryear, there were no legends of him. He was reduced to the embers of history. Thinking back on such a history left one sighing endlessly. I say, why are you asking about the White Lunar Goddess Empress? Also, it's best you do not mention the White Lunar Goddess Empress's name. This is the calm sea, so it should be fine.
But in the Seven Desolates, you might be executed for the crime of defiance.
Snake Girl blinked as she saw Ian's wistful look after hearing of Bai Yuan's history.
Why did this fellow appear in such a deranged state?
What sort of person was the White Lunar Goddess Empress? How could she have any relationship with a punk like him? Never mind. Yun shook his head. Let's go. Onwards to Myriad God Ridge.
Yun did not want to be too ostentatious, as he had just arrived in the sinkhole. He did not use special items like the God Advent Tower.
All he chose was a superior-grade spirit boat.
Once the spirit boat was taken out of his interspatial ring, it grew in length upon contact with the wind. Soon, it expanded to 100 feet.
Come on up, said Yun.
Snake Girl blinked her eyes. She coveted the spirit boat she saw.
Yun was indeed rich. That was something she was right about.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1233, Myriad God Ridge. Chapter 1233, Myriad God Ridge. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Most of the sinkhole's calm sea domain was a calm sea that appeared to be boundless.
It was uniform and uninteresting. Although there were some natural treasures in the sea, they were usually accompanied by the presence of danger. Since Yun did not plan to explore it, the best way of traversing the great distance of the vast sea was naturally to use a teleportation array. These long-distance teleportation arrays that could easily allow one to travel millions of kilometers were not cheap.
At that moment, Yun came to a teleportation array.
The person responsible for collecting the teleportation fee was a girl with fey blood. She had malt-colored skin and was more slender than the average human. She had strong legs and a furry tail behind her back.
The teleportation fee is 10 inferior-grade spirit jade.
The girl hung a standard smile as she said this sweetly.
Yun was taken aback when he heard that. Spirit jade?
He suddenly realized that he had a problem. The common currency used in the sinkhole was clearly completely different from that of the 12 Empyrean heavens.
And most embarrassingly, he did not have this currency. In fact, the 12 Empyrean heavens did not have an officially recognized currency.
Every region used different currencies and, most of the time, things were done through a material exchange. For example, the Myriad Divine Territory's myriad runes were obtained from the exchange of goods. Noticing how Yun did not respond or take out any spirit jade, the corners of Snake Girl's mouth twitched.
Bro, don't tell me you didn't bring any money?
Ian stroked his chin, turned to her, and said, "Indeed, I didn't bring any."
Pay for me this time. Snake Girl was left stunned for a moment. What a scam. In the end, she was still responsible for paying the fees?
Although she wasn't happy about it, she had failed to rob Yun. She was now at Yun's mercy, so she had no choice but to grudgingly comply. It pained Snake Girl's heart to take out 10 inferior-grade spirit jade. It was clear that she lacked money in the first place. If it were her alone, there was no way she would be willing to pay to use the teleportation array.
Okay. Might I ask where you are going?
The girl asked with a smile as she accepted the spirit jade. Myriad God Ridge, answered Snake Girl unhappily. As the teleportation array was activated, a beam of light flashed.
Yun and Snake Girl appeared millions of kilometers away. The surroundings had changed completely.
They were no longer by the seaside but a lush mountain range.
Beneath the mountains was a large city that looked exuberant at a glance.
Just after Yun and Snake Girl stepped out of the teleportation array, it lit up again, and someone else appeared out of the teleportation array. This Myriad God Ridge sure is lively.
That's natural.
Myriad God Ridge might be said to be a sect, but in fact, it's not much different from a large country. It's not just warriors, there are many mortals living here as well.
It is a very large city that's extremely lively. Snake Girl explained with smug delight.
Although Yun was powerful, he was a foreigner that needed her to answer his questions.
Yun remained silent and gave Snake Girl a cursory glance.
He said, "Let's go."
Onward to Myriad God Ridge.
Although they had arrived in the continent where the Myriad God Ridge was, they were still a fair distance away from the actual Myriad God Ridge. They flew for a period of time before arriving at their destination. The continent was named after the Myriad God Ridge. Although there were tiny sects, they paled in comparison when compared to the Myriad God Ridge. Myriad God Ridge was a truly powerful super sect. Countless subsidiaries depended on the Myriad God Ridge.
Snake Girl's description of Myriad God Ridge being a massive country was in no way hyperbole.
During Yun and Snake Girl's flight, they saw many bustling cities and towns.
However, those were not the core regions of the Myriad God Ridge.
Soon, a towering and majestic mountain ridge appeared in front of them. Its peak pierced straight through the clouds and it looked extremely magnificent. And at the foot of the mountain was a huge city. Its circumference spanned nearly 500 kilometers and the populace numbered tens of millions. This is the Myriad God Ridge.
Yun looked at the city and found it grand and lofty.
There was also fluctuations from array formations. Flying was forbidden at high altitudes in Myriad God Ridge, therefore Yun and Snake Girl landed at the city gates. 2 inferior grade spirit jade is required for entry, said the guardian of the gate. Yun glanced at Snake Girl, causing her to make a long face while helplessly taking out 2 inferior grade spirit jade from her interspatial ring. Attempting to rob Yun was definitely the unluckiest move she ever made. It only ended with her becoming penniless.
As Old Snake's disciple, do you have any means of finding him in the fastest way possible? Yun asked Snake Girl. The city was huge and there were just too many people.
The Myriad God Ridge was also extremely imposing and filled with countless warriors, so it was impossible for Yun to search for a needle in a haystack. Snake Girl sighed and flipped her hand. A tiny snake slithered out from her sleeves.
Let's use this little guy.
However, this little guy can only detect the scent in a 10,000-foot range. Any further and it won't work, explained Snake Girl.
Let's give it a try first. Yun looked at Snake Girl. Speaking of which, how do we enter this Myriad God Ridge?
The true core of Myriad God Ridge was in the Spirit Mountains.
Yun guessed that they needed to head there to find Old Snake. Simply pass the entrance test.
It happens every few days as there is a high demand for entering Myriad God Ridge. However, most people fail to even pass the first round. Snake Girl said contemptibly. Clearly, she despised people who attempted to enter Myriad God Ridge because it was popular.
Didn't you say you could easily pass the Myriad God Ridge's test? Then let's give it a try.
Yun was a little baffled as to why Old Snake would spend his days in Myriad God Ridge, even going as far as doing miscellaneous chores. However, since he was introduced by Huan Chinxue, it was highly unlikely that Old Snake was useless.
Perhaps the enlightened had their own ways of doing things. As a super sect, the Myriad God Ridge would attract large numbers of people for every test.
Yun and Snake Girl headed for the Myriad God Ridge's entry test registration venue and were astounded by the crowd ahead of them. There was a lot of people. Even with the test happening once every few days, there were still myriad people registering.
Yun thought back to the people that came right behind them at the teleportation array.
A number of them were probably rushing here for the Myriad God Ridge's test. Seeing the large number of people, it did not seem like an exaggeration when Snake Girl said that the disciples of the Boundless chapter failed to pass the test. The Myriad God Ridge would definitely only choose a tiny portion of candidates, otherwise, its entrance would burst from the sheer number of people.
They stood and waited with the group of people.
And at that moment, a middle-aged man walked out from inside.
It's Steward Luo.
Hey, quiet.
It looks like Steward Luo will be helming today's qualifying examination.
When Yun heard the discussion, it was apparent that these people were very familiar with the Myriad God Ridge.
They even knew the names of a steward. "It looks like all of you understand the myriad Godrich very well," asked Yun. The group of people looked over and noticed that it was a youth with a girl about the same age as him that said that. Judging from his clothing that was obviously that of a foreigner, and how the girl dressed in a villager's attire, they immediately understood what was going on. They must have rushed here for the test from some remote place, so they knew nothing. Heh, you must not know. Many of the people here have participated in the test numerous times. The few of us have participated about 7 times and we basically know all the examiners of myriad Godrich. A scholarly-looking man dressed in an opulent garb said complacently as he flapped his fan. Snake Girl rolled her eyes. So they were trash, but what was there to be smug about? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1234, Your Robbing Business is Doing Well. Chapter 1234, Your Robbing Business is Doing Well. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yun was rendered somewhat speechless when he heard the scholarly man flaunt himself. Why were these people who had taken the test as many as 7 times qualified to do it again? It was no wonder the test was packed with so many candidates. Many people who failed the first time would come again, but wasn't that a waste of manpower? From Yun's point of view, the myriad Godrich's test must have been very stringent. Perhaps, there might be several rounds of selection. Those that failed fell very short of the standards required, so, no matter how many times they came, it was pointless. But very quickly, Yun understood why the myriad Godrich did not mind allowing warriors to participate in the test numerous times. Anyone who registered needed to pay a registration fee of 10 spirit jade for a test token. As there were so many people, about 7,000 to 8,000 of these registration tokens would be handed out. According to his calculations, that meant that every test that was held gave the myriad Godrich an income of 70,000 to 80,000 spirit jade. Upon realizing this, Yun was somewhat at a loss for words. It was no wonder they held tests with such great ardor. There were large amounts of spirit jade to earn, so why not? It was only bad for people who were far off the mark but continued dreaming of entering the myriad Godrich. Who else was to blame if they were unable to see the truth for themselves? This line sure is long. A line of 10,000 people moved at a turtle's pace despite there being multiple registration points. Every person that registered needed to fill out a form with their particulars, therefore, Yun estimated that it would take a day before it reached his turn. Warriors had extremely good patience, but this did not include Yun. Especially considering the fact that he did not place much importance on this matter. He wasn't truly interested in joining the myriad Godrich, he was only interested in looking for Old Snake. Hey, do you need a registration token and particulars form? It's just 100 spirit jade. There's no need to queue. Amid the noisy environment, Yun heard a voice. When he took a glance, a few shady people were mixed in the crowd, going around and selling the registration tokens. When Yun saw this, he was tickled. Weren't these scalpers? In his previous life, at the ticket-selling booths of train stations or popular concerts, there were always scalpers who would sell tickets they had obtained through various means at a high price. It seemed this world was not an exception to that. Should I also buy a scalp ticket? Just as Yun was pondering over the matter, he noticed Snake Girl watching him warily. The young lass seemed a little dim-witted at times, but, whenever it had anything to do with money, she was like an alert mouse. She had a natural sensitivity towards any danger her money purse might suffer. Yun coughed dryly once and was about to speak. But at that moment, Yun suddenly heard an old man shout at the top of his lungs, "Great offer for registration tokens. Only 98. 98, folks. You'll only suffer if you can't buy it and you'll be scammed if you don't buy it. Money transaction on the spot and the token will be yours." When Yun heard the shout, he nearly choked. Even other scalpers who was selling registration tokens were doing it covertly and privately asked examinees if they wanted one. No one was like the old man who seemed to wish he had a loudspeaker. Yun turned over to take a look and indeed, he saw a few myriad Godrich supervisors sporting extremely ugly expressions. Although earning spirit jade was a goal for holding a recruitment test, it was a more covert goal. On the surface, they were doing it as part of the process to select disciples for the myriad Godrich. It was an extremely solemn occasion. With the old fellow yelling like this, the atmosphere became more like a market. Just as Yun was considering whether or not to try negotiating with the scalper, or if they should spend 98 spirit jade to buy a registration token, he noticed that Snake Girl's expression was a little odd. What's wrong? That old man that's shouting about the great offer for the registration token is my master. Old Snake. Snake Girl said in embarrassment. She was rendered completely speechless by her master's actions.
After being separated for so many years, she never expected to meet him again in such a manner. He's Old Snake? Ian blinked his eyes. Although he had guessed that the expert would be somewhat different from others, the present situation left him a little dumbfounded. Since he had found Old Snake, there was no need for him to participate in the Myriad Godridge's recruitment test. With a thought, he walked to Old Snake. 98 Spirit Jade. 98 Spirit Jade. Registration token fire sale. Old Snake was shouting with all his might when he suddenly saw Ian walk over. His old face immediately beamed with a wide smile. He truly resembled a pimp from the brothels. How about it, young lad? Do you want to buy a registration token? After buying this registration token of mine, I guarantee you that it will become a golden opportunity, allowing for your meteoric rise. You will enter the sect within a decade, become a guardian in a century, and an elder in a millennium. About that. Ian felt a dark cloud hanging over his head when he heard that. Senior. I'm not here to buy a registration token. I was instructed by a friend to look for you. Friend? What friend? When the old man heard that Ian wasn't there to buy a token, he immediately wiped away the smile on his face. Senior, can we speak in private? Ian said as he cupped his fists. Although the old snake in front of him was a little unique, he still gave him the required respect. Regardless of anything, a person introduced by Huan Shinshue must have something special about him. Say anything you would like to say here. Don't mess up my business. Right here, right now is the best time to sell registration tokens. Speaking of which. When the old man saw Snake Girl among the crowd, he immediately stared with widened eyes. Lass, what are you doing here? As the old man spoke, he left Ian behind and walked towards Snake Girl. Lass, it's been years since we have met. Your cultivation level has grown. How has it been? Has your robbing business been doing well over the past 2 years? Maybe now you have some spare cash, and you are here to give your master some alcohol money as a form of filial piety? Old Snake had a naturally loud voice. With him deliberately not hiding his voice, many warriors present immediately looked towards Snake Girl. So the old man was the young girl's master. At that moment, Snake Girl yearned for a hole in the ground to burrow in. When she first saw the old man, she was quite delighted. After all, she had not seen the old man in years. Although he was flawed in many ways, he had brought her up and taught her many things. However, this sense of filial affection lasted less than 3 seconds. Snake Girl wished she could kick the old man away and claim that she did not know him. This was too fucking embarrassing. Although I am in the robbery business, will you not shout about it? It was out there for all to see that the master was a scalper that capitalized on illicit trading, while the disciple was a petty thief that robbed. The master-disciple duo sure was one of a kind. Indeed, there were people who could not help but laugh. The gorgeously dressed youth that had participated in the Myriad Godridge's test for 7 times looked at Snake Girl with a teasing expression. He had planned on buying a scalp token, but now that there was an interesting development in the line, he was in no hurry. He could continue queuing in line. Old man, darn you. I only have the bit of money I need for cultivation. How can I have any spare cash for you to go around squandering on vices? Upon mentioning that, Snake Girl turned infuriated. The old man was bent on being indecent. Although rearing a child was a tiring task, he had begun engaging in vices when she was in her teens. He did not do a single good deed. Her cultivation all these years was arduous. She never had what she needed, and could only rely on herself to earn it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1235, Impervious. Chapter 1235, Impervious. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The old man thought nothing of Snake Girl's tirade. His skin was thicker than the city walls and he did not seem to notice the strange looks people were casting at him. How can that be? As the mantra goes, a teacher that teaches you for a day should be regarded as a father for life. I taught you all the means to make a living, and now that I'm old, it's about time I enjoy my retirement. Look at me, even at this age, I'm still waking up early in the morning and going back late at night to do a little business. It's such a tiring life. When the old man said that, the surrounding warriors' eyes nearly popped out from their heads. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen one as shameless as this. He even managed to claim that robbing was a means of living. Although a warrior's world was one in which survival of the fittest ruled and robbery wasn't a rare occurrence, to speak of it in such a perfectly justified manner would make even bandits blush slightly. When Yi Yun saw that the duo was about to engage in another round of banter, he hurriedly interrupted them.
Senior, if you lack money for alcohol, I have some means of my own. I can earn money for you, but first I have something I need to ask you. Senior, I wonder if you can spare me some time to speak in private. Yun wanted to take out Huan Xinshue's letter, but it did not seem suitable to take it out in public with so many wandering eyes. Old Snake had originally written Yun off, but when he heard that there was money to be made, his tiny pair of eyes lit up. He turned back to look at Yun. Lad, you have some brains. How about it, do you want to be my disciple? The benefits of being my disciple are nearly infinite. In Myriad Godridge, just say my name and no one will dare bully you. Old Snake said this in an earnest and patient manner, but the people around them were already bursting with laughter. Yun was a little dumbfounded. He had originally guessed that Huan Xinshu had instructed him to seek Old Snake to be his disciple. He already felt that Old Snake's personality was somewhat unique and there should be some difficulty in being accepted as his disciple. He never expected Old Snake to throw himself forward and offer himself as a master. Wasn't such a master worthless? Where was his dignity as an expert? Although it sounded unreliable, Yun considered the matter. Since Old Snake had already said so, he might as well go with the flow and acknowledge this master as he was. After all, there was no harm. But just at that moment, Snake Girl rolled her eyes at the old man and grumbled, "So far, I've paid the fee for the teleportation array and the city entrance fee. 12 inferior grade spirit jade. I don't even earn that much from one business transaction." Snake Girl was feeling displeased, so she deliberately exposed Yun. When the old man heard that, he immediately looked Yun in a different light. No money? If he had no money, what was he doing here acting like a wealthy young master? He immediately coughed dryly and said, "My standards for a disciple are very high. Most people can forget about being my disciple. I would never consider it unless I received 200 spirit jade as a courtesy gift." When the old man said that, a few wealthy young masters present flapped their fans in contempt. 200 spirit jade was considered a high standard? What an ignoramus. The youth in gorgeous clothes said with a laugh, 200 spirit jade. Hee, that's really a little expensive. It can barely pay for a meal at Heavenly Joy Tavern. When he said that, the laughter became even more uproarious. They were watching the comedy show of the old man, Snake Girl, and Yun. They originally thought that the old man and Snake Girl were a one-of-a-kind master-disciple duo, but they never expected the youth to also be a clueless ignoramus. This was obviously an old trickster that scammed for food and drink, yet Yun continued addressing him as senior and even tried to show him respect. One had to wonder if he was slow in the head. At that moment, Yun felt a string of curses running through his mind. He did not mind how others viewed him, what bothered him was that the old fellow was such an oddity. He even began to suspect if he had found the wrong person. The boundless mountain he needed to find was no longer Boundless Mountain but Boundless Chapter. In addition, the name Old Snake wasn't so rare. Could it be that this old scammer shared a name with the expert Yun was meant to find? At that moment, Yun did not think it was wise to take out the letter. Yun believed that Huan Xinshu belonged to a family clan that was reclusive. He did not know what sort of mission the family clan had, but he definitely could not expose their existence to strangers. Upon thinking of this, Yun secretly measured the elder's cultivation level. On the surface, the elder was only at the Dao Palace realm. He had an ordinary foundation and was a classic example of not having reached that level by his own strength. However, Yun had the purple crystal. With the purple crystal's energy vision, nothing could be hidden. He activated the energy vision and looked at the elder. What he saw made him gasp. In the energy vision, the elder's cultivation level was still as bad as ever. However, what caught Yun's attention was a blob of hazy gray light in the elder's body. Even with the energy vision, Yun could not identify it. The old man was extraordinary after all. Yun now believed that he had found the right person. He said with a voice transmission, "Senior, Miss Huan gave me a letter that I'm supposed to hand to you." Yun only mentioned the surname. In that way, the possibility of exposing Huan Xinshu was greatly reduced. If he was Old Snake, he should know the name. He carefully observed Old Snake's expression, hoping to find some minute change in it. However, Yun never expected that the old man would fail to hear it. After bantering with Snake Girl all day, he suddenly seemed to recall something. He turned and glanced at Yun, saying blankly, "Lad, did you speak to me just now?" Yun was rendered speechless. The old fellow was truly impervious. "I want to buy one of your registration tokens." Yun had made up his mind. He was bent on following the old man, and since he had already gotten to the Myriad Godridge, all he needed to do was enter the sect. Old Snake rolled his eyes at Yun. "Do you have money?"
At that moment, Snake Girl quickly pressed down on her interspatial ring, worried that he would have thoughts on her money.
She knew very well that the old man would not give Yi-Yun a discount. I do not have spirit jade, but what do you think of this fruit? Yi-Yun took out a red and plump fruit.
It was a supplementary herb needed for alchemy. It wasn't an extremely expensive fruit, but it was great for brewing alcohol. Because of that, it was always in great demand. Even in the sinkhole, such a fruit could be sold for about 200 to 300 spirit jade. Indeed, Old Snake's eyes lit up when he saw the fruit.
Red brewing fruit. Great item. In that case, I'll accept it grudgingly. This token is yours.
Old Snake threw a token over. The crowd shook their heads when they saw this. The youth was truly dumb. He had bought a token from the old trickster for more than 2 times the price.
He was taking a huge loss. However, Old Snake still had some integrity.
He did not demand money from his disciple and gave Snake Girl a registration token for free. With that, the rich scions behind them realized that the buzz was over. They rushed over to buy a registration token. Instantly, Old Snake's business was surprisingly good. He did not have many tokens to begin with, so he sold them all very quickly.
Yi-Yun walked to the front of the line.
The registration booth was in a square up ahead. On one side was a registration booth that accepted money, and on the other was an ordinary testing ground. After obtaining a token, one had to immediately undergo a small test. This meant that before the token could even warm in their hands, they had to return it to Myriad God Ridge.
It was a complete waste of money. Yi-Yun already had a token, so he directly went to the testing ground.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1236, Miraculous Item. Chapter 1236, Miraculous Item. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
The venue of Myriad God Ridge's entry test had a stone gateway erected on the square. It had 4 columns and a stone door made of 3 slabs. Gateways such as these were typically erected in front of villages in the mortal world to honor top scholars or chaste and heroic women. The design was very rarely seen in a warrior's world.
On the surface, the stone gateway wasn't special in any way. It even seemed a little out of place, standing in the middle of the square.
However, when Yi-Yun saw the stone monument, his brows pricked up slightly. He could tell that behind the stone gateway was the path to a pocket world. If he circled behind the stone gateway, there would be nothing, but if he were to travel through the gateway's stone door, he could step into that pocket world. However, there was a restriction set up in front of the stone door. If one did not understand the restriction's rules, it would be impossible to gain entry. At that moment, a group of people, including Yi-Yun, had obtained their registration tokens and were standing before the stone gateway. They were waiting for the test in a daze, unsure of what the stone gateway was for.
Senior, if I were to be recruited by the Myriad God Ridge, would you give me the honor of treating you to some alcohol? Yi-Yun stood in front of the stone gateway and, after gathering his thoughts, he quipped with Old Snake.
The old fellow would probably not reject an offer of alcohol.
Indeed, Old Snake beamed when he heard that. That sounds good.
I'm warning you, I'm very picky about my alcohol and I do not fancy any of the ordinary stuff. As Old Snake spoke, he took out an alcohol gourd. He deliberately shook it and the sound of alcohol splashing emitted from it. Following that, he pulled out the stopper and took a delightful swig. When the people around them heard their conversation, they were rendered speechless.
What sort of person was this? Why did his tone sound as though the Myriad God Ridge was some tea shop that he could enter as he pleased? Such behavior could be expected from a crazy old man, but the youth was equally dim-witted. Yi-Yun naturally ignored the people around him.
As he observed the stone door, he sneered. The examinees were making a din, but none noticed that 3 men and a woman were standing behind the stone gateway, watching them indifferently. They were dressed in purple and the words Myriad God were embroidered on their chests. Yi-Yun could tell that despite the purple clothes appearing to be made of a soft fabric, they were, in fact, superior-grade defensive clothes. Even the Myriad God words that were embroidered were sewn using heavy gold from the deep sea. The gold powder from such deep-sea metal was great for writing Tao patterns. Although the Myriad God words looked like text, they were actually a Tao pattern in and of themselves. Carved within them were laws that were no trifling matter. Without a doubt, the 3 men and woman must have had illustrious standing in the Myriad God Ridge. At that moment, the 4 of them stood in the pocket world and, with the stone gateway's restrictions isolating them, no one could see them.
Amid their indifferent expressions were haughty looks that seemed seared into their faces.
A man with thick brows glanced at Yi-Yun because he had heard Yi-Yun offer to treat Old Snake to alcohol after he entered Myriad God Ridge. It incurred his displeasure. Senior Brother G, look at the kind of people that want to enter our myriad Godridge as disciples. Every time, we see a bunch of useless people coming to join in the buzz.
Listen to what they say. He's even more confident of entering the sect than me. They seem to think that the myriad Godridge will accept anyone.
Upon hearing the thick-browed man grumble, the woman shook her head and said, the recruitment test is held once every 3 days, with 10,000 entrants every time.
The ones that we should recruit have mostly been recruited. So it's natural that we are only left with the useless ones.
It is only normal for these situations to occur. After hearing the woman's comment, the thick-browed man asked perplexedly, Senior Sister Jean, I have never understood this matter.
Our myriad Godridge is one of the best major sects in the Calm Sea region, but isn't the recruitment test being run too frequently? Are we really only doing this for the tens of thousands of spirit jade in recruitment fees?
That is what the women from Clear Lunar Island say of us. Their strength might not be on par with our myriad Godridges, but they only do a disciple recruitment every 2 years. Furthermore, it is an extremely stringent selection, taking in only geniuses.
They mock our recruitment test as a gathering ground of mediocrity.
The woman wanted to explain but stopped mid-sentence. At that moment, the man that had been addressed as Senior Brother G spoke.
He said, Junior Sister Jean, there's no need to be apprehensive. In a few days, Junior Brother Song will become a disciple of Elder Tai Ching. In a way, he will become a personal disciple as well.
The matters in question are no longer secrets among personal disciples, so there's no harm in telling him.
All right then.
The woman nodded and looked at the thick-browed man. She said, our myriad Godridge has a miraculous item.
Its actual origins are unknown even to the elders of myriad Godridge.
It seems to seal a world inside of it, and that world contains precious treasures. And this miraculous item will only recognize certain fated people.
This fate is hard to determine, too. One would imagine that people with higher talent would be first in line with this fate, but it is not so.
Decades ago, there was a youth whose talent was ordinary and his nomological insight was as terrible as could be. He managed to stir the object and attract something out. That something was valued greatly by the patriarch, and as a result, the youth became a core disciple.
Patriarch?
Upon hearing that word, Junior Brother Song, who had spoken, widened his eyes.
The myriad Godridge's patriarch was very seldom heard of, much less seen.
It was frequent not to hear anything from him for hundreds of thousands of years, and it was unknown if he was in seclusion or touring the world. In the Calm Sea, the myriad God patriarch was feared by all. He was not born from the Calm Sea but came from the depths of the sinkhole. He was like a godlike existence to the myriad Godridge. For people like Junior Brother Song, it was rare for them to even meet the sect master, so the patriarch was someone they couldn't even cast their sights on. Now that he managed to hear some information regarding the patriarch, Junior Brother Song felt extremely excited. Therefore, with that precedent, and according to the instructions of the sect master, we have been searching for people of fate all these years. However, even the amount of fate that one has can vary. It's very rare to find someone with great fate.
You might think nothing of these candidates, but what if one of them is a person of fate? Senior Sister Jin's explanation made Junior Brother Song's blood boil with excitement.
The myriad Godridge indeed had deep roots. Furthermore, he had chanced upon news of the patriarch. As long as the patriarch was around, the myriad Godridge would remain lord of the Calm Sea. It would be great if he could become a personal disciple of the patriarch. Such a thought flashed across Junior Brother Song's mind, but such an extravagant hope was only in his imagination.
All right, stop discussing such matters. You just need to do your job. Let's begin the recruitment test.
At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice sounded as a middle-aged man dressed in purple robes walked out from the deep depths of the pocket world.
He was lanky in build and his body effused a blade-like aura.
Behind him was a blurry haze that seemed like a void of chaos. Even a single glance at it made one feel like their gaze was being sucked into it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1237, Ascending Dragon Cauldron. Chapter 1237, Ascending Dragon Cauldron. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
The moment the middle-aged man appeared, the three men and the woman in the pocket world greeted him with deference.
Marshal Uncle M.O. Marshal Uncle M.O.
The myriad Godridge's test was held very frequently, so it was sufficient for the personal disciples to preside over it.
But if the sect's divine item was being taken out, an expert at the elder level was needed. When the middle-aged man appeared, Ian sensed an aura as vast as the seas.
He immediately withdrew his perception.
Oh? Mo Shanqing looked up, seemingly sensing something. Master Uncle, what's the matter? Nothing.
Mo Shanqing shook his head. Maybe there's some old fellow interested in our myriad god ridges test. It doesn't matter. There's no point in coveting our myriad god ridges divine item. Mo Shanqing didn't bother over who was there. Although his presiding over the test involved the sect's divine item, he could not influence the divine item at all. It was even more impossible for others. I'll be staying in this pocket world and not going out. All of you can go out and continue the procedure as usual, Mo Shanqing said indifferently. He had no interest towards such a test. The candidates that registered were of too low a standard and it was basically a waste of his time. Trying to find someone that could stir the divine item in a test was too difficult. Yes, Marshal Uncle Mo. The four acceded to the order and stepped out of the stone gateway. The warriors on the square saw a light membrane appear out of thin air from the stone gateway. Following that, 4 myriad God Ridge disciples dressed in purple stepped out of the void. Purple clothes and golden words. They are personal disciples of the myriad God Ridge. Many of those that had come numerous times were not surprised by this scene. Only the candidates that were there for the first time were astonished. However, be it a newcomer or an experienced candidate, all of them showed pangs of envy towards the 4 myriad God Ridge personal disciples. They were personal disciples after all. Most of these candidates, even if they managed to become myriad God Ridge disciples, would very likely be outer sect disciples, which was a glorified way of saying they did miscellaneous chores. There was a huge gap between them and personal disciples. The quartet was already accustomed to being the object of envy. Their purple clothes made them the highlight of wherever they were. Welcome, fellow warriors participating in our Myriad God Ridge's recruitment test. Our Myriad God Ridge selects disciples primarily based on their wisdom roots. If one possesses a wisdom root, regardless of how bad their cultivation level is, they would be able to enter our Myriad God Ridge and become at least an inner sect disciple. We feel sorry for those that do not have the wisdom root. But then, at least, we can consider you based on bone age and talent. However, we do not consider anyone that has not entered the Tao manifestation realm before the age of 100. Even if they have entered the Tao Palace realm, we would need to ascertain their nomological insights. The person who introduced the recruitment rules was Senior Brother G. There were 3 aspects of the Myriad God Ridge's recruitment test. The first aspect evaluated one's wisdom root, the second tested their cultivation level and bone age, while the third tested one's laws. In fact, with so many people gathered, a large number of the candidates did not even meet the second aspect standards. They pinned all their hopes on the first aspect. No one knew what the wisdom root was. Only the Myriad God Ridge paid attention to it. For many, it was their only chance to make a meteoric rise. However, over the many years of testing, the number of people with wisdom roots were few and far between. Alright, without further ado, let's begin now. Senior Brother G waved his hand as he spoke. The stone gateway's light screen flashed as a grey mist flew out from it. The moment the mist appeared, the atmosphere changed immediately. What was once a bustling square turned into a grey and fuzzy scene. A strong repressive feeling made people unable to speak. The warriors with weaker cultivation levels had to stop themselves from kneeling towards the grey mist. The grey mist gradually rose into the sky, fusing with the layer of clouds. Finally, it formed a gigantic grey vortex that spun slowly. In its black core, lightning spewed out as though it was connected to another world. This is... Ian squinted his eyes as he could see a bronze cauldron through the black vortex. The cauldron had 3 feet and 2 handles. The walls of the cauldron were thick and unadorned. There was a swirling black divine dragon engraved on it and, as wisps of black gases spewed out of the cauldron, the divine dragon seemed to come to life as it was immersed in the black gases. This is the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, which is also the cornerstone item of the Myriad God Ridge, Senior Brother G said proudly. Although the cauldron was claimed to be the cornerstone item of the Myriad God Ridge, even the Patriarch could not refine and control it. They could only conjure it, but there was no worry that someone might snatch it up. The cauldron was sentient, so no one would be able to take it. Now, produce a drop of your blood and cast it into the cauldron. If you can cause the Ascending Dragon Cauldron to resonate, it's considered a pass. You will become our sect's inner sect disciple. If you can cause the Ascending Dragon Cauldron to produce a sliver of divine light, you can become a core disciple of our Myriad God Ridge. If you can stir the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, as long as you do not have atrocious talent, you can even become a personal disciple. Senior Brother G did not continue after saying that. In fact, stirring the Ascending Dragon Cauldron might even produce treasures. That was what the Patriarch was truly looking out for. However, that was a secret of the Myriad God Ridge. Only personal disciples were allowed to know of it, so there was no need for him to announce it in public. Then, let's begin now. All you need to do is to cast a drop of blood.
A drop of blood? Yi Yun frowned slightly. He did not mind if it were only his perception, but if he needed to cast his blood, which contained his lifeblood mark, he had a nagging feeling that it wasn't safe. Yet at that very moment, there were examinees beside Yi Yun who had already bitten their fingers and flicked a drop of their blood from their fingertips. They naturally did not consider things as much as Yi Yun. The Myriad God Ridge's recruitment test had been held numerous times and, every time, nearly 10,000 people cast their blood into the ascending dragon cauldron. They watched as their blood flew into the vortex, but most of the blood droplets were instantly dissipated by the violent yuan qi when they flew into the vortex. They became blood mists that eventually vanished. Less than 10% of the remaining blood drops reached the ascending dragon cauldron. However, they directly disappeared upon contact with the ascending dragon cauldron as though they had been absorbed. The ascending dragon cauldron did not undergo any changes. It remained floating amid the huge vortex as its massive and majestic stance repressed the heaven and earth. Many people were unwilling to admit defeat. They continued watching the blood that had been splattered elsewhere, hoping that a miracle would happen. However, the ascending dragon cauldron remained unyielding like a mountain. They had ultimately failed. It's too difficult. Some people shook their heads. What exactly was this wisdom root? How was it possible to stir the ascending dragon cauldron? Yi Yun watched all of this silently. After the first batch of people failed, another batch of people bit open their fingers and flicked their blood. The cauldron was odd. Just as Yi Yun was pondering over the matter, he suddenly saw that, in a corner of the square, Old Snake also looked up at the floating ascending dragon cauldron. Within his tiny eyes, there was an inadvertent glint. Oh? This old man. Was he interested in the ascending dragon cauldron? Yi Yun's impression of Old Snake was that of a jolly old scammer. It was rare to see him looking so serious. Could it be? Yi Yun suddenly realized a possibility. Perhaps the old man was spending his days in the Myriad God Ridge because of the ascending dragon cauldron? Recalling the conversation between the 4 Myriad God Ridge personal disciples beyond the gateway, and how Old Snake was scalping tickets at the recruitment line, Yi Yun felt that it was not an impossible conclusion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1238, Stirring the Cauldron. Chapter 1238, Stirring the Cauldron. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Batch after batch of candidates let out their blood in a bid to stir the ascending dragon cauldron. However, all of them failed. Most of the blood dissipated in the vortex storms, and there were some who resented the outcome so much that they bit at their fingertips after failing the first time, producing more blood to try again. The 4 personal disciples did not stop these continued attempts. They knew that it was impossible to succeed on a second try after failing the first time. Meanwhile, Snake Girl was hesitating as she stood beside Yi Yun. Then, she took out a dainty snakeskin dagger from her interspatial ring. You want to give it a shot too? Yi Yun looked at Snake Girl in astonishment. He originally believed that Snake Girl would not be willing to join the Myriad God Ridge. I'll just give it a try. Joining the Myriad God Ridge wouldn't be the worst thing. Since my master is here, I'm too lazy to return. Robbing isn't a long-term plan, anyway. As Snake Girl spoke, she cut her index finger and a drop of blood floated out. Aren't you going to try? Snake Girl looked at Yi Yun. Let me watch first. I have a nagging feeling that there's something strange about the ascending dragon cauldron. Are you worried that a trap might activate when your blood touches the cauldron? Snake Girl read Yi Yun's mind. We are only a bunch of lowly candidates. There's no reason for them to scheme against us. Even if it was really a blood contract, the contract's contents would still need to be sent to your soul. If you didn't agree to it, they couldn't bind you to a contract with just a drop of blood. As Snake Girl spoke, her drop of blood floated off. What Snake Girl said wasn't without reason. Warriors unintentionally lost blood during battles all the time. It would be too easy to obtain another's blood, so it was naturally impossible to use a drop of blood to force the signing of a soul contract. Yi Yun nodded, but he still didn't move as he watched Snake Girl's drop of blood. When the blood flew into the vortex, it remained coagulated within the storms. When it approached the ascending dragon cauldron, the drop of blood emitted wispy crimson beams of light. This is... Yi Yun pricked up his brows. At the same time, he heard the bronze cauldron hum. Wang! The ascending dragon cauldron let out a sound like a heavy divine bell being struck. The black dragon carved on the cauldron seemed to be flying within the yuan qi wantly as its eyes emitted a glimmer that left people apprehensive. Many of those present were being watched by the pair of dragon eyes, and they felt as though their hearts were being struck a heavy blow. Their organs churned as a result.
Even the 4 personal disciples felt immense pressure. They were unable to maintain their aloof expressions, for the humming noises from the ascending dragon cauldron numbed their ears.
Who stirred the ascending dragon cauldron?
Senior brother G was astonished. There had been too many drops of blood flying in the air for him to notice. Only when the cauldron vibrated suddenly did he react. Then, something else happened.
Phew!
2 dark golden beams of light shot out from the flying dragon's eyes towards Snake Girl. They were like 2 swords bestowed by the heavens. Snake Girl similarly did not expect it. She made no effort to dodge the 2 beams of divine light, partly because she couldn't react in time.
Cha!
When the divine beam entered her body, it went straight for her dantian. Snake Girl felt as though something was inside her dantian.
Following that, her entire body began to float up.
Amid the tempest, her clothes and long hair flared in the wind.
Snake Girl's blood stirred the ascending dragon cauldron? Yi Yun was astonished as well.
He had heard the 4 personal disciples' private conversation.
Stirring the ascending dragon cauldron was an extremely difficult task.
He never expected Snake Girl to be someone that possessed the so-called wisdom root. The storm lasted for about 2 minutes before it calmed down.
The people present looked at Snake Girl in astonishment.
Apart from the disbelief in his eyes, the gorgeously dressed youth from earlier felt a deep sense of envy when he looked at Snake Girl. A drop of her blood stirred the cauldron. She could become a core disciple, at the very least.
This girl actually had such good luck?
He originally thought that, by having the crazy old scammer as a master, she was likely a lowlife. However, he never expected that her single drop of blood could stir the ascending dragon cauldron, allowing her to soar instantly.
Swish! At that moment, a flash appeared at the stone gateway's entrance.
A middle-aged man stepped out. He was the one that the 4 personal disciples had addressed as Martial Uncle M.O. In a blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Snake Girl with fanatical delight. He had clearly seen that 2 beams of divine light had been shot into Snake Girl's dantian. According to past experiences, the 2 divine beams of light were actually 2 treasures. The treasures were hidden in the world within Snake Girl's body.
That was what the patriarch paid great attention to. You have stirred the ascending dragon cauldron. Great! Great! Great!
Mo Shanxing complimented her thrice, and there was a glow in the way he looked at Snake Girl.
There's no need for you to continue participating in the test.
I'll send you straight into the sect. From today forth, you will be a core disciple of our myriad god Ridge. Mo Shanxing said excitedly. He originally thought that presiding over the test would be a waste of his time, but here he had encountered a girl that could stir the cauldron.
As such, the patriarch would likely reward him handsomely.
Snake Girl never expected such a thing to happen either. She was momentarily flustered. Although she believed that she would have no problem passing the test, she was basing her beliefs on the 2nd and 3rd round of the Myriad God Ridge's entrance test. She had never expected to become a Myriad God Ridge disciple by passing the so-called Wisdom Root test.
Thank you, Senior. I'll follow you up the mountain in a while.
As Snake Girl spoke, she looked at her master, Old Snake, and Yi Yun.
Old Snake did not express himself in any way. As for Yi Yun, it was unclear what he was ruminating over.
Although Snake Girl had been forcefully brought to Myriad God Ridge by Yi Yun and had spent more than 10 spirit jade because of him, she did not have any malice towards him. Instead, she had quite a favorable opinion of him and wanted to see how his test unfolded. In fact, apart from Yi Yun, there were a handful of people left who had not produced their blood.
Who else hasn't attempted? Produce your blood together now.
After recruiting a disciple, Mo Shanxing was in great spirits. Although it was unlikely that the remaining people stood a chance, they were not to be missed. When they heard Mo Shanxing's words, the remaining candidates naturally bit their fingers and produced drops of blood. They had previously been too nervous to produce their blood. They had waited all this time. As such, only Yi Yun was the one who had yet produced his blood.
At the instant the ascending dragon cauldron stirred, Yi Yun had sensed an immense ruggedness when the ascending dragon cauldron shot out the beams of divine light. They possessed an aura he seemed familiar with.
It resembled the pure yang broken sword that he once had.
Could the ascending dragon cauldron be related to the pure yang broken sword? If the cauldron was truly related to the pure yang broken sword, then Yi Yun could not miss this opportunity.
Perhaps, he could take advantage of this opportunity to figure something out.
Should I produce my blood? Yi Yun looked at Mo Shanxing, who was beside him.
He hesitated for a moment. He could not predict what the outcome would be. Under the present circumstances, it would not be a wise choice to probe the ascending dragon cauldron as it would cause a huge stir. The final candidates that produced their blood finally ended with failure. Only a few of their blood drops even reached the ascending dragon cauldron, and they failed to instigate any reaction.
These people were immensely disappointed.
They felt greatly set back when they compared themselves to Snake Girl, who had stirred the cauldron.
It's over. Then, let's put an end to this.
Although Emo Shanqing noticed that Yi Yun had not produced his blood, he did not mind if a person or two was left out.
Yes, martial uncle.
The 4 personal disciples walked over and were about to withdraw the ascending dragon cauldron and disperse the crowd of people.
Yi Yun, why aren't you giving it a try?
Snake Girl whispered from the side.
Yi Yun exhaled and with his finger as a sword blade, he cut his finger.
A drop of blood fluttered into the sky.
Yi Yun had largely ascertained that sending his blood to the ascending dragon cauldron did not pose any danger.
Furthermore, the similarities between the ascending dragon cauldron and the pure yang broken sword made him want to give it a try. Upon seeing Yi Yun produce his blood, Emo Shanqing came to a halt and looked up. Although he wasn't pleased with the candidate's slow reaction, he did not mind waiting a little while longer. High in the sky, wind and thunder interleaved one another. The drop of blood appeared inconspicuous amid them. It easily penetrated the black vortex and smacked right between the eyes of the dragon engraved on the ascending dragon cauldron.
The drop of blood infused into the dragon eye like a blood teardrop. Instantly, the ascending dragon cauldron fell silent.
Even the howling wind quietened.
Emo Shanqing's face flashed a look of uncertainty. This is... Roar!
Suddenly, a bold and vigorous dragon roar emitted from the ascending dragon cauldron.
The dragon's roar instantly penetrated the firmament and echoed throughout the land in a deep baritone.
The people present found themselves squelched.
The candidates with weaker cultivation levels could not even resist the dragon's repression as they collapsed to the ground immediately.
Even the candidates with higher cultivation levels felt their minds and hearts palpitating. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, a grey mist spewed out from the ascending dragon cauldron, as though something was peeking out from it.
Amid the wind and thunder, the ascending dragon cauldron rapidly expanded to the size of a hill.
The black winds made the cauldron turn blurry as a black lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket tore through the clouds.
What's that? Someone exclaimed from the crowd.
The black clouds in the sky curled, but there were people who could vaguely make out that within the cauldron that had expanded dozens of times in size, a humongous dragon head phantom had gradually surfaced.
Dragon! Was there a dragon sealed within the cauldron? Yi Yun held his breath.
The dragon head was simple but infinite.
The terrifying dragon repression surged over everyone with its appearance.
Its gaze seemed to penetrate the vestiges of time, and it was cast directly on him. Instantly, Yi Yun felt the purple crystal within his body quiver gently. In his mind, a sound seemed to ring. It was the dragon roar that came from the clouds, and there was a language hidden within it that Yi Yun did not understand.
It was ancient and profound. But the feeling it left could only be described as ephemeral. This is...
Emo Shanqing suddenly became agitated as he turned his head suddenly, looking at Yi Yun with disbelief.
The dragon roar and the dragon head that surfaced was a phenomenon that had never been seen before. Could this candidate that appeared slow to react be able to completely stir the ascending dragon cauldron?
Although there was no apparent standard for the wisdom root needed to stir the cauldron, Emo Shanqing was actually a little aware of what it took. He never expected that the youth in front of him would be able to satisfy the patriarch's conditions. It was already fairly impressive to discover a few people that could stir the ascending dragon cauldron in a year, but today, one had managed to pull out treasures from the cauldron.
2, in fact. The other one was getting an even more exaggerated response. With such lucky circumstances, he was wondering how the patriarch would reward him. Just thinking of it made Emo Shanqing increasingly excited. It was truly an unknown what special treasure would be coming out. If they were anything short of amazing, there wouldn't have been such an exaggerated phenomenon. However, just as Emo Shanqing was reeling in excitement, the black dragon's phantom gradually dissipated. The resounding dragon roar also vanished. The wind and thunder that surged around the ascending dragon cauldron gradually shrunk, and in moments, the cauldron returned to its original state. It silently floated in the middle of the vortex as though whatever had happened before was a dream that had never happened. Emo Shanqing's eyes widened as he stared intently at the ascending dragon cauldron.
He anticipated a few divine beams of light to shoot out from the ascending dragon cauldron and into Yi Yun's dantian.
But after a long wait, nothing happened. That was it. Were there no treasures? Emo Shanqing was stupefied. The entire process of Yi Yun's stirring of the cauldron was more exaggerated than the girl from before. Yet, there was no reaction. How could that be? He believed he had accomplished something big, but, in a blink of an eye, he found that he had rejoiced too soon. Martial uncle, what's going on?
The four personal disciples gathered around and looked at Mo Shanqing before sizing up Yi Yun curiously.
Wasn't this punk the one that promised to treat that old scalper to alcohol if he entered the Myriad God Ridge? This fellow is actually one that possesses a wisdom root?
Martial uncle, this youth has also passed the test, right?
Ji asked.
Mo Shanqing was immersed in his vicissitude of emotions and still in a daze. Only when he heard the inquiry did he return to reality with a hesitant expression. This situation was something he had never seen before. If the criteria was to stir the ascending dragon cauldron, then Yi Yun naturally passed. However, he was puzzled by the youth's lack of treasures despite the huge commotion. You, produce a drop of blood and give it another try, Mo Shanqing said as he looked at Yi Yun.
Yi Yun frowned.
Although producing a few drops of blood meant nothing, the way Mo Shanqing gave him orders displeased him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1239, Entering the Sect. Chapter 1239, Entering the Sect. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
You were instructed to produce your blood, so why are you still in a daze?
The thick-browed personal disciple said unhappily when he noticed that Yi Yun did not react to his instruction. Yi Yun glanced at him and knew his surname was Song.
He was ranked the lowest among the four personal disciples. According to senior brother Ji, Song would only become an official disciple of Elder Taiching in a couple more days. Song was infuriated when he saw Yi Yun glance at him indifferently before ignoring him. As a personal disciple, he had always been placed on a pedestal and was accustomed to people looking at him with envy and respect.
When had a candidate disciple ever shown him such contempt?
Just as he was about to teach the punk who did not know better a lesson, senior brother Ji stopped him.
Junior brother Song, that's enough.
With that said, senior brother Ji looked at Yi Yun.
Are you not willing to produce more blood? Yi Yun said, you all seem very interested in stirring the ascending dragon cauldron. However, I'm here to participate in a test, not to be an experimental subject.
Yi Yun was acutely aware of Myriad God Ridge's goals. They were only using him as a lab rat so as to pursue their own fortunes. As for Yi Yun, he was only joining Myriad God Ridge to come into contact with Old Snake.
He did not want to attract too much attention.
If he did cause a hubbub by repeatedly stirring the cauldron, his days in the Myriad God Ridge would be anything but peaceful. Yi Yun did not mind offending the Myriad God Ridge because back when his blood stirred the cauldron, he saw from the corner of his eye that Old Snake had cast his gaze on him for a long time. As such, Yi Yun was convinced that what he produced was sufficient enough to attract Old Snake's attention. However, Yi Yun's words stupefied everyone present, especially those that had been racking their brains and trying every means at their disposal to enter the Myriad God Ridge. All of those that wanted to join the Myriad God Ridge acted with reverence and awe. They would show great respect to Myriad God Ridge disciples whenever they saw them by offering bows or other forms of salute even if they were ordinary disciples, and even more for the personal disciples. Therefore, they found it ridiculous for Yi Yun to speak to a personal disciple in such a manner.
This fellow is quite savage.
A few youths in extravagant clothes were at a loss for words. Those two people that interacted with the old scammer both stirred the cauldron, and their actions only continued to get more impressive.
Not only was Yi Yun's wisdom root impressive, even his attitude was impressive. He didn't show any respect to the Myriad God Ridge's personal disciples or elder.
Heh, what guts!
However, it's not good for a young man to be overly arrogant.
Even if you are extremely talented and the cream of the crop from where you come from, you will realize how puny you are when you walk out into the world and truly see it. There are too many geniuses in this world, many that far exceed your imagination, Mo Shanqing said in a drawn-out manner. He could tell that Yi Yun's foundations were a lot more robust than typical warriors of the same realm. He was likely a genius, and that gave him his arrogance. However, there were too many geniuses in Myriad God Ridge.
Many arrogant genius disciples would soon realize that they were just ordinary after entering the Myriad God Ridge.
Naturally, their pride would be ground off. Mo Shanqing felt that these people were simply engaging in childish tantrums, and did not mind it at all.
Produce your blood. I'm not requesting your permission but ordering you. Mo Shanqing's voice turned colder. As a Myriad God Ridge elder, how could he permit a newly recruited disciple to challenge his authority? How could a junior speak to him in such a tone?
In Myriad God Ridge's history, there had been a few disciples that had managed to pull out treasures from the ascending dragon cauldron.
Didn't they always end up handing the treasures over to the Myriad God Ridge without a fuss? Upon hearing Mo Shanqing's demands, Yi Yun's brows knitted even tighter. Just as he was considering how to react, a deep Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in his ears. Produce your blood. It's only a few drops of blood. You might not want to stay here but I still want to. Don't you mess this up for me.
Oh. Ian's heart stirred as he turned to look at Old Snake. The old man had found a wall corner to sit down in. His clothes were a little tattered, to begin with. Now, as he sat there, drinking alcohol from a dirty-looking alcohol gourd while taking in the scene, he looked no different from a beggar. Ian still chose to obey Old Snake. He trusted Huan Xinshui. With a sword beam, he cut his finger and a few drops of blood flew out into the sky. At the instant the blood passed through the clouds, Ian sensed that a formless energy had suddenly penetrated the clouds. This strength had severed the connection he had with the few drops of blood. Ding ding ding. When the blood shot onto the ascending dragon cauldron, the drops let out collision sounds that resembled that of metal balls striking bronze. However, the ascending dragon cauldron did not move. It was not triggered by Ian's blood. Ian felt reverberations through his heart and mind. That energy from before. Ian looked at Old Snake. Was it the old man? Old Snake continued drinking his alcohol as though it had nothing to do with him. Ian remained puzzled. How did the old fellow instantly wipe out his imprint on the blood? It felt like the blood had changed to another person's. He failed? When Emo Shanxing saw no reaction from the ascending dragon cauldron, he secretly shook his head. Was it just a coincidence? It was somewhat odd that the ascending dragon cauldron did not shoot out any treasures. And now, with Ian producing his blood again, it did not cause any changes to the ascending dragon cauldron. It left him extremely depressed. There went the credit he could have gotten. Emo Shanxing was disappointed, but junior brother Song was extremely delighted. He was truly afraid that Ian would be able to stir the ascending dragon cauldron once again. If that happened, wouldn't Ian soar high above him? To think this punk is shameless enough to act so arrogantly. He obediently produced his blood the moment Martial Uncle Emo spoke. Unfortunately, it was useless. He's a good-for-nothing, junior brother Song derided. He finally felt vindicated after Ian shamed him with his retort. Martial Uncle Mo, it must have been a coincidence that the ascending dragon cauldron was stirred a moment ago. Perhaps it even has nothing to do with him. He, therefore, does not meet the qualifications and cannot be a disciple of our myriad god Ridge. Senior brother G, head of the 4 personal disciples, spoke up. Momentarily, Mo Shanxing was placed in a dilemma. He had never encountered such a situation before. He was unsure how to evaluate Ian either. However, the matter regarding the ascending dragon cauldron was of great importance. Despite knowing that the phenomena produced by the ascending dragon cauldron were likely a coincidence, Mo Shanxing did not wish to give up this opportunity. Upon having such a thought, Mo Shanxing lit up a special voice transmission charm to seek the sect master's decision. Ian watched all of this nonchalantly. These people had made a mistake on one point. They believed that he was begging to join their myriad god Ridge. In actuality, he had no intention of joining it. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the Yuan Chi voice transmission from before sounded again in his ear. Lad, don't be so rash. The myriad god Ridge is quite an interesting place. Why do you think I'm staying in here? Upon hearing the voice, Ian came to a halt. He glanced at Old Snake speechlessly. The old man seemed to be able to read his mind, being able to precisely guess what he was thinking every time. This left Ian very displeased. The old fellow definitely knew that he was sent by Huan Xinshui, but he continued acting indifferently towards him. At that moment, there was a burst of flames. It was the voice transmission charm of the myriad god Ridge's reply. Martial Uncle Mo, has this fellow been eliminated? Junior brother Song glanced at Ian contemptibly as he spoke in a schadenfreudian manner. He especially hated disciples that entered the myriad god Ridge based on the so-called wisdom route. They were not geniuses but had soared because of some random criterion. What gave them that right? He, Song Bowen, had to cultivate diligently and arduously in exchange for his present-day achievements. However, his blood had not resulted in any reaction from the ascending dragon cauldron. Was that fair? Who knew what sort of standards the useless ascending dragon cauldron had? Not only was Song Bowen unable to stir the cauldron, the other 3 personal disciples had failed as well. As such, they were all somewhat biased against Ian and Snake Girl. However, at that moment, Mo Shanxing, who had heard the voice transmission charm's contents, lowered his head and gave an extended sigh. Finally, he looked up and glanced at Ian oddly. He said reluctantly, "Kid, you are quite lucky. You have been made a personal disciple. My martial uncle, the sect master, is willing to take you in as his disciple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1240, Main Peak. Chapter 1240, Main Peak.
Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. What? Sect Master is willing to take him in as a disciple? Song Bowen was startled by Mo Shanqing's words. The other 3 personal disciples were also in a state of disbelief. The Myriad Godridge's sect master had not taken in any disciples for the last 1,000 years. Despite them all being personal disciples, there were differences in their status. For instance, Song Bowen's master was Elder Taiching, and the Myriad Godridge's sect master was the junior brother of Elder Taiching's master. As for Mo Shanqing, Myriad Godridge's sect master was the senior brother of his master. The differences between the titles of martial uncle were not generational but based on cultivation level. In Myriad Godridge, the accomplished reigned supreme. The higher the cultivation level, the higher one's status was. The highest was obviously the patriarch. However, it was rare to even hear about the patriarch, much less see him. Therefore, Myriad Godridge's sect master naturally became the person with the highest authority in Myriad Godridge. This punk was actually so lucky as to be designated the personal disciple of the sect master? Song Bowen found it unbelievable. What quality gave him that right? In fact, Mo Shanqing did not truly understand the matter. However, since the sect master had given the order, what else could he say? Instantly, the atmosphere turned rowdy. The title of personal disciple was enough to stir the crowd. These candidates were mainly from the various regions of the Calm Sea. All of them wanted to enter the Myriad Godridge to enjoy a meteoric rising. The entire Calm Sea spanned tens of millions of kilometers that contained innumerable countries of various sizes. And if one became a Myriad Godridge disciple, even if they were merely an outer disciple, it was enough for them to be made nobles in their own countries. If they became inner disciples, the status would be enough to make their country's emperor treat them with the utmost respect. As for core disciples or personal disciples, they were completely unimaginable. If they really employed their strength, they could easily wipe out an entire dynasty. The surroundings examinees started to voice their envy, making Mo Shanqing frown slightly. He glanced at Yun and said, "It's your good luck and fortune that the sect master thinks so highly of you. However, a word of advice. It's useless to simply stir the ascending dragon cauldron. True geniuses depend on strength, not some so-called wisdom root." Mo Shanqing spoke coldly. In fact, he never understood the situation. If they were only interested in the treasures sealed in the ascending dragon cauldron, they could just invite the candidate with the treasure into the sect and trade the treasure for some reasonable benefits. Why did they make any candidate that was able to stir the ascending dragon cauldron a core or even personal disciple? Got it. Yun answered Mo Shanqing's advice tersely. He had a rather bad impression of Mo Shanqing and so didn't bother to act cordially. Such an attitude naturally displeased Mo Shanqing. He stole a glance at Yun before retreating into the pocket world within the stone gateway. The test continued. With about 7,000 to 8,000 participants, it would take about 2 days to finish. It was still early. The second batch of tests had already been prepared. As the candidates anxiously participated in the test, they watched enviously as Yun and Snake Girl went to a test booth to retrieve the clothes and tokens issued to new recruits. State your names. Ji bellowed at Yun and Snake Girl. Yun's mouth twitched. As an examinee, they had to engrave their names into the registration token after obtaining it. It could be clearly seen by anyone who scanned the token with their perceptions. He refused to believe that the personal disciples did not know his name. This manner of questioning was only meant to establish an imposing air. Snake Girl. Snake Girl obediently reported her name. As for Yun, he lazily waved the registration token in his hand without saying a word. His intention was clear: take a look for yourself. As he watched this happen, a few veins protruded from Song Bowen's forehead. Junior sister Jean, bring them up the mountain. Ji surmised that if Song Bowen was to send the duo, they might come to blows midway. Therefore, he let his junior sister Jean, who had a warmer temperament, to lead the way. Yun did not mind. When he was about to leave, he glanced at Old Snake and while cupping his fists, he said, "Senior, I would like to treat you to some drinks whenever you have the time." This was the second time Yun said such a thing. Many people had mocked him for overestimating himself back when he offered to treat Old Snake to drinks after gaining entry to the sect. Now, as Yun said the same thing a second time, they were left with more mixed emotions. Why did the entire test appear to be a game to Yun? Yet, despite his nonchalance, he really entered the Myriad Godridge and became a personal disciple of the highest standing. I'll wait till you are settled in. I'll be at the Myriad God restaurant. Remember to bring more money, Old Snake said with a chuckle. He lit up when alcohol was mentioned. When everyone heard that, their mouths twitched. Myriad God restaurant.
The name made it obvious that it was run by the Myriad God Ridge. It was the most luxurious restaurant around the Myriad God Ridge. The food it served was usually cooked using natural treasures that were astronomical in price. It wasn't uncommon to pay a few thousand spirit jade for a single meal. If one were a little more extravagant, it would not be surprising for their bill to be 1 or 200,000 spirit jade. Old Snake had immediately chosen the Myriad God restaurant the moment he was being offered a treat. His shamelessness was truly unparalleled. "All right. See you at Myriad God restaurant in 5 days." Yun agreed readily as a curve suffused his lips. This old fellow was finally willing to have a proper conversation with him. Yun's mind was riddled with questions. One of them pertained to the ascending dragon cauldron. Yun followed Junior Sister Jean and headed for the Myriad God Ridge's main peak. Junior Sister Jean remained silent throughout the journey and led Yun across 6 peaks and 5 mountain entrances before arriving at Myriad God Ridge's main peak. The mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall and its peak was covered in snow. However, amid the snow, there were large swaths of array formations that had exquisite jade trees and agar flowers that vied against each other for the right to be called the most beautiful. After walking past the restraints, Yun sighed at Myriad God Ridge's wealth. The bricks and tiles were literally lined with jade and gold. The spring water was made of spiritual liquid and there were spirit beasts darting around the valuable vegetation that was everywhere. The mist lingered, making it feel like an immortal's paradise. "Junior Sister Jean, are these 2 newly recruited disciples?" At that moment, a male disciple dressed in purple was standing above a gigantic hawk. He landed in front of Yun and Snake Girl. "Yes. Senior brother Songwu, one of them is a personal disciple recruited by Sect Master and the other will be a core disciple. I have brought this young man to pay Sect Master a visit." It was not easy to get a meeting with the Sect Master of Myriad God Ridge. However, Yun was different. He was a disciple of the Sect Master and, according to the Myriad God Ridge's rules, newly recruited disciples had to first visit their masters. "What? Sect Master has taken in a disciple?" Songwu looked at Yun in disbelief after hearing the news. "He got recruited?" Songwu pointed at Yun, who smirked. He could not be bothered to deal with these people. He was only planning on entering the Myriad God Ridge to find Old Snake, but he never expected to become the Sect Master's personal disciple. But so what if he was one? Why did everyone who saw him make a huge fuss about it as though they were mentally unsound? "Yes, it's him. Might I trouble Senior Brother Songwu to pass the news?" "I'm bringing him to meet Sect Master," Junior Sister Jean said while looking at Yun unhappily. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1241, Sunken Moon Tower. Chapter 1241, Sunken Moon Tower. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. "Alright, I'll inform the Sect Master." A white beam of divine light flew down from the main peak the moment Songwu spoke. The person that came was a man that looked somewhat seductive. He had long brows and he had a beauty that was akin to a woman's. He was floating high in the air as he looked at Yun and said, "My master, the Sect Master, is in seclusion. He just instructed me through a voice transmission to settle you in for now. If you encounter any cultivation problems, you can ask me too." "My master, the Sect Master?" Such a salutation clearly meant that the seductive man in front of him was a personal disciple of the Myriad God Ridge's Sect Master. Typical personal disciples did not address the Myriad God Ridge's Sect Master in such a manner. By calling him in such an endearing manner, it was enough to prove that his status was probably no lesser than Imo Shancheng. "Follow me." With that said, the man led Yun to a quiet residence. A 3-storied tower that looked exquisite stood in front of Yun. Behind the tiny tower was a simple herb garden and connected to the tower was a cultivation chamber. In Myriad God Ridge, many buildings were made of jade but the tower Yun was allocated was made of wood. Despite it being made of wood, Yun knew that the construction material was nothing mortal jade could compare with. He was well versed in the divine alchemist's notes. He immediately identified the valuable wood used, sunken moonwood. Such wood grew in spirit springs and grew by absorbing the lunar essence. They grew a foot every millennium and could not be artificially grown. A tower built from sunken moonwood could be used to nourish the soul, bringing great benefits to cultivators. What extravagance! Yun sighed. The tiny tower was only the residence of a personal disciple. If it were the Sect Master or an elder, it would probably be more lavish. "Stay here for the next few days. My master will probably take another week before coming out of seclusion. He will naturally come to meet you when the time comes. Everything in this tower can be used by you as long as there are no restrictions protecting it.
You won't be able to open those with restrictions anyway. You can go in now. The charming man gave a brief introduction before leaving. He left behind a few sets of personal disciple clothes, a token, and a jade slip that introduced the Myriad Godridge. The clothes worn by Myriad Godridge personal disciples were all purple in color, and at the chest were embroidered the words, Myriad God. The outfit itself was an excellent enchanted artifact. Ian flipped through the jade slip that contained the rules, and with his powerful perception, he finished reading it in seconds. The Myriad Godridge had many rules, but most of them were targeted at ordinary disciples. At the level of personal disciples, all rules lacked weight. Strength was what was most important. With strength, violating a few rules did not mean much. And correspondingly, personal disciples had all sorts of perks and advantages. These were things ordinary disciples lacked. As for the final personal disciple token, just producing it in the Myriad Godridge's territory could summon and order a king. If the king disobeyed, that would be an act of transgression against the Myriad Godridge. The king could be killed instantly and a new one established. Upon reading these, Ian felt mixed emotions. He began to appreciate the reason why so many people wanted to enter the Myriad Godridge. This was the awe that power brought. An ordinary dynasty without the support of a major sect was like a mortal in front of the Myriad Godridge. It had no means to resist. Initially, Ian joined the Myriad Godridge because of Old Snake, but after seeing the situation with the Myriad Godridge, he began to feel that it wasn't a bad choice staying in the area for a period of time. After all, this was his first foray into the sinkhole and he had nowhere else to go. There was a need for a conducive cultivation environment. Ian kept the token and jade slip before donning the purple outfit. He headed for the cultivation ground that was connected to the tower. There, Ian could sense the subtle nourishment the sunken moon would have on his soul. It made his mind especially calm and his pores were breathing the surrounding yuan qi in and out incessantly. Cultivating in such a place made for double the results with half the effort. When Ian used his personal disciple token to open the cultivation chamber's door, what greeted him was a simply adorned room. In it were a long bookshelf and a cultivation array formation. There were more than 100 spirit jade placed around the cultivation array. Ian noticed how the spirit jade was a lot better in quality than the one Snake Girl had produced. However, he did not know what grades they had. As for the bookshelf, it was filled with jade slips. Ian took out a few to read. Not only did they describe cultivation techniques, but they also introduced the sinkhole's major factions, natural treasures and the customs of the land. It was comprehensive. Ian slowly lost himself in reading. At that moment. Knock. 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 There was knocking at the door. Ian got up and opened the door. He saw a girl that looked about 15 standing gracefully erect by the door. She had a round face that exuded a healthy glow, resembling a flower waiting to bloom. You are? Ian asked curiously. The girl blushed and said slowly, I'm Zuoyen Xiaoyu. I passed the test a few days ago and entered the Myriad Godridge. I'm currently an outer sect disciple. An outer sect disciple? Ian was surprised. He knew that the Myriad Godridge had 3 kinds of entry tests. Other than the first test of stirring the cauldron, there were others who could pass the second nomological test and the third cultivation test for entry into the Myriad Godridge. However, these people would typically only be outer sect disciples. To become an inner sect or core disciple was just too difficult. However, what puzzled Ian was that his tower was an area where personal disciples lived. How did an outer sect disciple enter the area? Why are you here? Asked Ian. Zuoyen Xiaoyu's voice turned a lot softer. She said in embarrassment, all outer sect disciples have to do miscellaneous chores after entering the miscellaneous chores disciple. I have been designated as a maidservant of Sunken Moon Tower, which is also where you stay, young master. Ian was left in a daze as he turned to take a look. On the top of the tower he lived in was a plaque that wrote the words Sunken Moon Tower. From the looks of it, the towers in the core region of the Myriad Godridge were made of different materials and they were named after the materials used to construct the tower. Sunken Moon Tower wasn't a bad name. As for a maidservant, Ian rubbed his nose awkwardly. Perhaps, the people of Myriad Godridge were accustomed to their high standings, one that had people serving them, therefore, they did not think much of it. However, Ian truly was never one to be served, especially by such a delicate and sweet young lady. He found it awkward. About that. Don't you feel resentment being a maidservant to serve others despite entering the Myriad Godridge as a disciple? Ian could not help but ask. Resentment? Zuoyen Xiaoyu shook her head. How can it be?
Young master, personal disciples like you are a lot higher in stature than outer sect disciples like me. Besides, being a maidservant of a personal disciple's residence is something vied for by others. It's much better than tending the spirit beasts, patrolling the mountain entrance or supervising the mining grounds. Giving the example of the sunken moon tower that you live in, one can cultivate a lot faster in here.
Young master, it's all thanks to you that I can even come here. If no one lives in sunken moon tower, I would not be able to come here at any time. As Zuoyan Xiaoyu spoke, Yi Yun noticed that the way she looked at him was one of idolation.
This made him realize that he had thought too lightly of his status as a personal disciple. Being in the calm sea for the first time, he had not interacted with the customs of the land before becoming a myriad god-rich personal disciple. As he had become one so easily, he had not fully realized how much honor that was in his status. Although there were many experts in the sinkhole, it had even more mortals. The worship of strength here exceeded that of the 12 empyrean heavens. Under such circumstances, no one believed that serving a personal disciple was a loss of status. On the contrary, they did it with pride. Besides, they could also enjoy some of the benefits of a personal disciple, so it was naturally a job one yearned for.
Then, how did you get this job? Yi Yun asked curiously.
He noticed that other than the disciple attire Zuoyan Xiaoyu was wearing, nothing else on her was valuable. Clearly, she came from a humble background.
I received this opportunity because my results were slightly better at the entrance test.
Back then, numerous peers that entered with me were envious of me. Apparently, even the genius daughter of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Qingwen, had mustered all the powers of her family clan but failed to get this job.
The Duanmu family? Yi Yun asked casually.
Oh. It's a big family clan in the country I come from. As their patriarch is at the 7th floor Dao Palace realm, his status is even higher than that of an emperor.
I see. Yi Yun nodded. To the myriad god ridge, a family clan with a patriarch at the 7th floor Dao Palace realm naturally did not amount to much.
However, such family clans would probably enjoy a supernatural existence in the countries they resided in. They enjoyed endless riches and the heiress of the family clan must have led a luxurious life. To be served by such a rich heiress would probably be uncomfortable.
It was better off having someone like Zuoyan Xiaoyu who came from a humble background.
Upon recognizing the situation, Yi Yun felt mixed emotions. The martial path was truly fraught with difficulties. If one wanted wealth, it was easily attainable. However, to become an unparalleled godly monarch, to live for tens to hundreds of millions of years, sharing the same age as the heavens and earth, that was just too difficult.
By the way, Miss Zuoyan, why did you come to me?
Zuoyan Xiaoyu hurriedly answered when she heard Yi Yun's question.
Young master, do not call me that. I can't accept it. Young master, just call me Xiaoyu. I came here to tell you that it's time to eat. Eat? Yi Yun was taken aback. Why was there a need to inform him about eating?
Furthermore, warriors could abstain from eating at a very low cultivation level. Apart from satisfying their taste buds, there was no need to eat. Just absorbing the spiritual energy from the heaven and earth would do.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu said, that's right.
The food given to myriad god-rich personal disciples is unlike any other.
Such food is only provided once a month. You happen to be just in time. Zuoyan Xiaoyu gave an embarrassed smile after saying that. That's what I've heard. I've never seen it before.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1242, Meal. Chapter 1242, Meal. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu had only entered the myriad god ridge a few days earlier than Yi Yun, but in that few days, she became quite well versed in the myriad god ridge's rules. She was also very familiar with the layout of the personal disciple region. She led Yi Yun all the way to the mess hall for personal disciples. The mess hall covered several kilometers and, upon entry, it looked to be a magnificent grand hall. In the middle of the hall were 17 heavy and robust bronze artifacts. There were ones with 3 legs and 2 handles called tripods, and ones with 2 handles and no feet that were cauldrons. There were a total of 9 tripods and 8 cauldrons that made for 17 bronze enchanted vessels.
Such a number was the highest order used in meal etiquette since ancient times. Yi Yun could tell that the 17 vessels were not ordinary enchanted artifacts. Due to their placement, the surrounding laws seemed to naturally form a system unto itself. From the looks of it, the 17 bronze vessels were a complete set. Surrounding the vessels were 32 tables, prepared for the personal disciples. A table could only seat 2 and Yi Yun had shown up early. He sat down at a random table and Zuoyan Xiaoyu stood behind him. She studied her surroundings with an inquisitive look, for she found such a scene new and fascinating.
Xiaoyu, you previously mentioned that this meal is only provided once a month and that it's extraordinary.
In what way is it extraordinary?
Young master, I heard that the monthly meal is cooked by Myriad Godridge's elder Lanqin. She has a rather rare job in the calm sea. She's a cook, but you could also call her a herbal board master. In the calm sea, although there are few refinement masters, array masters, alchemists, desolate heaven masters, or talisman masters, there are still many people who learn such trades.
But cooks have nearly gone extinct.
The people that manage to master cooking are few and far between. Elder Lanqin's attainment in cooking is at the crest of perfection.
If she used mortal ingredients, such as ordinary rice, vegetables or meat, it would still be superior grade tonic food.
Not only would it taste excellent, it would also be extremely beneficial to one's body after consumption.
If the meal is cooked using supreme grade ingredients, the effects are even more obvious.
Elder Lanqin will be able to refine away the impurities contained within the ingredients during the cooking process.
It results in no harm to the body no matter how much is eaten. This is something pills cannot compare with.
As the saying goes, every medicine has its toxicity. It was inevitable for even superior grade pills to contain a little pill toxicity. If one ate too many, the toxins would accumulate and time would be needed to purge them. A well-cooked meal, however, would never result in such a situation. This was also the forte of a cook. However, as the effects from tonic food were less potent than pills, the number of people that studied the cooking of tonic food was even smaller. Young master, take a look. The 17 vessels placed in the middle of the hall are the enchanted artifacts that Elder Lanqin uses to cook. They are a set, and at this very moment, all the food is in them.
In a while, I'll get some for you.
There will be a total of 17 dishes, 9 meat and 8 vegetarian. Just as Zuoyan Xiaoyu was explaining the situation, people began streaming into the grand hall one after another. These people were also personal disciples and most of them had servants accompanying them.
Some even had more than one servant. Ian even saw a young man who was not dressed in personal disciple garb.
Instead, he was wearing an embroidered robe commonly worn by rich scions. He was tended to by 4 women and all of them were gorgeous. 2 of them were tugging onto the man from each side, allowing him to wander his hands over them.
Yun was a little surprised by this.
After all, this was in public. Such public displays of affection were rather preposterous.
Coincidentally, this man happened to pick the table where Yun was sitting.
The man took a glance at Yun and said with a laugh, "You must be the Yun that stirred the cauldron." The man recognized all the personal disciples of Myriad Godridge, so, with the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face, he immediately guessed at Yun's identity.
"That is me." Yun nodded.
After the man sat down, the table was filled with the pleasant chatter of women.
This rendered Yun somewhat speechless.
Those who didn't know might even think he was here to fool around. The youth obviously noticed Yun's gaze as he said with a laugh, "I'm Zhou Bingfeng, and I have quite a number of maidservants and concubines.
I applied for permission from the sect to have 4. The other 8 were brought from my family clan.
The Myriad Godridge's rules allow personal disciples to bring in 8, and not 1 more."
Yun was rendered even more speechless by Zhou Bingfeng's explanation.
So he had only brought a third of them.
8 of them were left at his residence.
He sure had good fortune in love. Junior brother E, as a personal disciple in Myriad Godridge, there's no need to be overly restrained. It's not a problem if you're a little ostentatious, as long as you have sufficient strength.
Zhou Bingfeng, whose personality screamed Casanova, beckoned for 2 of the beauties to sit down.
They sat on each side of him and joined him in drinking.
Yun said to Zuoyan Xiaoyu, "You should sit down too." Zuoyan Xiaoyu's face blushed as she said hurriedly, "Young master, there's no need. I'll get you some food now."
At that moment, the lids of the 17 vessels had been removed.
A rich aroma of spirit food surged outwards, whetting one's appetite.
The fragrance that overwhelmed Yun was something he had never experienced before.
He could not help but be curious about Elder Lanqin's capabilities.
The people in charge of presiding over the banquet were a few old men. They were not elders, only stewards.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu walked to the first tripod and anxiously received the food from the old man tending to it. It was a spirit fruit the size of a bowl.
The flesh of the fruit had been removed and the fragrant food was placed in its core. Zuoyan Xiaoyu carefully held it in her bosom and felt the heat coming from it. She felt sensations going through her heart for, although she was not permitted to eat any of the food, it still excited her greatly. She glanced at Yun and brought Yun the spirit food like she was handing over a treasure. But at that moment, Zuoyan Xiaoyu suddenly felt like she was being tripped as she lost her balance.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu let out a shocked cry.
Although her cultivation level wasn't high, she was skilled enough to adjust her balance in midair. But this time, just as she was about to fall, she felt the surrounding laws undergo a change. Maintaining her balance became impossible.
Pang! Zuoyan Xiaoyu fell straight onto the ground.
The spirit fruit in her arms dropped to the ground as the food that was once inside it spilled all over.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu sat on the ground in a daze.
She looked at the food that was splattered onto the ground as tears began to brim in her eyes. She naturally knew the value of the food she was carrying. Perhaps, all the cultivation resources she had ever used throughout her life was not even as expensive as the spirit fruit. Yet, it was now splattered across the ground by her own hands. Besides being an outer sect disciple that worked as a maidservant, she was also one of the least powerful members of her family. As such, she learned to be extremely careful in the residences of personal disciples at all times, always afraid that trouble would befall her randomly. But now, she was in big trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1243, Humans Shouldn't Eat Pigs Will. Chapter 1243, Humans Shouldn't Eat Pigs Will. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Young Master.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu looked at Yi Yun with watery eyes filled with grievance. This was the first day she was serving Yi Yun, but she had already made a mistake. Furthermore, it was on such an occasion.
It's fine. Yi Yun stood up and helped Zuoyan Xiaoyu up.
He looked at a girl dressed in maidservant garb nearby.
He knew very well that the maidservant had tripped Zuoyan Xiaoyu.
It appeared unintentional, but the trip managed to make Zuoyan Xiaoyu lose her balance. Following that, someone had changed the spatial dimension laws, causing Zuoyan Xiaoyu to fall to the ground.
Upon noticing Yi Yun's gaze, the maidservant felt a little apprehensive.
However, one look at her master emboldened her. She explained, it wasn't intentional.
She was walking over and happened to slam into my foot. Yi Yun's gaze fluttered to a lanky youth behind the maidservant.
He was holding a cup of wine with eyes narrowed. He appeared listless, but Yi Yun knew that he was the one who used laws to prevent Zuoyan Xiaoyu from maintaining her balance.
Yi Yun looked at a few stewards in the room.
All of them remained composed, as though they had not noticed everything that had just happened.
Yi Yun sneered inwardly. There were many people that let things happen if they were not personally affected.
When it came to these slippery people, personal disciples were not to be offended.
The best action to take was to feign ignorance.
Upon sensing Yi Yun's gaze, the lanky youth met it, his slit-like eyes filled with derision.
Do you have a grudge against me? Yi Yun asked as the lanky youth sneered.
He did not answer, as though it was beneath him to even speak to Yi Yun.
At that moment, a laughter came from outside. Ha ha ha, is that junior brother Yi? How is it? Are you accustomed to living in the Myriad God Ridge?
Yi Yun turned around and saw 4 personal disciples appear at the entrance one after another. They were the ones who previously oversaw the entrance test.
And the person who spoke was the youth with thick brows, Song Bowen. We finally rushed here for the banquet after administering the test until sundown. It sure wasn't easy on us. Song Bowen stretched his arms as though he was exhausted. Behind him, Ji and junior sister Jing did not speak. They only glanced at Yi Yun.
They had all seen the conflict that had just happened. The quartet took their seats as Ji sat with the last disciple out of the 4. As for junior sister Jing, she sat beside a girl.
The remaining Song Bowen sat beside the listless lanky youth. With Song Bowen taking his seat, the lanky youth's maidservant automatically helped Song Bowen to a plate of food. Yi Yun realized the situation with the scene unfolding. Song Bowen and the lanky youth clearly had a great relationship.
They had probably discussed this beforehand. Junior brother Yi, it seems you have attracted the misfortune of staying in Sunken Moon Tower.
Beside Yi Yun, Zhou Bingfeng chuckled through a voice transmission while hugging a charming beauty.
Why do you say so?
Yi Yun asked indifferently.
He seemed particularly unfazed, as though the food that spilled had nothing to do with him. Junior brother Yi, you might not be aware that even the residences of the personal disciples are stratified.
Sunken Moon Tower is one of the better places to be.
By being the sect master's disciple that stays in Sunken Moon Tower, it is only natural to be targeted.
Oh?
Yi Yun did not know that Sunken Moon Tower was in such demand. In that case, his treatment was to be expected. In these people's minds, he had stirred the ascending dragon cauldron due to his wisdom root. He was only lucky to become a personal disciple, he didn't earn it by his own merit.
As such, how could they be convinced of his tenure?
Adding in the conflicts he had with Song Bowen during the test, and it was easy to explain everything that was happening. And at that moment, Song Bowen feigned surprise as he looked at the food that had splattered on the ground.
What's going on?
The lanky youth beside him lifted his eyelids and languidly said, "Nothing much."
Some maidservant was clumsy and spilled food all over. What sort of maidservant is she? Cutting off her limbs would not be enough to compensate such expensive food. This kind of servant that's as stupid as a pig should be sent away immediately, or at least she would if I had any say. She can't even deliver a meal properly, so why even bother practicing martial arts? What a joke! Song Bowen said sarcastically. As a young lady, how could Zuoyan Xiaoyu react to such nasty derision? She froze with a flushed face as tears began streaming down her cheeks. She wasn't able to say a word. "Xiaoyu, come back," Yiyun said. He knew that Song Bowen's words were truly directed at him, a strike at him by reviling others. "Young master, I. As Zuoyan Xiaoyu sobbed, she felt aggrieved, but, before she could say a word, Yiyun had sat her down. "Just have a seat," Yiyun said. Although he had only been acquainted with Zuoyan Xiaoyu for less than a day, Yiyun knew that it was not easy for a girl with a humble background like her to work diligently at climbing up the martial path. Yiyun could not just sit idly by as she was being bullied, reprimanded, and insulted because of him. Oh? So it's junior brother Yi's maidservant that spilled the food. Look at me shooting off my mouth. I should have held back. I'm sorry. However, the food in these 17 vessels was cooked by Marshal Ant Lanchin. The 17 dishes are a set, and the effects are greatly reduced if any dish is missed out on. Why don't you get that clumsy maidservant of yours to pick the food up off the floor? The ground is swept perfectly clean here so the food isn't dirty. Besides, so what if it's a little dirty, right? The personal disciples sitting near Song Bowen burst out into a rapturous roar of laughter when they heard his words. They had good relationships with him, so they naturally backed him. Junior brother Song, how can you say that? If you pick up food that's spilled, wouldn't that make it pig's will? How can junior brother eat pig's will? That's right. Junior brother Song, you need to mind your language. All of you are right. Against the crowd's mockery, Yiyun was not angered at all. Instead, he nodded calmly. It's true that humans shouldn't eat pig's will. When Yiyun said those words without rhyme or reason, it left people somewhat baffled. At that moment, Yiyun suddenly waved his hand as a dazzling black beam suddenly burst out from his palm. Phew! The black beam was as fast as lightning and, instantly, it reached Song Bowen. Song Bowen was alarmed. He never expected Yiyun to suddenly take action. An attack at such a blazing speed left him no time to react. He retreated hastily, but at that moment, the ice-cold killing intent from the black beam seemed to shatter the surrounding space, causing it to collapse down on him like a massive mountain. Ha! Song Bowen bellowed angrily as he forcefully pushed out his palms, forming a wall of light. At the same time, the lanky youth next to Song Bowen took action as well. Song Bowen was his junior brother, so how could he sit idle? In a split second, he produced a curved blade from his interspatial ring and slashed down. Boom! With an explosion, the black beam had slammed into Song Bowen's light barrier. A black flame burst forth as the light barrier was burned through. The inferno did not abate as its flames coursed along Song Bowen's yuan qi and reached his arms. What sort of fire was this? Song Bowen's expression was ashen. He had never encountered such a flame before. After all, it was impossible for him to recognize the heretical godfire seed. The flames burned and consumed everything. Song Bowen felt the surrounding yuan qi twisters howling in pressure coming from the rupturing space. It made his dantian feel like it would explode. His heart could hardly beat. Pang! The contorting flames struck Song Bowen heavily in the chest and engulfed his flesh and burning his meridians. Song Bowen grunted as he spat out a mouthful of blood before hurtling backward. And at that moment, the lanky youth's curved blade came cleaving down a little too late. Song Bowen had already succumbed to heavy injuries as he flew backward. So when his blade slashed into an empty void, it left an extremely ugly expression on the lanky youth's face. Were there spatial dimension laws? The lanky youth was appalled. He believed that he could save Song Bowen in time, but when he struck out, the flow of time seemed to dramatically slow. Besides, he never expected that an instant, Song Bowen would be injured in such a manner. And at that moment, Song Bowen, still flying backwards, came to a sudden halt in midair when Yiyun tapped his finger. Following that, Yiyun casually waved his hand and placed it back on the table. Just this action alone caused Song Bowen to be forcefully pulled back. As if an invisible rope connected Yiyun's palm to Song Bowen's head, Song Bowen crashed heavily in the middle of the hall when Yiyun placed his palm down. Pang! Song Bowen fell head first and his nose smashed into the ground. Oddly enough, he fell right onto the pile of food that had splattered to the ground. His face and mouth were completely filled with food.
His chest and everything under was burnt to a crisp and he looked as pathetic as could be. At that moment, Ian said slowly, "I was commending you on your logic a moment ago. Humans shouldn't eat pig's will. So why did you gorge on it without any regard? And from the looks of it, you seem to enjoy it?" When Ian said those words, silence befell the hall. From the start, Ian's intention was to beat Song Bowen soundly and throw him onto the pile of food. From beginning to the end, Song Bowen was like a tiny chick that was helpless against him. This was an unexpected outcome. Although Song Bowen had yet to be promoted to personal disciple, his strength was not to be doubted. Otherwise, he would not have been thought highly of by Elder Tai Ching. Yet he was completely incomparable with Yi Yun. Yi Yun had just entered the Myriad God Ridge and his entry was only because he had stirred the ascending dragon cauldron. How was he so strong despite not being a proper personal disciple? Sitting beside Yi Yun, Zhou Bingfeng could not help but clap his hands. Impressive! Impressive! I thought Junior Brothery would suffer today, but I never expected you to be this strong. Is your cultivation level really only at the 4th floor Dao Palace? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1244, Tolerance Extraordinaire. Chapter 1244, Tolerance Extraordinaire. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Yun's cultivation level could be seen at a glance. It was also easy to see that Yun had a robust foundation, but his nomological insights and the strength of his techniques were naturally less conspicuous. As for Myriad Godridge's personal disciples, they were proud people. The Myriad Godridge spent large amounts of resources to nurture them, so they found it unbelievable that they would be inferior to a new disciple. "Junior Brother Song, are you alright?" With a flash, the lanky youth appeared beside Song Bowen. When he inspected Song Bowen's injuries, his expression turned ashen. Song Bowen's dantian and meridians had suffered grievous burns. Although Song Bowen's cultivation was unaffected, he would definitely be bedridden for a month. You suddenly launched a ruthless sneak attack while he wasn't prepared. You have openly violated the sect rules. What insolence! The lanky youth said sternly. According to the Myriad God Ridge's rules, disciples were not allowed to suddenly attack another. If there was any strife between them, both parties could make arrangements to fight it out at Myriad God platform. The loser would then compensate the other party as per the arrangement. Once fights reached the Myriad God platform, it would be a world-shaking battle. Although the sect rules prohibited killing, no one held back as the compensation would usually be quite a substantial amount. If one did accidentally kill the other, it was something that could not be helped. After all, blades did not discriminate. Therefore, even if there was a conflict between disciples, they would not be too quick to head for Myriad God platform. For Yi Yun to suddenly attack, causing severe injuries in the process, was a punishable offense. He. Yi Yun sneered. It's clear who exactly started this conflict. Don't you try to use the sect rules on me. If you resent anything, we can always go to Myriad God platform and agree to an amount of compensation. I'll be glad to entertain you. You? The lanky youth's voice stagnated and had nothing to return verbally. Although he said that Yi Yun had garnered victory through a sneak attack, he was acutely aware that, even if Yi Yun had attacked openly, he was much stronger than Song Bowen. It was even highly probable that he had not used all his strength. He lacked confidence in how he stacked up to Yi Yun, so how could he risk settling the dispute at Myriad God platform? Are you trying to provoke me to the Myriad God platform? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Although the lanky youth lacked the courage to follow through, his speech remained adamant. He had already been a personal disciple for 2 decades. His strength was far greater than Song Bowen, who was only recently promoted to personal disciple. He silently stared at Yi Yun as though he was trying to decipher Yi Yun's true strength. And at that moment, Yi Yun said to Zuoyan Xiaoyu, since the food has been spilled, go get me some more. Ah! Xiaoyu suddenly jolted out of her daze when she heard Yi Yun's words. Yi Yun had defeated Song Bowen like a sudden clap of thunder, one that left no time to cover one's ears. She had seen all of it and never expected that the young master she served was so powerful. Young master. About the food. Zuoyan Xiaoyu was a little taken aback. She had already spilled the food, so where was she to get another serving? A person was only allowed 1 serving of Elder Lunching's food. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Yi Yun point at Song Bowen's table. His finger was directed at Song Bowen's food. Was he asking her to take away Song Bowen's food? Seeing the lanky youth sitting at the table, with such a sullen expression, Zuoyan Xiaoyu felt extremely apprehensive. She hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth to walk towards the table. Although she was afraid of the lanky youth, she knew that Yi Yun's assault was partly on her behalf.
In that case, how could she undermine Yi Yun?
Compared to Yi Yun's brutal assault, all she was doing was taking a serving of food. When she walked in front of Song Bowen's table, Zuoyan Xiaoyu saw the maidservant that had tripped her. She was standing behind the lanky youth and staring at her angrily. Personal disciples had their conflicts, while maidservants shared their own strifes.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu's strength may have been lacking, but it was impossible for her to lose to the other party's maidservant. She grabbed Song Bowen's food. And at that moment, Yi Yun spoke again.
Take both shares.
What?
The atmosphere in the mess hall completely froze the moment Yi Yun said those words. The lanky youth's eyes flashed coldly.
He had to turn a blind eye to Song Bowen's food being taken, but to even take his away was preposterous. Punk! You're going too far. So what if I am? I'm not one to suffer in silence. You previously instigated your maidservant to trip Xiaoyu, spilling my food. It's only right and proper that I make you compensate me. Even if this reaches the table of elders, I will not be faulted. If you want to keep that meal of yours, go ahead. If you agree to fight me at Myriad God platform in 3 days, you can keep the food. Yi Yun said this indifferently, but his words left everyone present speechless. What was overbearing? This was it. Although the lanky youth never took a hit from Yi Yun, his outcome was worse than being hit. Yi Yun was quickly forming a mental demon in him.
If he agreed to face Yi Yun at Myriad God platform, he would likely be outmatched. If that time came, he would end up being severely injured and also allow Yi Yun to profit from him.
However, if he were to reject the notion and allow a mere maidservant take away his food, how was he to face others in the future?
How dare you? The lanky youth looked at Zuoyan Xiaoyu as though he could kill her with his gaze.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu felt her body tighten as she was stifled by the lanky youth's glare. But at that moment, Zuoyan Xiaoyu felt a soft aura permeate her body.
She immediately felt her body lighten and the pressure dissipated.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu turned to glance at Yi Yun.
She knew that he was protecting her with his aura.
This left Zuoyan Xiaoyu with an odd sense of safety.
She was of humble birth and had never experienced the feeling of having a powerful backer supporting her. She felt emboldened, even if she faced an enemy that was usually insurmountable. Gritting her teeth, Zuoyan Xiaoyu extended her arms and took the food in front of the lanky youth. The lanky youth's eyes flared with killing intent while, at that moment, Yi Yun pressed down on his interspatial ring.
Are you intending to fight me now instead of waiting for the Myriad God platform? Yi Yun's voice seemed to come from another abyss. It sent a chill down everyone's backs.
In Myriad God Ridge, the so-called rules were used to restrain the weak. The stronger one was, the lesser the punishments were for violating the rules. Besides, it was the lanky youth and Song Bowen that had started the conflict.
Yi Yun already stood on the side of reason.
There was no doubt in people's minds that Yi Yun would truly take action the moment the lanky youth moved.
In fact, Yi Yun ordered Zuoyan Xiaoyu to take the food because he was certain he could severely injure the lanky youth before he could even lay a hand on her.
At that moment, time seemed to come to a pause.
People watched as Zuoyan Xiaoyu's tiny hands lightly grabbed the lanky youth's spirit fruit. Everyone fell silent. No personal disciple stood forward. The stewards let the matter play out as it did not affect them. The lanky youth's expression reached an unprecedented ugliness. He wanted to strike the handmaid in front of him to death, but it would not restore his reputation. He knew very well that if he truly did so, he was giving Yi Yun a reason to ruthlessly beat him up. In the end, the conflict would reach Myriad God platform and things would only get worse. And if he acted first, killing the maidservant in front of him, Yi Yun would not even suffer any punishments from the sect rules. In the end, all the lanky youth could do was watch helplessly as Zuoyan Xiaoyu took away his food. He tolerated it. He actually tolerated it. What do you know? The accomplished are always tolerance extraordinaires. Some people laughed with derision. Among the many personal disciples present, there were many that did not see eye to eye with the lanky youth. Some could not help but crack wise. And hearing their jeers only made the lanky youth feel like dying. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1245, Green Spirit Jade Fragment. Chapter 1245, Green Spirit Jade Fragment. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Zuoyan Xiaoyu placed the fruit in front of Yi Yun. The first dish prepared by Elder Lunqin was made from green spirit fruit. It had a naturally refreshing fragrance, and the rice that was stuffed into the fruit was jade pearl rice.
Golden threaded dates adorned it, allowing every grain of rice to suffuse a light green color. The crystalline grains, when piled together, looked like jade fragments. Just taking in the fragrance was intoxicating, and was enough to wipe away any physical exhaustion.
Great food, it really is appetizing. Yi-Yun had never eaten such food before.
He had participated in several banquets held by important figures, allowing him to sample all sorts of precious delicacies, but none of them could match the green spirit fruit rice in front of him.
Indeed, the sinkhole was unique.
As a large sect of the Calm Sea, the myriad god ridge's deep heritage was not to be doubted. Most of the time, strength was displayed in ways other than wars or territorial disputes. Just the quality of basic necessities of life was enough to tell the difference. Apart from the food, the myriad god ridge had lodging like the sunken moon tower.
Even the simple outfits worn by personal disciples were superior grade enchanted clothes. Nothing could be faulted.
At that moment, Zhou Bingfeng said with a smile, "Brother, just being able to eat a bit of Elder Lunchin's food is a great blessing.
There's never enough for me.
Besides, the food in these 9 tripods and 8 cauldrons form a natural set. They respectively nourish 17 laws. This first rice dish is called Green Spirit Jade Fragment. It gathers rich wood elemental yuan qi, and the green spirit fruit's essence has long been absorbed by the rice.
Enjoy your meal."
As Zhou Bingfeng spoke, he began wolfing down his food. Zhou Bingfeng was clearly someone with much life experience, but his table manners were in no way elegant. He chomped down on the green spirit jade fragment, filling his mouth with rice fragrance.
Yi-Yun ate 2 sets himself and enjoyed it all the more.
Not only was the jade pearl rice gratifying, its texture was excellent. It was soft and did not lose its bounce. In a few mouthfuls, he had finished a quarter of the rice within the fruit.
However, Yi-Yun noticed that Zuoyan Xiaoyu was sitting beside him with her head lowered.
She looked very obedient.
With a thought, he pushed the other serving of green spirit jade fragment in front of Zuoyan Xiaoyu and said, "There's another serving.
Take it."
Ah.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu hurriedly shook her head.
"I couldn't.
This is food prepared especially for personal disciples.
How can a maidservant like me eat it?"
Just being allowed to sit meant that a maidservant was given extremely high preferential treatment, much less eating the food in the mess hall.
"It's fine. There are 2 servings anyway."
As Yi-Yun spoke, he pointed to the middle of the hall. Song Bowen had suffered such grievous injuries that he was still unconscious. The stewards that presided over the meal began doing their jobs. They sought out people to send Song Bowen for healing and, as such, he naturally would miss his meal. Thus, Yi-Yun made it a point to not stand on ceremony by taking Song Bowen's meal for his own. There was no reason to refuse such delicious food that was also greatly beneficial to one's cultivation.
"But, young master, I really can't eat it." Zuoyan Xiaoyu was adamant.
She felt her lowly status did not afford her the pleasure of the expensive food.
"Then, get a small bowl and have some. If you just keep watching me eat, I'll feel uneasy."
Yi-Yun was not accustomed to having people serving him while eating. He found it awkward if a maidservant was watching him while he had his meals. After failing to decline the offer, Zuoyan Xiaoyu got a tiny bowl and used a ladle to scoop a portion of rice into her bowl, and absolutely refused anything else. As she looked at the tiny bit of rice in her tiny bowl, Zuoyan Xiaoyu felt conflicted. She was acutely aware how inferior the status of outer sect disciples was in the myriad god ridge. She felt blissful enough to be a maidservant of a personal disciple, but was even more happy to be able to serve Yi-Yun. Under the light, the crystalline pearl rice twinkled like perfect pieces of art. She could not bring herself to eat it and could even sense that the maidservants close by, especially the girl that had tripped her, were casting envious stares at her.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu opened her tiny mouth and carefully ate a mouthful of rice.
The fragrance filled her mouth as she slowly chewed and held the food in her mouth, before swallowing it unwillingly. But even so, the rice had already transformed into pure yuan qi that infused into her body while in her mouth. It nourished her dantian.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu clearly felt her cultivation level, that had recently been on a plateau, beginning to subtly increase. The effects of such spirit food were more intense for cultivators at lower cultivation levels.
If warriors with low cultivation levels consumed very enriching pills, their bodies might not be able to withstand the energy of the pills.
The warrior could very well end up exploding to their deaths.
However, food would not result in such a situation.
"Go get the second dish. Take 2 servings.
Yi-Yun said after wiping his mouth. He had eaten nearly 2 servings of green spirit jade fragment and felt his appetite being whet.
"Yeah." Zuoyan Xiaoyu nodded and walked to a bronze cauldron and took the second dish.
She felt a little apprehensive as she approached the steward in charge of dispensing the food, afraid of asking for 2 servings, but she never expected the steward to just hand over 2 servings without her request. There was tacit consent over the situation.
This imbued Zuoyan Xiaoyu with the realization that the myriad Godrage was a sect that valued strength.
Here, strength was the absolute greatest rule.
For one person to eat 2 servings, and even let his personal maidservant have some? What arrogance! Senior brother Ji, are you going to watch idly? Among the personal disciples, someone said this to Ji Changsheng.
They were all personal disciples, but the differences in status and strength were immense as well. Ji Changsheng had been a personal disciple for more than 3 centuries. Song Bowen was naturally incomparable to him. This was why he could run the entrance test and help Mo Shanqing preside over the ascending dragon cauldron.
So what if I do? Junior brother Song was at fault in today's conflict.
Without recognizing his strength, he wantonly provoked Yi Yun and ended up being taught a lesson.
Who else is to blame but himself? However, this Yi Yun was ruthless in his retaliation. His personality is downright repugnant. Although the myriad Godrage values strength, there are numerous people stronger than Yi Yun. When he does encounter someone stronger, the one suffering will be him, Ji Changsheng said indifferently as he continued eating. Although Yi Yun could not hear Ji Changsheng's conversation, his gaze had inadvertently swept past Ji Changsheng.
Yi Yun felt that Ji Changsheng gave others a deep and unfathomable impression.
Xiaoyu, have more.
When Yi Yun saw that Zuoyan Xiaoyu would only eat a tiny mouthful of each dish before refusing to eat further, he gave her a huge scoop that filled most of her bowl.
Young master.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu was overwhelmed by the favor, but with the food in her bowl, she could not decline it.
Eat it. It's Song Bowen's anyway. It will be a waste if you do not eat it.
Besides, I can sense that the cultivation benefits you will receive from eating this food will be much better than mine.
It seems like you are about to make a breakthrough.
Yi Yun enjoyed the meal, for it had been years since he had such a feast. Previously, when he was in the myriad divine territory, Yi Yun had entered seclusion for 25 years and practically did not eat or drink. When he went to the Mirage Sea realm, he stayed there for a few years and led an idyllic life with Huan Qinshui.
She was a woman that lived like a saint.
She would often eat spirit flowers and drink morning dew. Although the diet was elegant, it was definitely not delicious from Yi Yun's point of view. How could it compare with the delicacies prepared meticulously by a herbal board master? Yi Yun felt that he could stay in myriad Godrage just for the monthly feast alone.
That night, after having his fill, Yi Yun began secluded meditation.
After eating the 17 dishes, Yi Yun felt that the Yuan Qi in his body was gathering together. Although it was not intense, it seemed never-ending and he felt like he was almost about to break through. In fact, Yi Yun had cultivated in the Mirage Sea realm for a few years and his cultivation level was extremely close to the 5th floor Dao Palace. Now he was on the brink of a breakthrough, but it was not solely because of the meal. Even if he had not eaten it, he would have naturally broken through a few months later. What the meal did was save him some time. And, of course, Sunken Moon Tower was very suitable for seclusion. As such, Yi Yun entered seclusion for 3 days. During this time, Zuoyan Xiaoyu stood guard in Sunken Moon Tower's yard. As she guarded Yi Yun, she cultivated as well. There were large amounts of Yuan Qi gathered by the arrays there, and with the sunken moon wood nourishing her soul, it became a lot easier for Zuoyan Xiaoyu to cultivate. She took 2 days to absorb most of the Yuan Qi given by the 17 dishes. As she had a low cultivation level, her breakthrough came earlier than Yi Yun's. Her cultivation level had reached the perfected Yuan opening realm. This cultivation level was not bad for her age. However, there was still the Heaven Ascension realm and Dao Manifestation realm separating her from Yi Yun's Dao Palace realm. Even so, Zuoyan Xiaoyu was very delighted. She speculated that if she had not entered the myriad Godrage, it would have taken another 3 years for her Dao seed to grow into a Dao tree, allowing her to officially enter the Heaven Ascension realm. The time she would take to enter the Heaven Ascension realm had been shortened to a few months. She was eager for Yi Yun to come out of seclusion so that she could flaunt her cultivation results. Although Zuoyan Xiaoyu knew that her accomplishments meant nothing, she felt that simply gaining an approving nod from Yi Yun would leave her drowning in happiness. Just as Zuoyan Xiaoyu was anticipating that moment, there was a knock on the door. Zuoyan Xiaoyu opened the door and saw 4 people standing on the other side. They were dressed in myriad Godrage steward garb and they were expressionless. They executed their job without any personal considerations. "Are you outer sect disciple Zuoyan Xiaoyu?" The man leading the group asked Zuoyan Xiaoyu coldly. His voice did not exude any emotions. "That is me." Zuoyan Xiaoyu was taken aback. From the person's attire, he was likely in charge of the myriad Godrage's miscellaneous chores department. "All right. Your job has been changed. From now on, you do not need to continue being a maidservant for Sunken Moon Tower. Follow me, we will arrange a new job for you."
Ah. Zuoyan Xiaoyu's breathing stagnated. She once believed that entering Myriad Godridge and becoming Yi Yun's maidservant was the luckiest and happiest thing to ever happen to her. But was this bliss only meant to last less than 3 days before turning into evanescent bubbles? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1246, Newcomer. Chapter 1246, Newcomer. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. What are you waiting for? Quickly pack your things. The steward impatiently said this when he saw Zuoyan Xiaoyu in a daze. She was an outer sect disciple, and as such her job was determined by the miscellaneous chores department. Their orders were like a royal decree to her, so how could she refuse them? To put it into perspective, outer sect disciples were ranked lowest on the totem pole. They were too insignificant. Zuoyan Xiaoyu bit her lip and accepted that indeed, with her status, she was not fated to serve Yi Yun, a powerful personal disciple who treated her well. She smiled bitterly and said, "I'll leave with you," but when young Master Yi started his seclusion, I stood in this spot to wait for him. At the moment, I still serve young Master Yi in Sunken Moon Tower, so if I am to leave, I must wait for him to come out of seclusion to inform him that I'm leaving. The seclusion grounds in Sunken Moon Tower had its own array formation. Once it was activated, any information from outside could be transmitted in. Unfortunately, warriors would sever their perception while in seclusion. They needed to be oblivious to everything that was happening around them, or they would not be able to focus their mind on breaking through. It was for this reason that warriors would seek expert guardians to protect them while they cultivated. Under the current circumstances, Yi Yun would not be able to detect that Zuoyan Xiaoyu was leaving. Therefore, as his maidservant, she felt that she should not leave without a word. However, the head steward became impatient when he heard Zuoyan Xiaoyu's words. He snorted coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? You are only a servant that usually serves tea and massages. The best you can hope for is to catch the eye of someone and become a concubine. If not, you will be forever a maidservant. Do you really think you are that important to a personal disciple? Bidding farewell? Quick, leave with us." The person who spoke was a dark-skinned steward. He looked like a mortal in his 40s. Zuoyan Xiaoyu was a mere outer sect disciple and was unable to put up any resistance. She gave the tightly shut door to the cultivation chamber a meaningful and longing glance before leaving with the dark-skinned steward. A day later, in the cultivation chamber, a gray flame whirled around in midair. Amid the flowing flames was a gentle 7-colored light, and within it, one could vaguely make out a sleeping girl's face. That girl was none other than Ling Xier. Ever since she awoke, she became fused with the heretical godfire seed. Now, while she slept, Yi Yun could sense that Ling Xier's soul power was constantly increasing. He guessed that when Ling Xier's soul power reached a certain apex, she would undergo a new metamorphosis. It was unknown what Ling Xier and the heretical godfire seed would evolve into. My cultivation level has finally broken through to the 5th floor Dao Palace realm. It's time to leave. Yi Yun took a deep breath as the surrounding black flames and pure yuan qi rushed into his body as though he was a whale intaking water. Yi Yun opened the array and walked out of the cultivation grounds. It was already night and there were orange-yellow lights lit in Sunken Moon Tower. There was a faint tea fragrance in the air that left Yi Yun feeling refreshed. Yi Yun suddenly felt that a maidservant taking care of his daily tasks was quite a nice thing to have. In the past, he had been alone for too long and began to feel somewhat lonely. Yi Yun pushed open Sunken Moon Tower's door and walked into the room, where he saw tea already prepared on the table. There were 2 plates of intricate desserts sitting beside the tea. These desserts were another thing that the Myriad Godridge gave solely to its personal disciples. Typical disciples had no chance of enjoying such perks. A few of the desserts had been painstakingly chosen, with different colors and shapes placed together in an elegant and harmonious arrangement. And on the table was a bronze heating stove. Hot air effused from it, maintaining the dessert's warmness and soft texture. Yi Yun knew that Xiaoyu had no way of knowing exactly when he would finish his seclusion. As such, she must have freshly prepared all of this every day. She was quite thoughtful. Just as he was thinking over the matter, he heard the maidservant room's door open from upstairs. A girl in a red dress stood by the door with an elegant posture. She was beautiful with her white skin effusing a healthy glow, making her look very endearing. However, she was not Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Yi Yun was taken aback. A girl had suddenly appeared in his Sunken Moon Tower and was living in the room on the 2nd floor. This left him a little bewildered. "Who are you?" asked Yi Yun. The girl gave Yi Yun a poised bow and beamed. She said, "My name is Duan Muqingwen, an outer sect disciple that entered the Myriad Godridge 7 days ago. I was formerly tending the herbs in the southeastern herbal gardens. Yesterday, people from the miscellaneous chores department instructed me to serve you, young Master E. Young Master, you have been in seclusion for 4 days, am I right? You must be tired. I have made some misty flower tea for you and have lit a stove of sunken water fragrance. Young Master, I wonder if you like to drink alcohol. If you do, I'll warm a pot. You can take a bath first, and drink while soaking in it. The red-dressed girl said all this as she arrived on the first floor like a gust of wind. She even pulled open the door to the bathroom on the first floor. The bathroom in Sunken Moon Tower was extremely spacious. The bathing pool was made of superior suet jade and it was filled with water. There were flower petals of every color scattered across the water surface. Thick steam effused from it, blurring out the entire area. Just one look at it made one feel comfortable. I have filled the pool with Myriad Godridge's main peak's 10,000-year-old melted ice water. It has just been heated up and I have scattered petals from the 5-colored flower. It has quite a refreshing effect. Young Master, are you satisfied with this? If you are, let me help you into the bath. As Duanmu Qingwen spoke, she picked up the tray of tea. The tray made of softwood could float on the water. By placing alcohol and tea on it, one could imbibe it at any time during a bath. It was extremely convenient. Duanmu Qingwen wanted to invite Yi Yun into the bath, but it was not appropriate for her to pull Yi Yun's hand. Therefore, she stood by the bath's entrance, watching Yi Yun earnestly and with watery eyes. At that moment, Duanmu Qingwen appeared poised and dignified. But in fact, she was feeling somewhat nervous. Although she came from the Duanmu family and enjoyed a particular status in the Wenyue country, she knew how low her status was in the Myriad Godridge. Compared to personal disciples, the difference was as stark as the difference between night and day. Back when Duanmu Qingwen missed the opportunity to serve personal disciples, she had been somewhat disappointed. But despite abandoning hope, a twist of fate suddenly offered her such an opportunity. As such, she cherished this opportunity even more. Although her Duanmu family wielded great power, her patriarch was aged. His lifespan was coming to an end, and if she could not hold up the family, the Duanmu family's position would be in extreme danger. Now, she had been in Sunken Moon Tower for a day. Therefore, she was naturally meticulous and careful, for there was no way she could neglect young Master Yi, the person she needed to serve. However, despite how much anticipation she had, she did not see any look of satisfaction on Yi Yun's face. Instead, she was panicked to find that he was frowning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1247, Duanmu Qingwen. Chapter 1247, Duanmu Qingwen. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Young Master. Young Master, are you dissatisfied with me? Duanmu Qingwen probed carefully. Yi Yun did not reply to her. Instead, he closed his eyes and swept the Sunken Moon Tower's vicinity with his perception. He did not find a single trace of Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Zuoyan Xiaoyu was gone. Yi Yun suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. Yi Yun naturally remembered Duanmu Qingwen's name. Previously, Zuoyan Xiaoyu had mentioned that Duanmu Qingwen was an outer sect disciple that had entered Myriad Godridge together with her. Back then, Duanmu Qingwen wished to be a maidservant in the personal disciple division as well. She had even tried to use her family ties, but, in the end, the job landed in Zuoyan Xiaoyu's hands because of her slightly higher talent. If there were shifts, Duanmu Qingwen still shouldn't have been there. She was not a maidservant in the personal disciple zone at all. Although he knew this, Yi Yun still held hopes. He asked her, "Do you maidservants also take shifts? Zuoyan Xiaoyu was serving me previously. Where is she?" "Xiaoyu? She's been transferred away. It was the miscellaneous chores department that instructed me to replace her," replied Duanmu Qingwen. "She's been transferred." Duanmu Qingwen's answer sank Yi Yun's heart. Indeed, it was as he thought. There was no question on the reason. It must have been due to the banquet 4 days ago. Yi Yun was a personal disciple and, with his powerful strength, those people would not dare touch him. However, Zuoyan Xiaoyu was different. She was only an outer sect disciple, lacking in both strength and background. She could be easily strong-armed. Although the Myriad Godridge rules prohibited disciples from killing one another, there was not much punishment other than paying some spirit jade if a personal disciple were to kill an outer sect disciple. Song Bowen and that lanky youth were clearly not magnanimous people. Having suffered at Yi Yun's hand, they knew that there was no way to turn the tables, so they vented their anger on Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Back at the banquet, Zuoyan Xiaoyu had smacked Song Bowen and the lanky youth's faces at Yi Yun's request. As such, Zuoyan Xiaoyu's outcome could very likely be terrible. And the worst thing was, this was all a result of Yi Yun's own actions. Upon realizing this, Yi Yun was seized with remorse. His negligence put Zuoyan Xiaoyu in trouble. If he had brought Zuoyan Xiaoyu into his seclusion chamber, such a situation would not have happened. Where's Zuoyan Xiaoyu? Where did she go? Yi Yun's voice was rushed and unknowingly contained killing intent. It made Duanmu Qingwen frightened. I do not know. Duanmu Qingwen was truly startled by Yi Yun. She was only at the Yuan opening realm, and being enveloped by Yi Yun's killing intent was like a mortal standing naked in the cold wind. She trembled in fear. You replaced her but you do not know where she is? Yi Yun took a step forward and glared at Duanmu Qingwen. Duanmu Qingwen shrunk backward but, faced with Yi Yun's imposing stance, she was unable to endure. Unknowingly, she slumped into a chair and stared at Yi Yun with a face full of horror. She had previously heard from sisters about Yi Yun. As a newly recruited personal disciple, Yi Yun was not only excellent in bearing, he was also very powerful and nice to servants. When she was transferred to Sunken Moon Tower, she was the envy of many girls. She believed that being picked to serve Yi Yun was a stroke of luck that she accrued from several lifetimes. She wanted to diligently do her part. Everything she did today took her hours, and it was all done meticulously. However, not only did she fail to obtain a compliment from Yi Yun, she was also hounded by Yi Yun with questioning that was filled with killing intent. She felt truly aggrieved at that moment. I really do not know. As Duanmu Qingwen spoke, she was feeling emotionally hurt. Back when she entered the sect, she did not mind losing to Zuoyan Xiaoyu. But now, having replaced Zuoyan Xiaoyu, she had done so much only to be questioned by Yi Yun in such a fierce manner about Zuoyan Xiaoyu's whereabouts. It was impossible for Duanmu Qingwen to feel any sort of good about this. Upon seeing Duanmu Qingwen's reaction, Yi Yun took a step back. His remorse and anger towards Song Bowen had caused him to lose control of his emotions. Sorry, Yi Yun said. On careful thought, Duanmu Qingwen likely had nothing to do with the matter. The Duanmu family was only a small family clan with a 7th-floor Dao Palace realm warrior at its head. There was no way they could have any relations with a personal disciple like Song Bowen. Perhaps, after Song Bowen had Zuoyan Xiaoyu transferred away, the miscellaneous chores department had casually selected another girl to replace her. And with Duanmu Qingwen having used her family connections previously, she was the next natural choice. Upon thinking things through, Yi Yun held Duanmu Qingwen's hand and helped her up from the chair. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm only feeling anxious over Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Things have happened that you are unaware of. I'm afraid Xiaoyu is in trouble. Where is the miscellaneous chores department? Bring me there. Yi Yun repressed the pangs of fury in his heart and tried to speak calmly to Duanmu Qingwen. He knew very well that it had been some time since Zuoyan Xiaoyu was taken away. If Song Bowen and the lanky youth were bent on revenge, the odds were greatly against Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Such a long period of time was enough for them to do anything to Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Yi Yun had killed countless warriors in his many years of cultivation. However, he never harmed the innocent. He felt uneasy if a girl in her prime was destroyed because of him. There will only be people in the miscellaneous chores department, early tomorrow. Bring me there now. Yi Yun's tone did not leave room for doubt. All right. All right. Duanmu Qingwen was filling a myriad of emotions. She never expected Yi Yun to be so worried over Zuoyan Xiaoyu. As a myriad God-rich personal disciple, even an emperor had to treat him respectfully and fear him. Yet, he was worried over a mere maidservant that had no background. This made Duanmu Qingwen suddenly envious of Zuoyan Xiaoyu. If Yi Yun could be this nice to her, she would be willing to brave any dangers for him. There was more than one branch of the miscellaneous chores department. Every region had miscellaneous chores that needed to be done, so a miscellaneous chores department was set up in every region. Duanmu Qingwen led Yi Yun to the miscellaneous chores department in charge of the personal disciples zone. At that moment, the miscellaneous chores department was deserted and quiet. There was only a manager on duty. He looked to be in his 30s and had his legs crossed as he sat comfortably on a lounge chair. Beside him, a girl that looked like a maidservant was kneeling on a mat, massaging him. She was rather good-looking, but she was only a mortal. Although the myriad Godridge would choose virgin female outer sect disciples with talent and excellent looks as maidservants, the selected were only used to serve personal disciples. To put it frankly, the myriad Godridge had considered that some maidservants would be fancied by the personal disciples. Therefore, there was a strict requirement for the maidservant's talent. Girls with great talent would be beneficial to the personal disciples' cultivation level after they extracted their primordial yin. As for the manager, he naturally did not get such preferential treatment. The servant beside him was likely one that he bought himself.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1248 Evil Motives. Chapter 1248 Evil Motives. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Use more strength.
What did I buy you for?
The manager took another puff from his smoke pipe as he grumbled unhappily. He sensed the people entering, but he paid them no mind. He had been a manager of the miscellaneous chores department for centuries. It was a lucrative job, and the outer sect disciples that came to his department would always treat him respectfully. He was already accustomed to leading the life of a lord.
Manager Song. Qingwen spoke. Who's there?
The middle-aged manager put down the smoke pipe and glanced at Duanmu Qingwen. Following that, he shot a glance at Yi Yun before lying down comfortably on his chair. He sucked a huge mouthful of smoke and languidly said, "Come back tomorrow.
I'm not going to handle any matters now."
Perhaps some outer sect disciple was here trying to pull some social strings. Without sufficient benefits, he wouldn't even bother speaking, much less take part in a deal.
Yi Yun looked coldly at the middle-aged man and said, "Your surname is Song? You are a family member of Song Bowen?"
Yi Yun knew very well that in the Myriad God Ridge, there were many family clans with long heritages. When some of these family clans reached a place of influence, they would tend to commit nepotism, allowing their family clan to further entrench themselves in Myriad God Ridge and gradually grow stronger.
Who are you? The middle-aged man gave Yi Yun a displeased look.
He did not know Yi Yun, but, after seeing Duanmu Qingwen, he had a vague guess.
This is my master, Yi Yun, explained Duanmu Qingwen. Ah? Young Master Yi?
He hurriedly got up with a grumble as his face scrunched into an obsequious smile. So it's young Master Yi that is gracing me with his presence.
You should have told me earlier. I'm Song Yuanpin.
Look at me, failing to recognize a great person.
Young Master Yi, have a seat please. Song Yuanpin bowed unctuously.
His exceedingly sycophant gesture and acting irritated Yi Yun greatly.
Was it your Song family that had Zuoyan Xiaoyu transferred away? Ah. Zuoyan Xiaoyu? The middle-aged man's eyes flitted as he said ingratiatingly, how could that be? The transfer of maidservants is decided by the miscellaneous chores department's headquarters. How can the Song family intervene? The miscellaneous chores department felt that if Zuoyan Xiaoyu could splatter food while carrying it, she was clumsy.
Such a lass isn't fit for serving young Master Yi, so, naturally, she was transferred. Now, we have assigned a new maidservant to you. Not only is she beautiful and talented, she's also obedient. Look at how smart she looks, young Master Yi.
She's probably 10 times better than Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Song Yuanpin had been manning the miscellaneous chores department for years and knew the proper way to deal with all sorts of people. He knew very well that most men would discard the old for something new. By giving Yi Yun such a petite lass, allowing him to indulge in sexual pleasures, it would be a great boon he could not resist. As for Zuoyan Xiaoyu, she was a mere girl, more like an ant than a woman. She would be forgotten by Yi Yun in less than 2 days. Therefore, Song Yuanpin thought nothing of transferring Zuoyan Xiaoyu away.
Her outcome was the least of his worries.
Who did care about a lass like her? Then again, the lass was quite supple-looking.
If only he didn't lack the status, he would have kept her for himself to enjoy.
While these thoughts flashed across Song Yuanpin's mind, he continued beaming. One did not smack a smiling person.
Song Yuanpin was considered a slippery one, so even though he was facing Yi Yun, a person of much higher status than him, he was not worried. As long as he remained impervious to the questioning and pushed the blame, he could naturally dismiss Yi Yun with his smiling face.
Oh? Your explanation seems rather reasonable. Yi Yun nodded.
Just as his voice faded, he suddenly punched out.
Pang! With a boom, Song Yuanpin cried out tragically.
He flew backward like a ball as the lounge chair behind him was flattened.
The maidservant that was massaging his leg was given a fright.
She nearly thought that she was dead, but, despite such a violent explosion, she was not injured at all.
I cough. Song Yuanpin had been struck in the dantian by Yi Yun.
His mouth was covered in blood and he was in a daze. All he saw were doubles, particularly of Yi Yun. He never expected to encounter such a malignant star. He was struck before he could finish delivering his excuses. I left your dantian intact with this punch.
The next one will cripple you. Go ahead and test my patience. Yi Yun was overbearing. He knew he would offend the Song family, but so what?
Everything he did at Myriad God Ridge boiled down to him finding Old Snake. And since he had accomplished that goal, he didn't exactly need to stay in Myriad God Ridge.
This was the reason why Yi Yun acted unbridled.
Since the myriad Godrage was an expedient measure, there was no reason for him to be bullied everywhere and suffer in silence. He might as well do as is pleased, allowing his mind to feel at ease.
Don't do that. Spare me. Upon hearing Yi Yun threatening to cripple him of his dantian, Sun Yuanpin's face turned pale. He knew very well what sort of person Yi Yun was. He would definitely carry out his threat.
He even dared to beat Song Bowen, much less a trivial Song family member like him.
Crippling him was nothing.
Yi Yun was the sect master's personal disciple after all.
The Song family could not attack Yi Yun, for the sect master wasn't from the Song family.
When the time came, he would sacrifice himself in the war.
Who would mourn him?
Even the Song family would abandon him like roadkill.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu was taken by Song Bowen to be his servant, Song Yuanpin said through clenched teeth.
Now that he told Yi Yun, if Yi Yun caused a big hoo-ha over the matter, the Song family would learn it was him who leaked the news. He too would suffer greatly.
What?
He sure has guts.
Does he have a death wish because of a servant?
Yi Yun's eyes flared with killing intent.
Where is Song Bowen? He went out on an experiential training expedition.
He applied for the sect's permission the day before yesterday.
He left early this morning.
By now he must have traveled through a teleportation array and is millions of miles away.
I'm telling the truth, nothing but the truth. Song Yuanpin babbled on.
He was afraid that Yi Yun would strike him again. It was not something he could withstand.
Out on experiential training.
Yi Yun's gaze turned cold.
Song Bowen and that lanky youth had applied to go on an experiential training together. Song Bowen did not even plan on staying in Myriad Godrage to recover from his injuries because of a malignant star like Yi Yun.
They had their faces smacked rotten by Yi Yun but could only suffer in silence. In the future, they would hardly be able to lift their heads in the personal disciples zone. How could they stay? With all the talk and mockery from others, they could only choose to leave for an experiential training expedition.
But leaving in such a downtrodden manner was something they were unwilling to do. Since they could not deal with Yi Yun, they took their anger out on Zuoyan Xiaoyu. From Song Bowen and the lanky youth's point of view, the lass had acted arrogantly because of Yi Yun's backing. It left them fuming with anger.
Now, bringing Zuoyan Xiaoyu out and ravaging her would give them a small spiritual victory.
If not, the sense of defeat Yi Yun had given them would be too immense.
It was turning into a mental demon that plagued them. It could even affect their future breakthroughs. By venting their anger on Zuoyan Xiaoyu, it allowed them to redeem the situation slightly.
As for Yi Yun's wrath, it did not worry them. Firstly, Yi Yun knew no one in Myriad Godrage.
It would be difficult for him to find news of Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Furthermore, a maidservant he only got to know for a few days was unlikely important. He would probably forget about her if he failed to find her.
Song Bowen never imagined that Yi Yun would be that violent when questioning others. Neither did he think that Song Yuanpin would be so cowardly to instantly inform Yi Yun of Zuoyan Xiaoyu's whereabouts.
Millions of miles.
Yi Yun's heart sank. How was he to pursue them when they had flown that far? In which direction did they go? I do not know. I really do not know. Song Yuanpin said in a fluster. He was only a miscellaneous chores department manager, so how could he know the experiential training destination of personal disciples? In order to prevent opposing sects from harming personal disciples, such things were absolutely confidential. Typically, only the disciples' respective masters would know. Good, very good. Yi Yun was burning with anger as he stepped on Song Yuanpin's face.
The sorry man let out a squeal like a pig in a slaughterhouse. His facial bones cracked and his facial features were rampaged into a mess.
Killing Song Yuanpin was pointless. He was only a useless figure in the Song family. The people that wanted to harm Zuoyan Xiaoyu was Song Bowen and the lanky youth. No matter how he dealt with Song Yuanpin, it would not be able to appease his anger. Instead, it would give the Song family an excuse to attack him. Song Bowen, I seldom get disgusted by trivial figures, but you have succeeded. Having practiced martial arts for decades, Yi Yun's enemies were usually much stronger than he was. Occasionally, he would encounter an opponent of the younger generation, but he would step over them and overlook them in a lofty manner. Song Bowen was nothing. He had been easily trampled by Yi Yun 4 days ago, but now, he had disgusted Yi Yun greatly. Young master, what do we do? Duanmu Qingwen realized the gravity of the situation. Although she and Zuoyan Xiaoyu were competitors, they were both girls with the status of maidservants. She subconsciously treated Zuoyan Xiaoyu's experiences as her own. To a girl, that was completely unimaginable. Yi Yun took a deep breath.
He was out of ideas at that moment, but he could not sit idly by as Zhuo Yanxiaoyu was destroyed by Song Bowen. However, it was easy to infer that Song Bowen and the lanky youth would not be back anytime soon. They were deliberately avoiding him, so it would be difficult to kill them. With millions of miles separating them and without any inkling of direction, how was he to pursue them? Now, the only person that knew Song Bowen and the lanky youth's destination was probably their master, Elder Tai Ching. Unfortunately, it would be a joke to question Elder Tai Ching. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1249, The Pleasant Surprise in the Ring. Chapter 1249, The Pleasant Surprise in the Ring. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin.
Above the vast calm sea, the night sky was without clouds.
The bright moon hung high and, as the calm sea lacked waves, it reflected the bright and clear moon on its surface.
It looked immense and distant, with infinite silent beauty.
At that moment, a humongous spirit ship tore through the calmness of the night.
It was heading straight for the deep depths of the calm sea. The sinkhole's calm sea contains several islands. Having existed for hundreds of millions of years, they produced all sorts of treasures.
This spirit ship was heading for these islands in search of their treasures. One thing that should be mentioned is that, even more than the treasures it was seeking, just the spirit ship itself was priceless. This was a supreme-grade spirit ship that experts at the Divine Lord level might not possess. It traveled at very fast speeds and was extremely stable. There was a spatial array on the spirit ship, so it could make long-distance warps without using a teleportation array. The spirit ship was extremely expensive, yet there was little worry about it being robbed when used outside. Few people could chase up to such a spirit ship, and secondly, there was a concealment array on the surface of the spirit ship. Even a person whose cultivation level had reached the late stages of a supremacy would hardly be able to sense the existence of the spirit ship. If one went into the spirit ship, they would marvel at the luxurious and comfortable interior. There were spatial dimension laws engraved in its main cabin, making what was a 100-feet-long cabin bigger by more than 100 times. It transformed into a luxurious palace. Inside the palace's main hall, there were 2 large and soft beds. Each bed was currently being enjoyed by a relaxed man. Both of them were soaking their feet in a wooden pail. They each had a maidservant attending them, washing their feet.
If Yi Yun was here, he would have recognized these people immediately.
They were none other than the lanky youth and Song Bowen.
The lanky youth's name was Zhang Wuchen. Although he was not from the Song family, he was deeply affiliated with them. In order to rope him in, they had married off Song Bowen's cousin to him a decade ago. With this connection, Zhang Wuchen and Song Bowen naturally became good friends. In fact, the idea of bringing Zhuo Yanxiaoyu out on experiential training was Zhang Wuchen's idea. Brother-in-law, although most personal disciples wouldn't think too much of a maidservant's life, that Yi Yun is quite an exception. He even gave a portion of the food cooked by Elder Luncheon to that little slut. He will probably investigate this matter and, once he finds out that Zhuo Yanxiaoyu was taken away by us, he will definitely not take the insult lying down.
Song Bowen was truly worried. He was truly afraid of Yi Yun deep down.
It made him lack the courage to ravage Zhuo Yanxiaoyu. Brother Bowen, you're thinking about this way too much.
Yes, you were defeated by Yi Yun, but you have only cultivated for 180 years.
Your cultivation level is only at the 3rd floor Dao Palace, a floor lower than Yi Yun. Besides, that little bastard, Yi Yun, has probably cultivated for 4 or 5 centuries and deliberately represses his cultivation level to study the laws.
It's only natural that you can't beat him. I know, but the difference is too great. Song Bowen, who was always competitive, had no choice but to admit that there was a huge gap between him and Yi Yun. Why are you so downtrodden? We haven't tested Yi Yun's age yet. I doubt he's as young as he looks.
He might be strong, but, in the future, it's not like we won't be able to retaliate. Besides, we still have the Song and Zhang family backing us. That little bastard has no reason to try anything against us, especially over some mere maidservant. If he brings it up to the table of elders, they will at most get us to pay him with a new maidservant. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to how that little bastard will pursue the matter. If he truly cares for Zhuo Yanxiaoyu, all the better. I want to let him know what it means to be truly disgusted. I'll teach that bitch a good lesson and enjoy her company. I can tell that she has plenty of primordial yin and should still be a virgin.
That bastard's unwillingness to enjoy her has benefited me.
I will do this bitch so good that the orgasm she enjoys will have her craving death. I want him so infuriated that his mind is never at ease.
The best would be if his anger breeds a mental demon.
Zhang Wuchen chuckled deviantly when he said that.
Sue, Yenner, have you taught that bitch a lesson? Bring her to me. It's time I indulge in her. As he spoke, Zhang Wuchen took off his bathrobes, revealing the firm muscles of his upper body. He was already bordering on impatience. The only reason he had held back this long was that Song Bowen's second uncle had been following them. He watched over them as they passed through the waveless continent, a territory of an opposing sect. His second uncle had gone with them to ensure that nothing bad happened. Now that they were above the calm sea, there was no one around. With the spirit ship's safety ensured, Song Bowen's second uncle naturally left. Now, he could do as he pleased. Yes, young master. The two naturally endowed maidservants brought Zuoyan Xiaoyu over as they gyrated their hips. The maidservant named Yenner was the one who had tripped Zuoyan Xiaoyu at the banquet. Yenner and Suetsue had been with Zhang Wuchen for more than a year. He favored them greatly, so he had brought the two girls with him. He could enjoy them at any time. Zuoyan Xiaoyu was brought out. Her body was covered in bruises. She had been slapped in the face several times, leaving a few shocking red palm prints. Little slut, I'll dig out your eyes if you continue crying. Quick, go serve our young master. Yenner yanked at Zuoyan Xiaoyu's hair and threw her heavily to the ground. She may have looked petite and adorable, but in fact, she had an extremely vicious heart. She was envious that Zuoyan Xiaoyu was able to eat the spirit food prepared by Elder Lunchine and yearned to dig out the little bitch's eyes. Now, she finally had a chance for revenge. The death sentence had already been passed for Zuoyan Xiaoyu, and it would be a gruesome end. Previously, with the Song family's second uncle present, Yenner wasn't able to accompany Zhang Wuchen. And since she had nothing better to do, she would teach Zuoyan Xiaoyu a lesson from time to time. Most of the injuries on Zuoyan Xiaoyu's body were inflicted by her. Why did you do this to her? Look at her face, it's swollen because of your slapping. How am I to be in the mood for pleasuring myself with her in a while, said Zhang Wuchen unhappily when he saw the originally petite Zuoyan Xiaoyu in such a dire state. Young master, why do you say that? I have already prepared some healing medicine that can instantly treat her wounds, making her so beautiful that even her skin can tear from a gentle breeze. Young master, feel free to enjoy her. Yenner said sweetly and deliberately, lifting her garment up, revealing a large portion of her bosom before taking out a bottle of medicine. Zhang Wuchen was sexually aroused as he watched Yenner. This little bitch was truly unrestrained. This was the reason why he favored her so greatly. But on the other hand, a delicate flower like Zuoyan Xiaoyu was a fresh experience. Zhang Wuchen got up from his bed and removed his legs from the wooden pail. Yenner hurriedly took a cloth to wipe Zhang Wuchen's feet. However, Zhang Wuchen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. He stretched out one leg and said to Zuoyan Xiaoyu, kneel down and crawl over. Lick my feet clean. If you lick them to my satisfaction, I'll be gentle on you later. If not, I'll be taking your primordialine, sucking you to the point of your cultivation level dropping. Although your cultivation level is nothing to me, I am well versed in several bed techniques. Once I demonstrate them, it will be endless fun. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Wuchen laughed maniacally and in a somewhat perverted manner. He was greatly enjoying the feeling of freely ravaging Yi Yun's maidservant. He hated one thing the most in his life, his woman being screwed by others. If that woman was someone he had not placed his hands on and was even a virgin, the hatred would only deepen. Zhang Wuchen believed that most men would never admit it, but from his point of view, the best feeling was to have his enemies' women taken from them and ravaged. It would be even greater if the girl's primordialine was still intact. He wanted to use the most vicious method to seek revenge on Yi Yun. As such, the mental demon that Yi Yun had given him would be reduced to its nadir. Kill me. Zuoyan Xiaoyu was pressed down to the ground by Yenner. Her pretty face was filled with unyielding anger. It was alright if she could no longer have the joy of serving Yi Yun. All she needed was do well at the new job the miscellaneous chores department gave her. However, she never expected that the miscellaneous chores department had someone from the Song family. He had directly arranged for her to accompany Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen out on experiential training. This sudden, cruel twist was as though she had plummeted into hell. You want death? It won't be that simple. I have sealed your cultivation powers, so there's no way you can kill yourself by severing your own meridians. I'll teach you well. I want you to submit to me, lying in front of me like a bitch. So you're tenacious? Let's see how long you can last. Yenner. As Zhang Wuchen spoke, he turned towards Yenner. Yenner smiled in a seductive manner. Yes, master. I'll teach her a good lesson. With that said, she pulled out a thin silver needle from her dense, long hair. The needle was a foot long and the glimmer the needlepoint effused left to chill down people's backs. This is a marrow intrusion needle. Just being gently pricked by it will give a person a sensual orgasm. If it's pricked into flesh,
the pain will be no less than being sliced by 1,000 blades. If it's stabbed into the bone marrow, the soul will feel a pain like it's being torn apart. These are probably the most terrifying pains I can imagine.
Enjoy it well. As Yenner laughed, another maidservant grabbed Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Her needle gently aimed at the back of Zuoyan Xiaoyu's neck. At that moment, Yi Yun was still in Myriad God Ridge, millions of miles away. He had already returned to his residence with Duan Muqingwen. His mind was in chaos and could not calm himself. Regardless of how he counted the time or thought of various methods, there was no way he could save Zuoyan Xiaoyu. This left Yi Yun feeling extremely bitter. He swore that if Zuoyan Xiaoyu was ravaged to death, he would destroy the entire Song family one day and have them accompany Zuoyan Xiaoyu in death. As for Song Bowen and that lanky youth, he would extract their souls and refine their marrows to conciliate the hatred he had. Young master, I have caused trouble for Xiaoyu. Duan Muqingwen was at a loss as to what to say. She was originally secretly delighted that she could replace Zuoyan Xiaoyu as Yi Yun's maidservant, but having learned of the situation, with Zuoyan Xiaoyu likely being tormented to death, her joy was gone. Only remorse was left. She felt that her luck had been established on the cruelty Zuoyan Xiaoyu was suffering. This matter weighed down on her conscience. This has nothing to do with you, Yi Yun said coldly. He had no mood to care for Duan Muqingwen's feelings. He was still too weak. If he was sufficiently strong, he could storm the Song family and grab the patriarch. With his hands gripping the patriarch's neck, Song Bowen's location could be immediately obtained. But now, with him in Myriad God Ridge amid even more powerful beings, he could not destroy the rules without having sufficient strength. Even if this matter reached the table of elders, it would be advantageous to the Song family. What was a maidservant's life worth? Then, suddenly. Knock knock knock. There was a series of knocks on the door. Duan Muqingwen hurriedly opened the door while Yi Yun could not be bothered with the visitor's identity. When the door opened, Yi Yun listlessly took a glance. Standing by the door was Snake Girl? Yi Yun had not seen Snake Girl in days. He was somewhat perplexed. What are you doing here? Yi Yun had quite a good impression of the disciple Old Snake had randomly taken in. Although he was in a bad mood, he tried his best to repress his feelings when facing Snake Girl. Snake Girl shrugged. Can't I come? Master told me to remind you to not forget the alcohol treat tomorrow at Myriad God Restaurant. Alcohol? Yi Yun recalled that he had set up an appointment with Old Snake of 5 days after entering Myriad God Ridge. Tomorrow was the 5th day. If this was a few days back, he would have looked forward to talking to Old Snake. He had many questions to ask him, but now, he lacked that mood. Yi Yun waved his hand with flagging interest and said, "Tell your master that I don't feel like drinking at the moment. Another day perhaps." Another day? Snake Girl was taken aback as she looked oddly at Yi Yun. What's wrong? Master told me that you would change the date when he told me to come to you. I refused to believe him, saying that you came all the way to Myriad God Ridge to look for him, so why would you change the date? Who knew that he'd actually be right? You are really changing the date. What? Yi Yun was taken aback. Old Snake had guessed it? Master also said that he has a present for you. Once you see it, you won't want to change the date, and you'll even treat him to the best wine. As Snake Girl spoke, she handed him an interspatial ring. Yi Yun was baffled. He vaguely realized a possibility as he grabbed the interspatial ring. He touched it and took out an ancient and unadorned bronze circular disc. It was a disc array. Yi Yun looked at the various runes engraved on the bronze disc array. Immediately, he understood that it was a long-distance teleportation array that had a one-time use. Yi Yun's master was Felicitous Rain Lord, and so he had a deep understanding of spatial dimension laws. He quickly understood how to use the teleportation array. There was only one pair of such one-time teleportation devices. If one teleportation disk array was used, one would immediately appear at the other teleportation disk array. There was no need for a fixed teleportation. Could it be? Yi Yun suddenly realized a possibility. His heart raced as he said, "Qingwen, take care of Snake Girl. I'll be entering my cultivation chamber for seclusion. Do not disturb me. Also, regarding this disc array, do not tell anyone. Do you understand?" After Yi Yun said those words, his body vanished like a gust of wind, leaving Duan Muqingwen and Snake Girl with whitened eyes. Both of them still did not know what had just happened. Why would young master suddenly be so spirited? What is up with the disc array? Duan Muqingwen murmured curiously. She obviously could not understand the disc array. Snake Girl was also left blindly guessing. She had followed Old Snake for years but didn't learn much.
Most of the time, she would watch Old Snake engage in the vices. As for the skills Old Snake taught her, it was only a crappy Old Snake divine skill.
Just the name alone rendered people speechless.
Snake Girl did not have a good background, so she kept her hopes up and practiced the Old Snake divine skill properly.
However, the crappy cultivation technique was exceedingly average. It was useless even after being honed for a long time. Snake Girl could not detect anything special about the disc array Old Snake had given her. She even thought that the old man had picked up some garbage on the ground. Who knew that Yi-Yun would be so excited after seeing the disc array? At that moment, Yi-Yun had already entered his cultivation chamber. He immediately activated the array formation, sealing the chamber. He took a deep breath and picked up the bronze disc array. He injected his Yuan Qi and as the runes lit up one by one, a spatial door slowly opened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1250, Life Worse Than Death. Chapter 1250, Life Worse Than Death. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Ah!
In the palace within the spirit ship, a girl screamed.
It was a heart-wrenching cry. This is only the third one.
I haven't even stabbed your bone marrow, but look at you, your entire body is convulsing.
I should let you drink some water.
Perhaps, you might end up failing to stop yourself from urinating.
Yennefer cackled delightfully.
Many times, women can be more ruthless than men. When it comes to the struggle for power and profit, many women will scheme in all sorts of ways and employ the cruelest of measures. These situations often occurred in the royal palace's harem, large family clans, and large sections.
Such situations gave rise to women with evil thoughts. For you to last this long under the marrow intrusion needle, could it be that you are still clinging to hopes that your little lover boy will come rescue you?
We are millions of miles from Myriad God Ridge. Ignoring the fact that your lover boy doesn't know that you are here, but even if he were to know, he won't be able to enter the spirit ship.
As for you, I'll turn you into an obedient little bitch in an hour.
In fact, you might not know this, but before we brought you over, young master had even sent a gorgeous and petite beauty to Yi-Yun. Perhaps, he's currently enjoying the pleasures of sex with that beauty so much that he doesn't have the mood to even think about you. Yennefer was still envious that Yi-Yun had given the food cooked by Elder Lunqin to Zuoyan Xiaoyu and was deliberately trying to provoke her. Zuoyan Xiaoyu obviously knew that it was impossible for Yi-Yun to save her. She did not count on that happening. She had endured so long because she knew she was definitely doomed today. But even if she was fated to lose her life, she did not want to lose the last shred of dignity she had before dying.
Yennefer, I got you to investigate this lass's family. Did you find anything? Zhang Wuchen suddenly asked. Yennefer giggled when she heard that. Young master, how can I forget your instructions? It only took me 2 days to find out a lot about her. This lass's father died a long time ago. She used her mother's surname and I think her name is Zuoyan Shu. When she suddenly heard her mother's name, Zuoyan Xiaoyu's body jolted vigorously. She looked up at Zhang Wuchen. The man on the bed was smiling, but the smile looked as hideous to her as it could be.
Zuoyan Xiaoyu's heart was quivering. She believed that suffering all of it alone was enough. At most, she would die with dignity, but she never expected her mother to be implicated. She had stepped out of a mountain village and into the martial path. Finally, she entered the Myriad God Ridge. Her initial motivation was to give her mother, who brought her up arduously, a good life. But she never imagined that she would implicate her mother in the end.
Don't hurt my mother. No. I beg you. Zuoyan Xiaoyu knelt on the ground as she underwent a meltdown. How could I hurt your mother? You are overthinking things.
Climb over here and obediently lick my feet clean. Then, lie down on my bed and beg me to enter your body. If your cries are arousing enough and you serve me well, I'll guarantee you that your mother will live a good life, Zhang Wuchen said smugly.
Everyone had a chink in their armor. How could Zuoyan Xiaoyu be his match? Ah, brother-in-law, you are impressive.
It looks like this lass will submit very soon. How about this, you can take her primordial Yin and, for the first after that, leave it to me.
Let me enjoy her too, Song Bowen said with a chuckle.
He might have been worried over Yin before, but now he had thought it through. He decided to indulge in pleasure first before considering anything else. Anyway, the experiential training would last several years. When he was done, his strength would probably increase significantly.
Of course you can.
Zhang Wuchen nodded with a smile before looking back at Zuoyan Xiaoyu.
What are you waiting for? Aren't you coming over to lick? Do you not care for your mother's survival?
Upon seeing Zuoyan Xiaoyu kneeling on the ground without taking any action, Zhang Wuchen turned impatient. Yenner yanked Zuoyan Xiaoyu's ear. Did you hear the young master's question? Yenner gently held the silver needle as the other maidservant giggled. After many years of serving Zhang Wuchen and living with the machinations that filled Myriad Godridge, her mind had turned somewhat twisted. She was eager to see a delicate girl degenerate into a nymphomaniac, just like her. Where should I stab next? Your ears look rather pretty. What would happen if I stabbed this into your ear? As Yenner spoke, the needle slowly approached Zuoyan Xiaoyu's ear. The mere thought of the pain left people shuddering. However, Zuoyan Xiaoyu did not seem to react at all. She knelt on the ground with her heart completely overwhelmed by despair. Not only was she going to die today, she would also lose all her dignity. Slut! Enjoy this! Yenner thrust the silver needle with all her might in an attempt to rupture Zuoyan Xiaoyu's eardrum, but at that moment, she felt her wrist turn cold as though an icy wind had blown across it. Following that, she felt her hand lose its sense of balance. Pa! The needle-wielding hand of Yenner fell straight to the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Yenner was left confounded. She stared in a daze at her wrist that had been reduced to a stump as blood flowed out incessantly. My hand! My hand! Yenner screamed sharply as she held her wrist while she broke out into a cold sweat. Who is it? Zhang Wuchen was alarmed. He was on board the Song family's top spirit ship. Its defensive and concealment array formations were top-notch. How could anyone infiltrate the spirit ship and cleave off Yenner's hand without being noticed? Song Bowen also jumped up from his bed immediately and touched his interspatial ring. But at that moment, Song Bowen felt an intense killing intent lock onto him. It was as though his head would fall off the moment he moved. He saw a figure walk out from the corner of the hall's shadows. It was as though the hall led straight to hell, and the person was stepping out of hell while accompanied by hellish infernos. He was dressed in black and there were gray flames lingering around his body. The flames crackled lightly and seemed calm, but the highly concentrated heat wave seemed to burn through the entire void. When the person walked into the middle of the hall, everyone held their breaths. Young master. Zuoyan Xiaoyu, who had been tormented to the point of feeling groggy, saw Yi Yun's face. She refused to believe what was happening. Was she having a dream? Yi Yun. Upon discerning the figure, Song Bowen was frightened out of his wits. Impossible. Zhang Wuchen found it unbelievable. After seeing Yi Yun, his calm facade dropped and he became immediately flustered. How could Yi Yun appear in this spirit ship? Before they set off, Yi Yun was still in seclusion. It should have been impossible for him to infiltrate the spirit ship. After all, the spirit ship had Song Bowen's second uncle, Song Guanyan, protecting it. Song Guanyan was at the Divine Lord realm, and he was the strongest person in the Song family. Even if Yi Yun had secretly snuck onto the spirit ship, it should have been impossible for him to go unnoticed by Song Guanyan's perception. As for chasing up to the spirit ship and infiltrating it, that was even more impossible. They had traveled incognito and at very fast speeds. In addition, the spirit ship, Great Traversal Spirit Ship, actually belonged to Song Guanyan. It took him several years of saving to buy it. As he placed great importance on Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen's safety, he had lent it to them for this journey. Even if Yi Yun did possess immense ability, it was impossible for him to noiselessly come on board. Furthermore, the moment he appeared was too perfect. Song Guanyan had left the spirit ship an hour ago and, without any surprise, Song Guanyan had already passed through a teleportation array. He was now millions of miles away and it was impossible for him to come back and save them. How was Yi Yun capable of this? Are you a ghost? Zhang Wuchen bellowed sharply as his heart was gripped by horror. You don't have to be concerned about whether I'm a ghost or not, but it's likely you will become a ghost very soon. Yi Yun's voice was fierce. He had practiced martial arts for so many years and had offended numerous people. However, few were like Zhang Wuchen. Despite not really provoking Yi Yun, his actions and how much of a scoundrel he was made Yi Yun think of squishing him to death like a fly. Phew. Just as Yi Yun's voice faded, an ancient and immense aura emanated from his body. It enveloped the surroundings into a black domain. This was Yi Yun's destructive power. He had wrapped everyone in his destruction domain. What is it? Zhang Wuchen panicked when he saw that he was trapped in the destruction domain. He had never come into contact with such laws. At that moment, the heretical godfire seed within Yi Yun's body spewed out, lashing out at the surroundings as the heat waves left everyone stifled. Don't go thinking I'm afraid of you. Zhang Wuchen bellowed. He was at the 7th floor Dao Palace, 2 sub-realms higher than Yi Yun. Furthermore, his strength exceeded Song Bowen, so although he did have some trepidation in fighting Yi Yun, he did believe that he had a chance of putting up a fight.
But just as he finished his declaration, phew! Yi Yun's figure vanished like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Zhang Wuchen. He was too fast. Ha!
Zhang Wuchen roared as he pulled out a concealed saber and thrust it straight at Yi Yun's throat.
But at that moment, the surrounding black domain transmitted indescribable powers that rapidly eroded his Yuan Qi. It instantly dissipated the strength that he had gathered. Following that, Yi Yun forcefully punched Zhang Wuchen in the abdomen. Pang! With a loud explosion, Zhang Wuchen bent over like a shrimp. You. Zhang Wuchen held his abdomen as blood spewed out of his mouth. He was feeling horror and despair. He never felt so helpless before as he realized that, even though he had evaluated Yi Yun's strength to be very high, his evaluations were a far cry from Yi Yun's true strength. The terrifying destruction laws prevented him from mustering any strength, nor could he gather the strength to resist at all. Yi Yun extended his hand as his Yuan Qi materialized into a rope that bound Zhang Wuchen. He was held up with his limbs sprawled open in front of Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked coldly at Zhang Wuchen. You seem to enjoy women? Yi Yun's words seemed to pummel him into an ice cavern. He suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Could it be? Yi Yun, wait. Before Zhang Wuchen could even finish his words, Yi Yun had kicked right at the spot between Zhang Wuchen's legs. Pang! With a rapturous sound that sounded like eggs being crushed by a sledgehammer, Zhang Wuchen let out a shrill scream. His family jewels had been obliterated by Yi Yun's kick. To men, no other pain could be more excruciating than this. However, Zhang Wuchen's body was completely bound. Regardless of how painful his lower body was, he could not hold on to it. At that moment, Zhang Wuchen wished he could immediately die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1251, Destroying All Evidence. Chapter 1251, Destroying All Evidence. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun, you will. Zhang Wuchen wanted to finish cursing Yi Yun by saying he'd die a horrible death, but his neck was clasped by Yi Yun. His mouth was agape but could not produce a sound. Towards his antics, Yi Yun had a cold expression. Without a word, he injected Yuan Qi through his hand and broke Zhang Wuchen's neck. Zhang Wuchen's eyes glazed over, instantly losing all their luster. Yi Yun grabbed Zhang Wuchen's interspatial ring while, at the same time, the heretical god flames gathered together, burning Zhang Wuchen to ashes. Upon seeing this scene, Song Bowen's face turned pale as he stood beside Zhang Wuchen's charred remains. He had schemed together with Zhang Wuchen, and now his outcome would likely be the same as his brother-in-law's. Not only would he lose his life, but he would also die extremely horribly. Yi Yun, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Song family will pursue you until the end of your days. My second uncle has put a restriction on me. Once I'm killed, information about my demise will instantly be sent to the Song family, and you will be pursued by them. Also, killing me would violate the Myriad Godridge's rules. Not even the sect master will be able to protect you. Song Bowen exclaimed. Yi Yun gave Song Bowen a glance. His eyes were filled with a bloodlust that sent a chill through Song Bowen's body. Yi Yun showed no reaction to Song Bowen's words. He walked towards him and said, "Are you going to castrate yourself or do you want me to do it?" You, did you not understand what I said? Against the pressure Yi Yun put on him, Song Bowen was close to a mental breakdown. It looks like you are choosing the latter. Yi Yun shook his head. Wait. Song Bowen yelled, but at that moment, the heretical god fire seed that permeated the destruction domain raged towards Song Bowen. The inferno burned through the void to the point that it was completely inescapable. Back at the banquet, Song Bowen had no chance of defending himself against a mere wisp of the heretical god fire seed, much less the large amount that presently filled the destruction domain. Song Bowen's Yuan Qi was repressed, so how was he to face the heretic fire's attack that seemed to blot out the world? Yi Yun, I'll fight it out with you. Song Bowen yelled maniacally, but all that could be heard were a series of howling sounds. The Yuan Qi that Song Bowen had gathered had been directly burned through by the heretic flames. At that moment, Song Bowen's eyes flashed with a grotesque look. He opened his mouth and spat out a round bead that flew straight for Yi Yun. Explode destruction blood bead. Let's die together. This was a life-preservation artifact that his second uncle had given him. Once the destruction blood bead was triggered, it would annihilate all lifeblood in a 100-foot radius, reducing humans into desiccated corpses.
He could have used the destruction blood bead to kill enemies, but, with it being necessary to activate it at a close distance, Song Bowen himself would be trapped within the explosion of the destruction blood bead. His death was no question. Song Bowen infused his remaining energy into the destruction blood bead in hopes of exploding it. But at that moment, Yi Yun made the first move. The destruction power formed a wall that could destroy everything between Song Bowen and the destruction blood bead. Song Bowen's Yuan Qi dissipated immediately upon contact with the powers of destruction. Yi Yun had already used his energy vision to identify the energy fluctuations of the destruction blood bead. A tiny trick such as this wouldn't get past him. You are completely unaware of the gap between us. How do you expect a mere bead to be able to bridge that gap? Yi Yun clenched his hands into a fist as the heretical godfire seed surged over in overwhelming fashion. It burned Song Bowen's limbs to ash, and even his crown jewels were burned to a crisp. You're doomed. My second uncle will not spare you. Song Bowen endured the excruciating pain to babble his last words. However, Yi Yun remained indifferent, for he did not mind it at all. I already said, you are completely unaware of the gap between us. A mere restriction can't escape my destruction domain, so how can it inform others about your death? As Yi Yun spoke, he punched out and struck Song Bowen's forehead. This punch was infused with destruction energies. It shattered Song Bowen's soul sea instantly and, with intense hate and indignation, Song Bowen collapsed to the ground. With a wave of his hand, the second interspatial ring flew into Yi Yun's hand. Along with the interspatial ring was the destruction blood bead. The bead was quite a good item, so Yi Yun naturally kept it. After turning around, Yi Yun looked at Yenner and Suetsue. The color in the two maidservants' faces was completely drained by their horror. They could not comprehend that the two men who easily lorded over their fates had been killed by Yi Yun in such a manner. He may have been a personal disciple, but Yi Yun blatantly ignored the powerful Song and Zhang family, as well as the myriad God Ridge's rules. Don't kill me. I can serve you. I'll do anything you want, Yenner said with a trembling voice. Unfortunately for her, Yi Yun had already flicked his finger, sending a stream of light straight into Yenner's soul sea. Yenner did not even grunt before her eyes lost their luster. As for Suetsue, she had been scared out of her wits. Yi Yun walked in front of her and, without waiting for her to say a word, he directly probed into her soul. Yi Yun had not seen Suetsue attack Zuoyan Xiaoyu, so he was unsure of her character. However, upon searching Suetsue's soul sea, he saw more than enough dirty scenes and machinations. Those girls that you inflicted death upon were probably as afraid as you are now. As Yi Yun spoke, Yuan Qi burst out from his palm, causing Suetsue's body to slump downward. Following that, the heretical godfire seed gathered and burned the two girls into ash. The restriction that Song Bowen had used to threaten Yi Yun was burned clean as well. After ascertaining that he had not left any evidence behind, Yi Yun undid his destruction Dao domain. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yun and Zuoyan Xiaoyu were the only two left in the massive palace. The other four were dead and every trace of their existence had been wiped away. However, the palace remained intact. Even the beds were not destroyed, and in fact, maintained their original state. Young master, I. Zuoyan Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. She had quickly gone from extreme despair to being snatched from the jaws of death. It left her emotions stirring in vicissitudes. She couldn't even construct a proper sentence. On one hand, she was feeling excited that Yi Yun had suddenly appeared to save her. On the other hand, she felt deep remorse. In order to save her, Yi Yun had killed two personal disciples. If the myriad God Ridge were to learn of this, it would absolutely not spare Yi Yun. Yi Yun could read Zuoyan Xiaoyu's mind as he said, "There's no need to worry. They won't be able to connect it to me." His coming here was all thanks to the teleportation disc array that Old Snake had secretly sneaked on board the Great Traversal Spirit Ship. The disc array was something even the owner of the ship, Song Guanyan, did not notice. As for when Song Guanyan left the spirit ship, Old Snake was perfectly aware of the timing. Under such circumstances, even if the Song family had reason to suspect Yi Yun, they would not be able to figure out how Yi Yun could have been the one who killed Song Bowen and Zhang Wuchen. They would likely blame it on them being killed by others while they were out on an experiential training. However, Yi Yun was truly baffled as to what Old Snake's cultivation level was. He seemed to come and go like a divine shadow. On careful thought, it was about 15 hours until the appointed meeting between Yi Yun and Old Snake. Yi Yun was beginning to feel a sense of anticipation over it. "Xiaoyu, we are going back. You won't be able to reveal yourself for the time being," Yi Yun said. He had to immediately return to the myriad God Ridge. As for the Great Traversal Spirit Ship, he naturally took it. It was a priceless enchanted artifact after all. However, Yun still needed to carefully examine the Great Traversal Spirit Ship and the two interspatial rings to prevent any restrictions from exposing him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1252, Unexpected Discovery. Chapter 1252, Unexpected Discovery. Translator, Setulan. Editor, Setulan.
Under the bright and clear moonlight, the black Great Traversal Spirit Ship shuttled through the night sky. It continued traveling away from the myriad God Ridge, but Yun was in no rush to return. His first stop was the Great Traversal Spirit Ship's control room. The control room was equivalent to the Great Traversal Spirit Ship's heart. Here, the user of the Spirit Ship could use a bit of their perception to easily control the Spirit Ship and, at the same time, do whatever they wanted.
The core array formation is here. Yun infused his perception into the ship, and indeed, he found a mental imprint within.
Typically, owners would leave behind a tiny mental imprint on valuable enchanted artifacts like the Great Traversal Spirit Ship after successfully refining them for themselves.
This mental imprint had been repeatedly tempered and was fortified.
It would not be easily removed unless the strength of the remover's soul was much stronger than that of the enchanted treasure's original owner.
Yun inspected the imprint. Unfortunately, Yun was only at the 5th floor Dao Palace.
His strength had improved, but he was cognizant of the fact that there was still a huge rift between him and Song Guanyan, especially in terms of their soul's strength. If he wanted to refine away the imprint's strength, it would take a day or two of slowly grinding it away.
But if he tried, Song Guanyan would notice that something was amiss and immediately return to the spirit ship.
In fact, the very instant Yun took action, it would be sensed by Song Guanyan.
One had to be fast while wiping out a mental imprint.
But Yun alone was incapable of being that fast.
Sierra. Yun gently called in his mind. At the next moment, a tiny tower flew out of Yun's dantian. Plumes of black flames billowed above the tower as an adorable girl with some baby fat appeared out of the flames. Brother Yun, is there something you need from me?
Ling Sierra had been sleeping for the past few years. Ever since she awakened and left the massive worldly array that bound her, her strength had not only been increasing, but her affinity with the heretical god Fire Seed was getting stronger. As it was, what Ling Sierra lacked in combat strength she made up for in her control over the heretical god Fire Seed. In that aspect, she was much better than Yun. Just this alone afforded her the ability to deal massive damage.
Besides,
when it came to the strength of the soul, Ling Sierra, who was born of a natural treasure, was someone that typical warriors could not compare with. In the Sun Burial Sansi, she had existed alone in an incorporeal form for hundreds of millions of years. In that time, her soul's strength had developed much more than Yun's.
Sierra, are you able to burn away this mental imprint within 15 minutes? Yun asked.
Ling Sierra took a look at the disc array and nodded.
Sure.
As she spoke, Ling Sierra walked out of the flames and transformed into a fair and supple-looking girl. She moved her tiny hands and produced seals. The heretical god flames fused into her soul, becoming a flame of the soul that could burn through all mental imprints.
Phew!
The flames ignited over the disc array but produced no heat. However, if a soul manifestation was there, it would have been able to sense the terrifying flames that could rend the world asunder.
This was a flame that specialized in immolating souls. Che! 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 The flames in the disc array crackled violently as the phantom face of an elder appeared out of thin air.
He was struggling and bellowing as the flames covered him. He looked at Yun and Ling Sierra as his face exuded ferociousness.
You?
He said through clenched teeth as though he was trying to use all his strength to transmit everything he saw before he was destroyed. However, Ling Sierra obviously stopped him from doing so. Her tiny hands moved immediately, commanding the soul flames to form a prison that completely surrounded the elder.
Pang!
With a loud explosion, the elder's face burned to nothingness amid the flames.
Simultaneously, millions of miles away in a tavern. Boom! A loud explosion boomed as the entire room was blasted to smithereens. An elder walked out of the room with disheveled hair, his face suffusing an abnormal paleness. He was none other than Song Guanyan. Just a moment ago, he sensed that the mental imprint he left on the Great Traversal Spirit Ship had been destroyed. The time from the moment his mental imprint was attacked until it was completely vanquished was only about 30 seconds. Even the information about the destroyer failed to be transmitted. This made Song Guanyan's actual body suffer a soul injury. The mental imprint was equivalent to a piece of his soul. So losing his mental imprint was equal to him losing a portion of his very soul. Without the nourishment of heavenly herbs, it would be impossible for him to recover. Who was it? Song Guanyan had a hideous look on his face.
He had the Great Traversal spirit ship in his possession for tens of thousands of years.
He had fortified the mental imprint several times, and yet such robustness was destroyed in less than a minute?
This proved that the other party's soul was much stronger than his.
Song Guanyan was already a divine lord.
That meant that the other party was likely an old monster that had lived for an unmeasurable period of time. The person's strength probably exceeded his greatly. As such, not only did he not know who the culprit was, but, even if he did know, he was unable to seek revenge. The spirit ship had fallen into the hands of the other person, and it was impossible to recoup it. He long knew that the deep depths of the calm sea were extremely dangerous, but he never imagined that his ship would fall after less than a day of being out at sea.
That was just too fast. Darn it. Bowen has probably succumbed to harm. Song Guanyan's expression was as ugly as it could be.
He was feeling the pinch over his spirit ship as well as worry for Song Bowen.
Song Bowen was the only personal disciple that the Song family had in the Myriad God Ridge. He was the only son.
There was also Zhang Wuchen.
The Zhang family was the Song family's ally by marriage, and Wuchen was the only personal disciple they had.
If the two perished, the Song and Zhang family would face the delicate situation of not having a successor. They would need to nurture another excellent junior within 1,000 years.
If they couldn't, their positions in the Myriad God Ridge would plummet.
At that moment, Song Guanyan was in no mood to continue staying in the tavern. He rushed towards the Myriad God Ridge overnight to immediately hold a family meeting to discuss the important matter.
Xier, you are really awesome. Yi Yun was truly astonished by Ling Xier's abilities. Ling Xier smiled happily upon being complimented by Yi Yun.
She knew that, over the past 20+ years, Yi Yun had spent a lot of time and effort to awaken her. To her, Yi Yun was the most important person in her life. Being able to help him naturally delighted her.
Xier, I think we need to find you a mystic technique that focuses on cultivating the soul, Yi Yun said. He had always known that Ling Xier's soul was very powerful since she was an incorporeal soul body.
However, he never imagined that after she fused with the heretical god fire seed, her transformation into a flame that burned its souls would only take less than a minute to burn a mental imprint left by powerful divine lords into ashes.
If he focused on nurturing Ling Xier's capabilities, wouldn't he be able to catch any enemy by surprise?
Soul attacks were also considered a martial path, but few people could go far using them. After all, the soul had the body protecting it.
Annihilating it directly was no easy task.
However, if Ling Xier's soul strength was immensely high, it would be able to overwhelm. After all, Ling Xier had yet to cultivate a cultivation technique that focused on the soul. If she cultivated it, she would only become stronger.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.